Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Soon, the group returned to Xu Xin's treehouse, and the Changyin family felt like their stone-like eyes were about to pop out upon seeing Xu Xin's treehouse. "You live up there?" Changyin pointed at the massive banyan tree, somewhat incredulous. "Can people live on trees like this?" Xu Xin smiled at him, grabbed one of the aerial roots, and controlled the banyan's roots to wrap around the waists of the 4 statues. He brought Kiki, Silver King, and the leopard directly to the 3rd floor of the treehouse. Since there were no seats available, Xu Xin immediately crafted a few wooden chairs. Xu Xin and the maid were exploring the treehouse with Xiaohong, while Changyin leaned by the window, looking outside. "How is it? It's pretty nice here, right?" "More than just nice." Changyin's eyes never left the view outside. "It's been so long since I've seen such a vast world. It's really comfortable here. Every survivor has a treehouse like this, except mine is larger than most people's." "Didn't you say we could live here? Don't you go back on your word. Once we handle our business, we'll come and crash at your treehouse." Reluctantly, Changyin withdrew his gaze and plopped down on the wooden chair. "Of course you can, but..." Xu Xin took out a mutation beast contract. "I remember someone saying below that they'd help me make as many of these contracts as I wanted." "Wow, so you're eyeing my contracts all along." Changyin conjured a piece of paper out of thin air, along with a very special-looking pen he had used before. He began scribbling and drawing on the paper, while saying, "But I can't help you make too many. The ink in this pen is running out. At most, I can make 5 more for you." "Ink running out?" Xu Xin scrutinized the pen in Changyin's hand. It was a fountain pen with a dark red body, somewhat transparent, and it was clear that there wasn't much red ink left inside. "This ink. It's made from the blood of high-level mutant beasts, which is why it can bond with lower-level beasts. The bracelet, ring, windmill, and broom in your hand are all more or less related to what comes from high-level mutant beasts," Changyin explained. "High-level mutant beasts?" Xu Xin knew that the beasts summoned from the altar were mid-level mutant beasts, yet even the power of a mid-level mutant beast couldn't be underestimated. Facing them head-on was almost impossible without a smart strategy, and the prowess of even stronger high-level mutant beasts was not something he could handle now. Soon, Changyin had finished writing 5 mutation beast contracts, and the pen in his hand ran out of its last ink. "I wonder when we'll get high-level mutant materials again." Changyin shook his head and put away the pen. In the dungeon, Xu Xin got 6 contracts, used 2, and now with these 5, he had 9 contracts left, enough for some time. Xu Xin and the others had finished exploring the treehouse and returned, and at this moment, the sky was glowing with red clouds. It was past 5 p.m., and there were less than half an hour left until the event ended. "We should get going too." Changyin stood up, stretching lazily under the sunset. Even though the statue didn't need to stretch, he did it anyway, maybe to feel more human. "Take care. Once things are settled, feel free to come back to me." "All right." He sent the statue family off from the treehouse, standing by the window, watching their silhouettes growing smaller. Xu Xin felt a sense of disbelief. He thought the events of these past few days were a bit too surreal. Then, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "Dungeon treasure hunting event ends. Congratulations to the survivors returning fully loaded. You must have unimaginable resources and wealth now. After the event, there will be a day of adjustment. Make good use of this day. Utilize your resources to build and renovate your treehouse. This event has no rankings. Let's congratulate all survivors who returned from the dungeon. You are all winners. We will give every returnee a grand gift. Survivors who haven't found the dungeon entrance, you still have the last 10 minutes to bid farewell to the world. This time, there's only one day to adjust after the event. He must use this day effectively. There's still so much to deal with. The defenses outside the treehouse, renovations inside, and above all, the piranhas in the lake outside need to be dealt with quickly." Passing by the Black Bear Cave entrance earlier, with Changyin and the others in tow, Xu Xin feared the crocodile at the bottom of the stream might not be as friendly to them as it was to him and might attack, so he refrained from disturbing it. Tomorrow he must ask it to see if he can enlist its help to deal with the piranhas in the heart of the lake. But now it's time to eat. Nothing is more important than eating. Yay! Seeing Xu Xin sit by the grill, Kiki, who was lying nearby, suddenly perked up, jumped into Xu Xian's arms, eyes fixed on the grill before him, tail wagging incessantly. Since the event started, they hadn't had a complete meal. No wonder Kiki was so eager to eat. All right, you won't miss out. Xu Xian first handed Kiki an apple to whet its appetite, then took out regular beast meat, sprinkled some salt, and began roasting. Once this meal was consumed, he'd spruce up the interior to finally set up a kitchen. It had been too long since he had stir-fried dishes. The aroma of roasted meat attracted Silver King and the leopard. Xu Xian released the bat from his bracelet, tossed each of them a few pieces of meat, and only when they were all eating did he begin carefully roasting the meat on the grill. Stroking the fluffy fur of Kiki nestled in his arms, Xu Xian opened the regional channel to see what others had obtained. The regional channel now only had 3,948 people. Over 1,000 perished in this event. Even though both Xu Xian and Ji Chaoyang shared strategies, the beasts and traps inside the dungeon were not something everyone could handle. I wonder how many will be left in the end. Brothers, I got several pieces of wood of blue grade. It's insane. Blue grade. What is that? I picked up a blue grade backpack for free with some blue grade weapons inside. I feel invincible. Have you seen blue grade leather armor? None of you have, but I'm wearing it now. I wonder if these blue grade fruits have spoiled. Can they still be eaten? Oh, how long have they been underground? You all managed to get blue grade supplies? I thought I was the only one. You guys actually dared enter the dungeon. I turned back at the entrance, too scared to go in. Finally, someone who didn't enter. I thought I was the only one afraid. Those who didn't dare speak shouldn't, huh? Boss Su provided the entrance finding strategies. Boss G gave dungeon strategies, with walkthroughs in hand. Can you still be this cowardly? What? This is already the nth event. Are there people who still don't dare to act? How have you survived till now? Xu Xian looked around the regional channel, discovering that almost all survivors from the dungeon gained blue-grade resources. Yet they were basic, with nothing new or special, leading to some disappointment. He then checked the trading platform. Xu Xian's eyes were drawn to something. Is this polluted mutant beast meat? Someone acquired this. Xu Xian immediately messaged the person, hoping to purchase the polluted beast meat, as it would be most useful in his hands. Over there, transactions are conducted anonymously, so Xu Xian doesn't know who he is. Could it be Ji Chaoyang? Xu Xian directly sent a message to Ji Chaoyang. Did you sell polluted beast meat on the trading platform? Ji Chaoyang replied quite quickly this time. No, I saw that too, but it wasn't me. I thought it was you selling it. The effects of this meat are still unknown. I won't sell it, and you better not either. Without Xu Xian's discerning ability, Ji Chaoyang could only see a simple introduction. So he's probably unaware that the meat has a certain chance of causing mutations in beasts that consume it. However, if it's not Ji Chaoyang, then who got their hands on the polluted mutated beast meat? Isn't this only found in advanced mutated beasts? The other party also sent him a message. You want polluted mutated beast meat? The other side possibly didn't believe anyone would want something so useless. Yeah, just wanted to give it a try and see if I could create a mutated beast. Xu Xian casually gave a reason and started chatting with the other side. By the way, brother, how did you get this meat? He really wanted to know how this person obtained the mutated beast meat. Xu Xian's words probably made the other side feel more relaxed, and they started chatting as well. Sounds like you have this meat too, huh? I got it from the underground city, of course, where else? Encountered a strong mutated beast, took a lot of effort to kill it, and the meat turned out to be the most useless. You really want it? Got any special resources? I have 20 kilograms of meat. He actually killed a mid-level mutated beast. The other side is quite strong. Only 20 kilograms. I'll take as much as you have. It's not much use to you anyway. A total of 25 kilograms. I need to keep 5 kilograms for myself to use as poison in an emergency. The other side replied. 25 kilograms of polluted meat indicates that this mutated beast is relatively small, much smaller than the previous rabbits and cats. But even so, Xu Xian didn't dare to underestimate this person. He's definitely top-tier combat power, and his name is likely among the top ranks of the previous hunting leaderboards, possibly even someone familiar in the Explorer group. Not considering who he is, Xu Xian decided to get the polluted meat first. How about a crossbow? I got a few from the underground city. Xu Xian asked tentatively. A crossbow? Is it made of iron? Yes. Of course I want it. The other party's eagerness made Xu Xian realize that he wasn't a member of Explorers, as Xu Xian and Ji Chaoyang had already made iron weapons available to everyone. Feeling slightly reassured, Xu Xin used a green-level crossbow and dozens of crossbow arrows he picked up from trap paths to exchange for these 20 kilograms of beast meat, and they agreed that if there were more in the future, they could come directly to him. After dinner, Xu Xin started to get busy. First, he wanted to carry out a major renovation in the treehouse, starting with the living area on the 3rd floor. Currently, he had a lot of logs, and many people were also selling logs on the trading platform, mostly exchanging them at a 1-to-2 ratio for green-level ordinary resources. Though many had received pine and birch seeds earlier, the first batch had not yet matured. These available logs on the trading platform were obtained from the underground city. As for why they're selling them, it's because only members within the Explorers group can utilize this new material to create weapons and facilities. It's useless for them to hold on to it. Xu Xin had plenty of ordinary green-level wood, so he scoured the trading platform in exchange for over 100 blocks of green logs, and thus began his major renovation. Should I design this first? Xu Xin mumbled to himself as he looked at the current chaotic layout. Even though there are many levels, I won't turn it into a villa type, as it's not just a living space. The first floor will be the residence and storage room for the mutated beasts, the second floor will be a workshop for placing various workbenches, and the third will be for living, keeping some animals, and planting some flowers and grass. Perfect. Xu Xin first moved the crafting table, weapon and armor manufacturing table, and the mutation potion crafting table he obtained from the underground city, from the 3rd floor to downstairs, placing them together with the furnace. This made his living space no longer appear so cluttered. Over 100 square meters, so 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. 100 square meters was neither too big nor too small, more than enough for 3 bedrooms and a living room. The screen will serve as the TV for the living room. These 2 statues won't change position. Let's include the fireplace. The kitchen is here, and the bathroom is here. Here are the 2 bedrooms. The other spot is a small study. Perfect. Let's do it this way. After a simple plan, Xu Xin immediately designed the treehouse into a Yuanbao-shaped layout with open north and south ends, similar to his original home. He wanted to find a sense of returning home in the treehouse. He opened the treehouse renovation project on the screen and looked at the wooden partition walls he could build. There were 3 types of wooden partition walls: a complete partition wall, one with a door opening, and one with a window opening. That's quite considerate. Xu Xin immediately began to selectively create them. Please select a placement position. Following his plan, Xu Xin recreated the cozy little home from his memories, and the originally wide and empty 3rd floor instantly felt like a warm little home. Besides Xu Xin, who was busy directing them, Coco Silver King and the 3 beastly leopards lay on the ground, staring with big eyes at the earth-shaking changes inside the treehouse. Kitchen. Xu Xin entered the newly constructed kitchen. At the moment, the vast kitchen only had a solitary grill sitting there. The list of kitchen utensils was quite long too. Small stone stove. Green, a simple stove for cooking, not easy to control the heat. Requires stone, green, *10. Iron pot. Green, cooking utensil, watch out for rust. Requires iron block, green, *2. Log, green, *1. Vent window. Green, lower end version of a range hood, essential for you. Requires log, green, *10. Washing sink. Green, a freely operable washing device. Just pour water into the top storage section. Remember to set up a water outlet. Requires log, green, *20. And a bunch of small parts for the kitchen. This washing sink was something Xu Xin had wanted to create for a long time, but it consumed too many logs, which he had been reluctant to use until now. However, the treehouse still lacks a mechanism to bring water up. The kitchen is fine, but there are issues on the bathroom side. Never mind, take one step at a time. Xu Xin first used a stone, blue, to make a blue-grade stove. Stone stove, blue, a stove for cooking food, with controllable heat. Enhances the effectiveness of cooked food. Indeed, like the grill, the blue-grade stove enhances food's effects. The iron pot requires blue-grade logs to make a blue level 1, so he decided to start with a green level pot. As for other facilities, they couldn't be made blue-grade, nor was it necessary. Xu Xin went ahead and made all kinds of facilities in the kitchen at once. Looking at the freshly completed kitchen, Xu Xin nodded with satisfaction. This finally looked like a real kitchen. Next up is the bathroom, which Xu Xin divided into 2 parts. Inside is the area for washing and showering, where he installed a washing sink and a showering facility made with logs. After manually filling it with water, one can shower. Then he dragged in the large tub he used for bathing before. Perfect. Next comes the wooden toilet, with a water storage unit above that needs manual filling. If this outlet is connected outside, wouldn't it? Xu Xin ultimately decided that unless in an emergency, he wouldn't use the treehouse's toilet. Returning to the living room. The wooden bed has been placed in a bedroom, making the living room look empty and hollow. This living room is so empty, it feels off. I need to make the sofa and coffee table. Xu Xin browsed the furniture list and found that there was indeed a sofa, but sofa, green, a soft sofa that makes you never want to get up. Requires wood, green, *5, animal skin, green, *3, cotton, green, *20 kg. Wow, a genuine leather sofa. Moreover, a new resource, cotton, appeared. Xu Xin immediately went to the trading platform to look around, and indeed, some people were sporadically selling cotton and cotton seeds. There was quite a bit of cotton on the platform, and the price was very low. Come to think of it, cotton is useless to others right now. The weather is hot and stuffy, and there is no need for cotton clothes, so even if it's very cheap, no one is buying it. He scooped up all the cotton and seeds. It's hot now, but that doesn't mean it will always be warm. Judging by the tree species here, like poplars, pines, and birches, the climate is likely temperate, if not subarctic, and a harsh winter might come in the future, so it's better to prepare heating supplies in advance. After storing the seeds, Xu Xin began collecting scattered bits of cotton and finally gathered enough weight. Because there was no blue-grade cotton, Xu Xin could only make a green-grade sofa, placing it right opposite the screen. Then, he crafted a relatively low wooden table to serve as the coffee table in front of the sofa. Sitting down on the sofa, Xu Xin felt his mind and body relax. So comfortable. Yep. Kiki also jumped onto the sofa, seeming to really like it, and started rolling around. Could I make a mattress out of cotton? Sleeping on a wooden board isn't very comfortable. Xu Xin nestled into the sofa, browsing through his watch's crafting list. Previously, the list was too extensive, and he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, who focuses on a furniture crafting list in a survival game aside from building experts? Found it, cotton mattress. Wow, and there's a cotton quilt. With not much material left, Xu Xin only made one cotton mattress and placed it on the bed. Looking at his improved treehouse interior, Xu Xin felt his quality of life had achieved a significant leap. Now, this could truly be called home. After tidying up the arrangement inside the house, Xu Xin opened the point shop and purchased 2 large flower pots, blue, from it, placing them by the window in the living room, or rather, on the balcony. He still had 2 portions of fertile soil, blue, that he brought back from the dungeon. Filling the 2 portions of fertile soil into the flower pots, Xu Xin began to consider what to plant. 2 nights ago, he had planted strawberry seeds in the first pot. Strawberries mature in pots in just 3 days, and now there's only 1 day left before he can harvest blue-grade strawberry fruits. Meanwhile, the apple tree outside can bear fruit before the next event arrives. He couldn't plant tall plants indoors. Xu Xin thought of the cotton seeds he had earlier, then shook his head. Cotton yield isn't much, and planting cotton now wouldn't be very useful. Just as he was considering what to plant, that mysterious voice echoed in his ears again. The rewards for this dungeon treasure hunt returnees will be announced below. A total of 1,853 survivors collected resources in the dungeon and safely returned in this event. All returnees will receive a generous reward, Treehouse Layers +1. Looking forward to your performance next time. The next event will begin at 9 o'clock sharp the day after tomorrow, titled, Rainy Season, All Survivors Please Prepare. This paragraph contained quite a bit of information. What attracted Xu Xin most was that reward, Treehouse Layer +1. Xu Xin immediately went to the screen to open the leaderboard option. Though the mysterious voice said there was no ranking for this event, there was still a sub-option dungeon treasure hunt available. Xu Xin opened it, revealing a dialog box. Detected, you are a dungeon returnee. Would you like to claim the reward? Xu Xin chose yes, and suddenly a purple light orb appeared. Just as Xu Xin was about to reach out and touch it, it flew into the wall of the treehouse. Then the whole treehouse began to tremble slightly, and sounds of friction could be heard from above. Eek! Kiki on the sofa was startled and jumped up, quickly running over to Xu Xion's side. Climbing onto his shoulder, and lying there with her head raised to observe above. Silver King was quite calm, lying in the corner of the living room wall, seemingly asleep. However, the leopard seemed tense, body arched, mouth slightly open, ready to spring at any moment. It's okay, there's no need to be nervous. Xu Xin took Kiki off his shoulder and held her in his arms, soothing her. This vibration indicated the treehouse was growing. Soon a fourth layer would appear. This reward was definitely advantageous for him. Knowing that the low small treehouse only had an area of about 30 square meters, the second layer had only 50 square meters, while each of his layers were over 100 square meters, profits several times that of others. The tremor continued without stopping. Xu Xin sat on the sofa holding Kiki, watching the treehouse's changes while pondering the mysterious voice's next event. Rainy season? Xu Xin contemplated the event name. Just heavy rain? No, it can't be that simple. He remembered the lakes surrounding his treehouse, along with the school of piranhas at its center. Could it be a flood disaster? The more Xu Xin thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Flood disaster, together with lightning strike? This mysterious voice could even affect the world's weather. Xu Xin increasingly felt it was the god described in the altar introduction. Seems like the piranha problem must be solved by tomorrow. When the rainy season arrives, flooding is likely, then this piranha school will be the biggest threat. Xu Xin bit his lip, hoping that giant crocodile might assist him. If that giant crocodile doesn't help him, he'll have to throw polluted meat into the lake to poison them. The piranhas were entirely blood red, but without patterns, likely not the same type of mutated creatures Xu Xin had encountered. After all, their boss, the lake giant python, didn't have blood red patterns, so they should be poisoned by polluted meat. But this could cause a consequence, possibly leading to mutated piranhas. Directly eating polluted meat has a low chance of mutation. Mutated piranhas via this method should be more than just low-level mutated creatures. But it was an unavoidable matter. Compared to a school of piranhas, perhaps one or a few big piranhas could indeed be easier to deal with. After all, larger targets could be attacked with the treehouse's heavy crossbows. The treehouse's tremors stopped. Simultaneously, sounds like wood cracking came from the stairwell. Xu Xin hurriedly looked towards the stairs, only to see the ceiling above the stairs suddenly split into a rectangle. With a clatter, one edge of the rectangle dropped down, forming a stairway upward. Xu Xin carried Kiki, ascending the new layer's stairway. This new top layer dazzled Xu Xin. He hadn't expected its structure differed from the 3 layers below. The ceiling displayed a conical structure, like ancient brick houses, high in the middle, low at both sides. Though low, the edges were still 3 meters high, comparable to the heights of the lower layers, while the highest in the middle reached 5 or 6 meters, just like the spacious loft ceiling. In this light, this layer should be the treehouse's topmost layer, would likely not add upward anymore. If further layers were added, likely the banyan tree would grow taller, then layers would be added below. What should we do with such a large space? Xu Xin touched his chin. This height is actually the best for planting. But Xu Xin had a sudden idea. Could skylights be installed in the ceiling of the treehouse? If several rows of windows were opened on the ceiling to let sunlight in, wouldn't it be possible to plant on the top level? Although there are dense banyan leaves outside, they wouldn't block the sun's entry. With a maximum height of 6 meters, Xu Xin could easily plant fruit trees in the middle area, and with regular pruning, cultivated fruit trees would only reach 3 to 4 meters in height. Sounds good. Xu Xin swiped his watch. The treehouse renovation list was able to make wooden and glass windows. The raw material for glass windows was only glass, but Xu Xin hadn't made any glass yet. Based on his previous deductions, glass should be made by burning sand in a furnace. Since Li Wenci had always been selling him smelted iron blocks, his furnace had been idle for a long time. Leaving the treehouse, Xu Xin filled a wooden bucket with sand and gravel by the lakeside, then went to the furnace on the second level of the treehouse and added some wood as firewood, pouring the sand and gravel into the furnace. Glass smelting time, 12 minutes. The smelting time for a single block of glass was short. In about a minute, Xu Xin obtained a thick piece of glass, and the furnace continued to work. Judging from the smelting time, a bucket of sand should yield 12 pieces of glass. Glass, green glass with strength comparable to treehouse walls, confidently usable as window material for the treehouse, also for making various glass containers. Great. He had just worried whether the glass would be too weak, but the description assured him. Unexpectedly, Green-grade glass had strength comparable to treehouse walls. Is the glass too strong, or is the wall's defense not enough? However, even if the strength wasn't enough, it wasn't a concern. After all, the treehouse walls were wrapped in thick banyan leaves, needing to protect only the exposed trunk, which he already armored. Letting the furnace continue smelting, he returned to the top fourth level and selected the option to make glass windows on his watch. Please select a placement position. Familiar with the process, Xu Xin directly chose the slanted ceiling. With a click, a one-by-one piece of the ceiling was replaced with thick glass. Through the glass, Xu Xin saw the translucent banyan leaves outside and a sky filled with stars. It's done. The glass window, directly embedded in the ceiling, was fixed and couldn't be opened, exactly as Xu Xin wanted. He just wanted to make the top ceiling into a greenhouse-style fixed window. Unable to open was best. Moving 3 planters from the 3rd floor up, Xu Xin placed the strawberry planter by the window and 2 new planters at the centermost highest position. He found several seeds on the trading platform, planting 2 red berry shrubs in one pot and an orange tree in the other. These resources were ones Xu Xin used the most. During events, consumption was high, especially the red berry, large, blue, of which he consumed at least a dozen in the dungeon, necessitating a personal supply. Red berry shrubs and orange trees both took 10 days to mature and fruit, but in the large pot, blue, it only took 6 days. He wondered if the blue-grade red berry shrub outside bore fruit again. Xu Xin went to the lakeside again, filled a few buckets with sand, and brought them back to the treehouse, dumping them all into the furnace and assembling the smelted glass onto the top ceiling. After nearly an hour of work, half of the top ceiling was finally transparent glass. Standing on this level looking up at the sky, with starry dotted views and a bright galaxy, it was incredibly beautiful. Perfect. This is the real starry sky ceiling. I almost want to live on this top level directly. This level felt too empty with only 3 large planters, so Xu Xin bought 50 ordinary green-grade planters from the Point Mall. These planters could hold green-grade soil and shorten growth time. A normal planter only required 5 points, equivalent to a portion of green-grade fertilizer. But since Xu Xin had a 30% discount, it only needed 3.5 points, with 50 ordinary planters costing only 175 points. Xu Xin obtained many points in the dungeon, and the points from the mutant plants taken down by the cheetah were also credited to him. Even after buying 2 blue-grade large planters, he still had over 1,500 points and was affluent, not minding spending a bit. He took Silver King and ran to a place further from the treehouse, dug up 50 portions of green-grade soil, brought them back to the treehouse, and filled the 50 planters. He planned to transform the entire top floor into a plantation. He always pondered a question: would the rainy season cause flood disasters? If floods really came, how much of the plant resources outside would survive? Xu Xin didn't want to rely on external resources. If the plantation was established, even if flood disasters destroyed external resources after the rainy season, he could still be self-sufficient. Xu Xin thought for a moment and decided to plant some fruits and vegetables first. There's no need to plant too many fruits. Plain green-grade fruits only serve to fill one's stomach and quench thirst, without any other purpose. Moreover, currently, the jungle is rich with fruits, so nobody lacks them, and planting them wouldn't have a market. Green-grade trees like poplar and pine are simply too high. Even with an indoor height of 5 or 6 meters, it's not enough to plant them inside. Xu Xin planted a row of apple trees and a row of orange trees in a spot near the center with higher ceilings. These 2 types of trees can be maintained at a height of around 3 meters, making them suitable for indoor planting. In the remaining space, Xu Xin casually sprinkled some seeds of red berries or strawberries. Let's plant them first, and change them for green-grade materials suitable for indoor planting when found. Xu Xin had considered planting cotton, but with just a few flower pots, the yield was really pitiful. Better to wait until the rainy season passes to cultivate a piece of land below for planting. The pine and birch forests downstairs have not yet fully grown, and it's unknown if they'll be affected by the rain. Kiki was also on the top floor, staring blankly at the sky through the glass, seemingly attracted by it. Xu Xin picked up Kiki, preparing to take it back to the 3rd floor. Whimper. Kiki suddenly pointed at the sky. Danger. Xu Xin suddenly became alert. Whimper. Kiki shook its head and pointed at the sky again. Whimper. No danger. Xu Xin was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Are you saying there's something up there? Whimper. Kiki nodded. Is this thing not dangerous? Xu Xin also looked up at the sky. Through the glass, he could only see scattered stars. Kiki shook its head again, then nodded, scratched its little head, perhaps not knowing what to say, and buried its head into Xu Xin's arms. Xu Xin petted its constantly wiggling big tail, pondering. Maybe it's because the next event is the rainy season. Kiki might sense the change in weather early. Or maybe he looked up at the sky, squinting his eyes. Or maybe this rainy season is created by something, and now this thing is directly overhead. No matter the case, Xu Xin doesn't currently have the ability to confront it. All he can do is simply survive. Everything inside the house has basically been taken care of. Next is installing weapons outside. Currently, he only has one heavy crossbow outside, and its attack coverage is too small. The treehouse has 4 sides. He needs to install 3 more. During the hunt for the blood-patterned cat, he got 2 special materials that can be used to enhance the heavy crossbow. Xu Xin sent a message to Li Wenxi, requesting some iron blocks. Li Wenxi responded quickly, but it wasn't a trade. Xu Xin, I acquired a new metal ore. New metal ore? Xu Xin immediately put aside the trading matter and directly initiated a video call with Li Wenxi. In the video, Li Wenxi was somewhat excited. Xu Xin, metal, a brand new metal, and it's blue grade. Li Wenxi was holding a piece of pitch-black stone. It looked plain, but to Xu Xin's discerning eye, it emitted a blue glow. What ore is this? Did you get it from the dungeon's box? No, I mined it myself. The dungeon's exit is a mine. The mine is full of this ore. As Li Wenxi spoke, she held up another black metal block. Though black, it still had a metallic sheen. The metal block was heavy, and judging by her appearance, lifting the block was quite laborious. This is a forged metal block. Its name is strange, called black gold ore and black gold block. But I don't know what it's used for. Mine. That means there's an endless supply of ores. This little rich lady has some unknown ability. The mine at home keeps expanding, truly enviable. This isn't useful for you, right? Why not? Xu Xin was eager to obtain the black gold block from Li Wenxi. With his ability, as long as he got the black gold block and combined it with his existing materials, he could unlock the formula related to black gold. Hehe, I know you have the ability to make metal tools. If I give this to you, how will you repay me? Li Wenxi laughed while shaking the black gold block, and it was so heavy she couldn't hold it steadily, dropping it to the ground. With a bang, Li Wenxi quickly picked up the black gold block and patted her chest, saying, Lucky, it didn't break the floor. Judging by her tone, it seems she already plans to give the black gold to him. Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Everything I make related to black gold. You get a share. How's that? Xu Xin smiled. You said it, no going back. I'll provide the raw materials, and you must craft for me for free. Li Wenxi wasn't so naive, but as Xu Xin mentioned, she could only use the metal as a brick, heavy and cumbersome. Handing it to someone who could use it would be a win-win cooperation. Free crafting, huh? Xu Xin showed a troubled expression. And your raw materials? No charge. Use as much as you want, but everything you create must have a duplicate for me. Li Wenxi, generous as always, waved her small hand and initiated a trade, giving Xu Xin the metallic block for free. This profit is equivalent to Xu Xin using 1 finished product to exchange for 2 raw materials, with a profit margin of 100%. A win-win cooperation of technology and resources. Xu Xin received that piece of black gold, and the moment he held it, his hand sank, almost losing his grip. So heavy. Black gold block, blue. The hardness and toughness have reached an extreme balance. An exceptionally tough metal block with extremely strong electrical conductivity. Extremely strong conductivity. Could it be? Xu Xin immediately opened the crafting list, and the new crafting blueprint made his eyes widen. Basic electrical crafting table. Blue can be used to craft basic electrical devices, provided the crafting method is unlocked. Requires black gold block, blue, *5, iron block, green, *20, wood, green, *20. It's electrical. Xu Xin was instantly excited. He thought he needed to obtain copper and silver blocks to unlock electrical devices, but surprisingly, the crafting table required this special metal. How many black gold blocks do you have now? Xu Xin quickly asked Li Wenxi. I've refined 5 or 6 blocks already. Why? Have you unlocked a blueprint? What is it? Li Wenxi was a bit curious. as the description of the black gold block in her hand was a very tough metal with special properties, without mentioning any function. Electrical devices. We might be able to use electrical devices. Give me 4 more blocks. I want to make a crafting table. Really? I'll get some. Li Wenxi also widened her eyes, then immediately left the screen, and after about 10 seconds, she ran back and initiated a trade with Xu Xin, giving him 4 black gold blocks. Xu Xin immediately crafted the basic electrical crafting table, blue. Then he eagerly opened the crafting tables list. To his disappointment, the list currently only had 1 crafting item, lightning rod. This lightning rod. Is it also considered an electrical device? Lightning rod. Blue, a metal rod that can avoid lightning damage. The absorbed lightning can provide electricity to the treehouse. Requires black gold block, blue, *5. Xu Xin instantly didn't think the lightning rod was useless anymore. This is a thunderstorm charger. However, this list only has this 1 crafting item, without any other electrical devices or storage devices for electricity. So, at this stage, besides avoiding lightning, there's truly no other use. But it's also timely. After all, the storm season is approaching. Why aren't there other electrical devices? Could it still require copper and silver or? Xu Xin pondered. My ability is to unlock blueprints with all kinds of raw materials. It seems those electrical devices require other materials. The voice of Li Wenxi came from the other side of the screen. How is it? What kind of electrical devices can you make? Can we finally have electricity? Sorry to let you down. Xu Xin returned to the screen, helplessly spreading his hands. It seems the electrical devices still need other metals to unlock. The crafting table can only make lightning rods. Keep an eye out for copper and silver mines in the future. Oh, got excited for nothing. I've been keeping an eye out for copper mines. Haven't found any yet. But lightning rods will do too. The storm season is almost here. How many black gold blocks do you need to make them? I'll give them to you. It takes 5 black gold blocks to make 1. Give me 10. Xu Xin calculated it clearly. What? That many? Are you trying to scam me out of my ore? Li Wenxi looked at Xu Xin with some suspicion, then persuaded Xu Xin earnestly. Actually, you don't need to scam my ore, just make 1 for me too, and you can use it however you like. Who's scamming your ore? Xu Xin gave her an annoyed look, then sent over the attributes of the lightning rod. See for yourself. It really needs that much. Li Wenxi touched her head embarrassedly. Wait a minute. Let me see if the ore I brought back this time is enough. It's so far to go over there. No idea when we'll have a means of transport. Xu Xin restrained himself from boasting about his Silver King, fearing Li Wenxi would feel unbalanced inside. Fortunately, Silver King usually rested in the corner, and the screen's video angle couldn't see it at all. Just wait a bit. It's enough, but refining is slow. You have to wait. Why don't you make a crafting table for me as well? Then I can do it myself. You haven't unlocked the crafting blueprints. You wouldn't be able to use it even if I gave you a crafting table. What you say makes sense. All right, let's leave it for now. I'll give you the black gold blocks in 2 hours. All right, exchange some iron blocks with me. I'm running low here. Okay, by the way, I didn't notice earlier, you've decorated the treehouse pretty nicely. Impressive. Haha, can't live so rudely forever. After ending the video, Xu Xin immediately crafted 2 special blue-level crossbows and 1 regular blue-level crossbow and placed them in 3 other directions, so the attack range of the crossbows could cover the entire area around the treehouse. But it's not fully covered, as the crossbows are positioned lower on the first floor wall and can attack below the treehouse canopy, but cannot attack too close to the trunk or the trunk itself. To attack these positions, for now, Xu Xin has to come out himself, let the treehouse roots hang him below the canopy, then attack with a crossbow or spear. Thus, he refurbished the inside and outside of the treehouse, and finally finished all the tasks at hand. Next, Xu Xin needed to decide on something important. Should he let the Silver King take the mutation potion to become a mutant creature? At this moment, the Silver King is lying in the corner of the living room, resting with its eyes closed. The mutated leopard is also lying beside the Silver King. These 2 similarly sized creatures seem to get along quite well, even sleeping close to one another. This guy won't let me touch him, huh? Xu Xin sighed with some helplessness. Whether or not to let the Silver King mutate is a question that requires careful consideration. First and foremost, one must consider whether the Silver King will lose its sanity after mutation. Actually, even if it did lose its sanity, Xu Xin could suppress it with a mount contract. just like he uses the mutated beast contract with the bat, which can still fully obey his commands. However, after spending these few days with the Silver King and even enduring extremely dangerous battles together, they've developed a strong rapport. A Silver King with its own, that can coordinate with Xu Xin, is naturally much stronger than one that only obeys commands. Moreover, Xu Xin is unwilling to let the Silver King lose its will. He's already considered it a partner and doesn't want to turn it into a mere tool wolf. Fortunately, Zhang Yin also mentioned that there's a strong possibility the Silver King won't lose its will. Nonetheless, even if it doesn't lose its will, there remains another issue. If the Silver King becomes a mutated beast, when facing those underground monsters in the future, will his mutated beast be influenced by higher-level beasts? Zhang Yin told him that the contract is concocted using the blood of a high-level mutated beast, meaning that high-level mutated beasts have the power to make lower-level ones submit. If it's just intimidation causing inaction, that's manageable, but if it turns traitorous. After thinking it over, Xu Xin felt the issue wasn't too severe. Firstly, he has the contract's restraint. Secondly, he can put the mutated beast into the bracelet in advance. Xu Xin ultimately decided to ask for the Silver King's opinion. He took out a bottle of mutation potion from his backpack, approached the Silver King, and squatted down beside it. The leopard on the side saw Xu Xin approaching and immediately leapt to another corner of the room, clearly wanting to stay away from him. This guy. Xu Xin glanced helplessly at the leopard. Oh, whoa. At this moment, the Silver King opened its eyes, and seeing the mutation potion in Xu Xion's hand, let out a puzzled bark. Silver King, do you want to become stronger, as strong as that guy? Xu Xian pointed to the leopard lying to the side and asked the Silver King softly. The Silver King's eyes lit up, and its body, which had been lying down, stood up, letting out a confirmatory wolf howl. Oh, whoa. After bringing the leopard back, these two big guys seemed to have a brief sparring match. It was quite obvious that, in terms of both strength and speed, the Silver King lagged significantly behind the leopard and naturally couldn't win. As the former Wolf King, it once dared to face the jungle's overlord, the brown bear, so it naturally bore the heart of a strong one. Now that Xu Xian mentioned it could become stronger, it certainly wouldn't refuse. Xu Xian had long regarded the Silver King as a partner. He sat down next to the Silver King and explained the pros and cons of the mutation potion. It was unclear whether the Silver King could grasp what Xu Xin was saying. After he finished talking, it lowered its head in contemplation but, within just a dozen seconds, raised its head again and let out a determined bark at Xu Xin. Oh, whoa. Xu Xin understood that it wanted to take the mutation potion and undergo mutation. Are you sure? I can't guarantee 100% that you'll retain your will. Xu Xin was still somewhat hesitant, unlike the Silver King. A woo-dash, the Silver King let out a long wolf howl, causing a flurry of startled birds to fly out from the trees around the treehouse. As if receiving a signal, various howls from different beasts echoed through the once quiet nighttime forest. Canine animals are known for their gratitude. Xu Xin saved the Silver King's life, so it naturally was willing to serve as Xu Xion's steed and fight alongside him. But as a former Wolf King, it was also unwilling to see its abilities dwarfed by other beasts. Xu Xian understood the Silver King's determination, pulled the cork from the vial in his hand, and a strong scent of blood instantly hit his nostrils. If you're really willing, then open wide. The Silver King unhesitatingly opened its large mouth, its sharp wolf teeth appearing capable of tearing apart any prey. Xu Xian did not hesitate any longer and poured the entire bottle of mutation potion into the Silver King's mouth. The Silver King swallowed the potion and stood still, while Xu Xin also stood up, looking at the Silver King with a serious expression, watching for any changes in its body. But after a long staring contest between the man and the wolf, no change occurred in the Silver King's body. Oh, whoa. The Silver King smacked its wolf mouth, emitting a puzzled bark. Xu Xian felt as if he had a blocked sensation, like a sneeze that wouldn't come out. What's going on? Why hasn't the Silver King changed? Could it be that the potion isn't immediate, and instead gradually alters it? Xu Xian frowned. No, Zhang Yin said the potion's effects are supposed to be immediate. Kiki, who was lying on the soft sofa and almost asleep, was also drawn over by the intense blood scent, looking at the man and wolf staring at each other, tilting its little head. The mutated leopard in the corner showed no reaction, probably already accustomed to this smell. After waiting a few more minutes, With the Silver King still unchanged, Xu Xin hadn't said anything when the Silver King, seemingly anxious about not growing stronger even with the potion, let out an unwilling howl. A whoa. Huh. Just as the Silver King howled, Xu Xin caught a glimpse of its wolf teeth. Those sharp wolf teeth seemed to have lengthened somewhat, reminding Xu Xin of the wolf statue on the altar, which had two exceptionally sharp and huge wolf teeth that looked terrifying. Silver King, open your mouth. A whoa. The Silver King, in a fit of frustration, opened its wolf mouth at Xu Xin's command. Sure enough, the two fangs on the upper jaw had become sharper and slightly more prominent, but the change wasn't significant. Could it be that the dosage of the reagent is insufficient? At this moment, the leopard sauntered over from the side, raised its paw, pointed at the Silver King, and let out a meow at Xu Xin. What does it mean? Xu Xin was puzzled. All of his contract beasts seemed to have become intelligent, each smarter than the last, but unfortunately, Xu Xin couldn't understand their speech. Upon hearing the leopard's call, Kiki also started making soft cries at Xu Xin, gesturing with its two paws. It took Xu Xin a while to understand, and he raised an eyebrow. Let the Silver King continue drinking? Seeing that Xu Xin understood its meaning, the leopard licked its paw and returned to the corner to lie down again. So it really was a lack of dosage. His eyes lit up. The leopard must have spoken based on experience, which meant that the Silver King could potentially become as formidable as the leopard. He immediately took out another bottle of reagent and poured it into the Silver King. This time, the Silver King seemed to have some reaction. Its originally pitch-black pupils began to show threads of red, but still, there wasn't much change. It wasn't until Xu Xin finished feeding all 6 bottles of mutation reagent to the Silver King that its reaction became intense. Its body started trembling uncontrollably, jaws clenched, and Xu Xin could clearly see its eyes beginning to fog with blood-red color. Subsequently, it seemed that from the heart area beneath it, red blood lines started to spread rhythmically outward, in sync with the Silver King's heartbeat. Those blood-red patterns appeared striking on the Silver King's silver-gray body. But gradually, the speed of the blood-red patterns spreading slowed down, and the Silver King let out sounds of apparent pain. The dosage is still insufficient. Xu Xin quickly ran downstairs to the mutation reagent synthesis station, made a new bottle of mutation reagent with an empty reagent bottle and tainted meat, and rushed upstairs to feed it to the Silver King. The Silver King's expression relaxed. Then the blood-red patterns suddenly spread rapidly across its entire body. Simultaneously, the 2 fangs on the Silver King's upper jaw grew out swiftly, with blood-red patterns on them, looking as mighty as those of a saber-toothed tiger. Its pupils turned completely blood-red, and the Silver King suddenly let out a long howl skyward, a woo. The long howl was more resounding than before, yet surprisingly, not a single wild beast in the jungle dared to make a sound. There weren't overly bright red dots around the treehouse. The surrounding beasts weren't strong, so they didn't dare to respond or provoke the Silver King's current howl. Has it succeeded? Xu Xin looked nervously at the Silver King in front of him, worried it might lose its will. He met that pair of blood-red eyes. The coldness in the eyes disappeared instantly as they met Xu Xin's gaze, and the Silver King took a couple of steps closer, rubbing its head against Xu Xin, letting out a woof. Haha, it worked. Xu Xin rubbed the Silver King's big head. Come on, let's go for a walk. Yep. Hearing Xu Xin say that, Kiki climbed onto his shoulder, indicating it also wanted to go down. The leopard at the side also rose to its feet. 1 person and 3 beasts stood beneath the treehouse. He mounted the back of the Silver King. Go, Silver King, with your fastest speed, let's head to that salt cave. A woo. The Silver King let out a wolf howl and sprinted forward with Xu Xin on its back. Whoa! Xu Xin was amazed by the Silver King's speed. Before mutation, its maximum speed was around 40 kilometers per hour, but now, it felt twice as fast. Carrying Xu Xin, it still reached a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. It had already reached the minimum speed limit on Earth's highways, and could enter the highway. The fierce wind slapped against Xu Xin's face, almost blowing him numb. He pulled an iron helmet from his backpack and put it on, using it as a motorcycle helmet. Or should it be called a wolf rider's helmet? Kiki had already climbed down from Xu Xin's shoulder, clutching tightly to the fur on Silver King's neck, lest it be thrown off. For the leopard, 80 kilometers per hour wasn't much. Even without mutation, its speed was faster, so it was easily running alongside the Silver King. But Xu Xin knew, even though this speed was nothing for the leopard, it couldn't run for long. At most a few minutes before it would be panting and exhausted. Endurance was the biggest weakness of felines, but the Silver King could maintain this speed to run for extended periods. Not far away, a sika deer was chewing the grass on the ground. Out eating grass so late at night, such irregular living habits. That's not good. Silver King, bite that deer to death. Owl. The Silver King let out a howl and raced towards the sika deer. The sika deer, startled by the Silver King's howl, bolted at full speed, but its speed was too slow compared to the Silver King now. The Silver King caught up effortlessly and bit the sika deer's neck. As Xu Xin watched, those two fangs pierced straight through the sika deer's neck, and with one snap of the Silver King's wolf jaws, the bones were instantly crushed, and the deer's head separated from its body completely. The Silver King shook its head, throwing the deer's head from its mouth onto the ground. Nicely done. Xu Xin felt his blood boiling and shouted excitedly. Ing. Kiki, witnessing all of this, wasn't scared at all. Instead, it clapped its little paws in a human-like manner, indicating that Silver King was very impressive. The leopard next to it didn't react much. Seeing everything come to a halt, it took the opportunity to lay down and rest. Xu Xin dismounted from the wolf, disassembled the deer, and tossed all the venison to the drooling Silver King. You must be really hungry right after the mutation, here you go. Silver King immediately started to feast heartily. It seemed really hungry, devouring at an incredible speed with its strong teeth. In just a few minutes, it had eaten all the venison of the entire deer. Silver King appeared to still have a hint of wanting more. Even though he had only ridden Silver King for about 2 minutes, Xu Xin was already very close to that salt mine cave. He couldn't help but marvel at how mobile he had become. The current protective range of the treehouse is only 6 kilometers in radius. Even from one edge of the protected area to the other, it's only about 12 kilometers, which Silver King can cross in less than 10 minutes at full speed. A 10-minute run is nothing for Silver King, who at most will just pant a little. Having a wolf feels great. Xu Xin rode Silver King to the salt mine cave. The previously mined salt wasn't much, and the demand from the entire area was quite high, so it was time to restock. After mining dozens of kilograms of salt, Xu Xin returned to the treehouse with the 3 beasts. Newly mutated, Silver King was very energetic. No longer lying in the corner all the time, it constantly harassed the leopard wanting to rest outside, eager for another showdown which annoyed the leopard, who kept pushing Silver King away with its paws. Meanwhile, Xu Xin cuddled Kiki as he settled into the couch. So comfortable, Xu Xin exclaimed as he nestled into the couch. Holding a fluffy ball in his arms felt comfortable, and having finished dealing with most things, his mind relaxed, putting him in a state of comfort and ease. Thinking about being able to take a day off tomorrow made Xu Xin even more comfortable. However, there were still things to do tomorrow, like asking the giant crocodile for help with those bothersome piranhas in his lake. The couch on screen seemed a bit far, with no remote, and Xu Xin didn't want to get up. He simply stayed nestled in the couch, swiped open his watch, and turned to the regional channel. The regional channel was still bustling with activity. What are you all doing with that extra layer? What else? A bedroom, of course. Working downstairs and sleeping upstairs, it's much more comfortable. Don't say that. Why didn't I enter the underground city? I so want a 2-story small villa. There are still nearly 4,000 people in the regional channel, and only about 1,800 people, less than half, receive the +1 treehouse layer reward. However, for the low-level small treehouses, adding a layer only makes them less cramped. Its practical function pales compared to his top-floor plantation. The explorers group was also quite lively. With ample logs and wood, everyone was considering selling treehouse crossbows or interior facilities. Ji Chaiyong. Everyone, there are currently a lot of logs and wood circulating on the trading platform. You can gather some. With sufficient raw materials, we can sell weapons externally. Zhao Xiaochuan, yay. I'm going to earn a lot. Let's set high prices, everyone. Wang Lei, what are you talking about? If the prices are too high, won't fewer people buy? Don't you know about small profits but quick returns? Wen Guixin. Exactly, sell more crossbows first. What's important is the after-sales service. Although crossbow arrows can be recycled, they can't be reused many times and are easy to lose, still a consumable. By then, we can just raise the crossbow arrow prices a bit and sit back to collect money. Zhao Xiaochuan. I'm still too young. You guys are such cunning merchants, but I like it. Qishu Fa. Do any of you have any medicinal materials? You can trade with me, and I can make new medicines in the next 2 days and distribute them to everyone. Li Wenxi. Haven't you all been gathering medicinal herbs all along? Still not enough. Qishu Fa. The ones gathered from others are all low-grade medicinal materials, which are very limited in effect. Li Wenxi's use of you all made Xu Xin blink. He scrolled up through the records and discovered that Qishu Fa had admitted she had formed suspension of herbs and relief to collect resources from explorers' members more conveniently. It turns out, Qishu Fa and her brother Qi Zishuan both ended up in this world together and coincidentally in the same area. The two are descendants of a family of traditional Chinese medicine, well-versed in medicinal materials and aware of the need for doctors in this world. So they co-founded the Suspension of Herbs and Relief Organization, continuously selling hemostatic herbs throughout the area and collecting a large number of medicinal materials for processing. Xu Xin didn't think this statement was false. It was probably the truth. As for ending up in the same area with her brother, it might not just be a coincidence. Qin Yunlong and Qin Yunhu are also brothers. However, this woman definitely hid some things, like where she got so much hemostatic grass and whether she had the ability to accelerate the cultivation of medicinal herbs. He's almost certain now that this world isn't just him having special abilities. This Qishu Fa likely has a skill related to medicine or medical arts. Everyone in Explorers didn't mind, even warmly welcomed it. Having a doctor who can make medicine in their organization is a strong guarantee of life. After discussing weapon sales in the group, the black gold ingots from Li Wenxi were finally smelted. She traded 10 black gold ingots to Xu Xin, who immediately went to the workbench to craft. Lightning Rod. Blew a metal rod that can avoid lightning damage, absorbing electricity from it to power the treehouse. The lightning rod that was crafted is a metal rod several meters long, tapering upwards, and can be installed at the top of the treehouse. Xu Xin was a bit worried that this thing might attract lightning to the treehouse and set its wooden structure on fire. However, according to the description, this lightning rod seems to have the ability to store electricity. Since it is meant to ward off harm, it should not cause any danger. He traded one of the rods to Li Wenxi and chose to place his own lightning rod. Please select the placement location. The screen showed the top of the treehouse. Since Xu Xin had a 4th-level treehouse, whose top happened to be pointed, he placed the lightning rod on the peak of the top level. Upon reaching the 4th floor, through the glass of the ceiling, he could see the lightning rod installed at the top of the treehouse, resembling an antenna. Hopefully, this thing will be useful for tomorrow's activities. After setting up the lightning rod, Xu Xin washed up, went to the bedroom, and lay down on his cotton mattress. To be honest, it's a bit hot. Even though it's nighttime now, the temperature is nearly 30 degrees, making the cotton mattress somewhat warm. With no other choice, Xu Xin temporarily removed the mattress and continued lying on the wooden bed, which, although not very comfortable, was much cooler. He patted Kiki, who was sprawled on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already past 6 in the morning, with sunlight streaming in through the bedroom window. Xu Xin sat up in bed, washed up, cooked, fed, and ate all in one go. By 7 o'clock, everything was ready, and he prepared to go to the entrance of the Black Bear Cave, where the creek-bottom crocodile was located, to check on the crocodile. I need to give you a name. Below the treehouse, gazing at the pacing mutated cheetah, Xu Xin stroked his chin. After all, you're just a big cat, and so aloof. Let's just call you Mimi. Mimi is what most people call all wild cats. Generally, when he encounters unknown wild cats on the road that he wants to pet, he calls them Mimi. The cheetah glanced at Xu Xin, then ignored him and continued elegantly pacing with its feline grace. Not speaking means you agree. From now on, you'll be called Mimi. Xu Xin firmly established the cheetah's name. The cheetah Mimi still ignored him, continuing to circle around at a distance of about 2 meters from him. Just as he was about to climb onto Silver King's back, Xu Xin was amazed to notice that Silver King seemed taller compared to its state right after mutation yesterday. Raising his foot to the previous height, he found he couldn't climb up. Has it grown bigger? Xu Xin stepped back a couple of paces to observe Silver King's body. Indeed, Silver King was a whole circle larger. If it used to weigh over 200 kilograms, now the Silver King weighs over 300 kilograms. Great! The stronger Silver King becomes, the happier Xu Xin is. He mounted Silver King's back. "Let's go to the giant crocodile's place." Silver King let out a howl and accelerated forward in a mad charge. Xu Xin was now dressed in leather armor four-piece set. The fierce wind in front had him quickly putting on his iron helmet. Kiki lay on Silver King, while the cheetah Mimi kept a close pace on the side. The team of 1 man and 3 beasts moved swiftly in perfect sync. "Mimi, kill that wild pig." Not far away, a wild pig was rooting at the ground. Xu Xin immediately commanded Mimi. Mimi instantly unleashed incredible speed, completely outpacing Silver King, and locked the wild pig's throat with one swift bite before it could react. The wild pig let out a miserable cry before Mimi swiped it on the head with a paw, instantly splitting its skull and killing it. Wild pig killed, points earned, 8 points. The familiar voice sounded again. Yesterday, he was too excited when Silver King killed the cicadere to notice, but now he knew his contract beasts could also earn him points by slaying monsters. The wound on the wild pig's throat wasn't as exaggerated as yesterday's cicadere. After all, Silver King enhanced its canine teeth, whereas Mimi strengthened its claws. The power of that swipe made Xu Xin feel a bit uneasy. Hey, no eating. Didn't you have breakfast already?" Seeing Mimi about to feast, Xu Xin immediately stopped it. He had killed this wild pig intending to give it as a gift to the giant crocodile. He hadn't even thought of breaking it down. Giving a whole pig looked much better than offering some slices of pork. Mimi protested with a dissatisfied sound, but obediently did not take a bite. It seems that the mutated beasts have a much larger appetite than normal beasts. Yesterday, Silver King ate an entire deer, perhaps to store energy for its post-mutation growth, but with twice the speed comes higher energy consumption, naturally increasing their appetite. He needs to hunt more and also consider ways to preserve food for longer periods. In the current weather, hunted beast meat lasts at most 3 days before it's completely inedible, making it difficult to keep a supply of meat, which left him feeling slightly uncertain. He packed the whole wild pig into his backpack, and the 1 man and 3 beasts continued onward. Even though breakfast was already behind them, Silver King and Mimi seemed not to have filled their stomachs. Xu Xin allowed them to hunt directly along the way. These 2 guys were now exceptionally powerful, with a hunting success rate of up to 100% against ordinary small animals. Finally, Xu Xin reached the streamside where the giant crocodile resided. Sure enough, the giant python appeared again. Xu Xin looked towards the center of the lake from the window. The giant python had only revealed half the length of its body, yet it was nearly as long as the giant crocodile. Of course, its diameter of 2 meters still seemed slender compared to the crocodile's strong body. The 2 gave a feeling of evenly matched, confronting each other without moving. Witnessing this scene, he didn't dare to breathe heavily, nervously watching every move of the 2 giant beasts. Previously, he had seen this giant python only at night. Although he had the night vision from the red berries at the time, it was still clearer to see the patterns on the python's body during the day, and more to appreciate its enormity and ferocity. The giant crocodile seemed not to be dealing with the piranhas from the start. It just wanted to use these fish to lure the lake giant python. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lingered at the lake center and signaled to Xu Xin to stay away from the lakeshore. What kind of grudge exists between these 2 giant beasts? At this moment, Kiki also climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder, while Silver King and Mimi clung to the window on either side of Xu Xin, watching outside. Mimi was unprecedentedly very close to him, apparently intrigued by the confrontation between these beasts much larger and stronger than them. Xu Xin gripped the window ledge tightly, staring unblinkingly at the actions of the 2 giant beasts. Suddenly, the giant python's gaze shifted from the crocodile and slowly looked towards the direction of Xu Xin's treehouse. Xu Xin felt his gaze met the giant python's once again, just like that night. Those eyes were as deep and dark as an abyss, unfathomable, causing his breath to halt for a moment. What's going on? Why is it suddenly staring at him? Brother Crocodile, take him down. As if hearing Xu Xin's exchange, the giant crocodile, which had gradually submerged in water to nearly invisible, suddenly erupted, its enormous mouth fiercely biting at the python's body. The giant python might have been attracted by Xu Xin's tall treehouse, or perhaps it was looking directly at Xu Xin. Either way, it truly had a momentary lapse, allowing the erupting crocodile to viciously bite its body. Immediately after, the crocodile started to swing its head wildly, seemingly trying to tear the giant python apart directly. The suddenly ambushed giant python thrashed its huge body strongly in the lake water, and the two giant beasts suddenly began a frenzied battle in a lake the size of a reservoir. Like a bomb detonating in the tranquil lake, waves surged, splashes flew all over the jungle, even spilling through the treehouse window, hitting Xu Xin's face. The giant python didn't have vocal cords, so it wouldn't roar like normal beasts, but it could still make hissing or gasping sounds. At this moment, the merely gasping sound from the giant python caused the trees around the lake to gently shake. Countless leaves vibrated and fell. Its scales were incredibly tough, yet smooth. After several struggles, it quickly freed itself from the crocodile's mouth. There were deep marks due to the crocodile's bite. Some scales showed signs of falling off, and the oozing blood stained a small area of the water. But this injury didn't cause any impediment to its actions. The injured and furious giant python stopped caring about Xu Xin's side and instead emitted an angry sound at the giant crocodile, then directly launched an attack. The giant python moved incredibly fast in the water, diving sharply towards the crocodile's body, aiming to bite. The crocodile, unwilling to show weakness, let out a thunderous roar, facing the python's attack head-on, opening its giant mouth to bite at the python's approaching head. On the map, the bright red dot of the python seemed even more vivid, while all other wildlife within a kilometer radius around the lake remained motionless, terrified by the battle between the two giant beasts. The python's body was very agile in the water, also fearing to be bitten by the crocodile. It dodged the crocodile's attack with a swift move, while the crocodile dove into the water, splashing several meters high, blocking Xu Xin's view. In the next half-minute, Xu Xin could only see countless splashes rising, water droplets flying far, entering the window, scattered on his face. In the chaos, they could only broadly see the two giant beasts entwining in combat at the lake's center. One moment the crocodile had the python in its mouth, death rolling. The next moment the python bit onto the crocodile's body, tightly coiling and dragging underwater, leaving only the turbulent water surface indicating the unrest below. Splashes scattered, blood red spread. Suddenly, the crocodile burst out of the water and swam towards the shore, still biting a piece of meat from the python's body. However, the crocodile itself was covered in injuries, bleeding continuously from several fang holes. The surrounding lake had already turned red with blood. Brother Crocodile won. The fight only lasted a minute, and half of the time was underwater. Xu Xin had no idea what happened. Although not seeing much, one person and three beasts continued to intently watch the lake. Suddenly, the python also darted out of the water. It was visible that a large piece of scale armor attached with flesh was forcibly torn off by the crocodile, leaving a shallow pit. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound, but the flesh seemed to be wriggling. Xu Xin gasped. The wounds on the giant python looked extremely painful. The flesh was forcibly torn off. The giant python hissed at the giant crocodile by the shore, but didn't swim over to continue the battle. The giant crocodile, already by the shore, turned around, raised its head, and swallowed the piece of flesh into its stomach right in front of the python. Seeing this, Xu Xin raised an eyebrow. This big guy is provoking, huh? Sure enough, the giant python let out an angry huff towards the giant crocodile's direction, its whole body even trembling slightly, but still didn't move forward. The giant crocodile also remained still in the shallow water area of the lake, staring at the lake giant python, as they stood off against each other again. So, is this a tie? Mutual defeat? Or did Brother Crocodile win slightly? Xu Xin's gaze was drawn once again to the giant python's wound. The flesh in the enormous wound wriggled slowly, healing at a visible speed. In just the few dozen seconds they stood off, the wound already looked less terrifying than before. Such strong self-healing ability. At this moment, the giant crocodile suddenly seemed to burp. Its body trembled for a moment. Then it twisted its head and spat several scales towards the shore. The scales were stone-like silver gray, clearly from the giant python. This move was purely a provocation to the giant python in the center of the lake. The giant python finally couldn't stand it anymore, opened its crimson mouth to threaten the giant crocodile with a huff. Just when Xu Xin thought it would charge towards the crocodile regardless, it suddenly turned to gaze at the direction of the treehouse. Eek! Kiki was startled by the sudden turn of the giant python, hiding behind Xu Xin. Silver King and Mimi were not that scared. Mimi even clung to the window ledge, huffing back at the python, Whether it hurt her or not was another matter. Before Xu Xin could react to what was happening, the giant python suddenly spun its head and dove into the water like before, its body rapidly twisting until it vanished, leaving only ripples on the water and gradually fading blood. On the map, the bright red dot of the lake giant python also disappeared, leaving only a few faint red dots near the edge of the lake's center. Those were the remaining piranhas who seemed to be scared senseless, staying absolutely still. Ran away. Xu Xin felt uncertain, until the giant crocodile by the shore roared towards him. Then he reacted, "Let's go down." Approaching the giant crocodile, Xu Xin could see the wounds all over its body. Watching from afar wasn't clear, but up close, the blood holes were terrifying. Some scales were deformed due to the python's constriction. "Brother Crocodile, are you okay? Do you need any help?" Xu Xin quickly asked. This was a giant beast that could understand him, and willing to help his great treasure, he couldn't let anything happen to it. The crocodile gently shook its head, pointed to the scales on the ground with its long crocodile snout, then turned to follow the creek back to where it came from. It seemed to be heading home. "Brother Crocodile, thank you. Take care. I'll bring you some good food next time." Xu Xin shouted towards the crocodiles retreating back. "Eek!" Kiki echoed Xu Xin. "Ah dash, this time." Even Silver King joined in bidding farewell to the crocodile. Only Mimi, who saw the crocodile for the first time, didn't care about the departing creature, focusing solely on the 3 huge scales on the ground. The crocodile didn't look back, nor slowed its pace, responding to Xu Xin and the others' farewell with a gentle sound. Until the crocodile's silhouette vanished, Xu Xin finally looked away toward the lake's center. By this time, the lake had turned a faint red, dyed by the blood of both the python and crocodile. But the good news was that the piranhas in the lake were reduced to a few stragglers in the center. They were the survivors of this great battle. Out of the original thousands in the lake's center, only these few remained, and they didn't dare expand anymore, had just been near the shore, but now had swum back to the center, moving back and forth in a very small area, not daring to venture further. Xu Xin, no longer bothered with the pitiful piranhas in the center, turned to look at the 4 scales on the ground, each as large as a small table and very solid. His identification skill activated, revealing the scales shimmering with a purple glow. "Whoa, purple-grade materials." Xu Xin hurriedly bent down to pick up the 4 scales. Giant python scale, purple scales from the giant python, can be used for armor crafting, creating incredibly durable armor. Xu Xin suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Purple-grade materials for crafting armor. Previously, when Xu Xin defeated mid-level mutant beasts, he only obtained blue-grade special weapon materials. Unexpectedly, the scales scraped from the giant python were purple-grade special armor crafting materials. He obtained such high-level materials with such ease. "Brother Crocodile, you are truly my lucky star." Xu Xin, holding back his excitement, stored the materials in his backpack. Back at the treehouse, Xu Xin eagerly rushed to his weapon and armor crafting station. He wanted to use the giant anaconda scales to make a set of purple-grade armor. Opening the list, there were a few crafting options quietly added to the list. Anaconda scale armor, purple powerful and resilient armor. Wearing it ensures no beast can break your defense. Requires giant anaconda scale, purple, *1, iron block, blue, *3. Anaconda scale helmet, purple won't die even with a headshot. Requires giant anaconda scale, purple, *1, iron block, blue, *3. In addition, there are anaconda scale greaves, purple, and anaconda scale boots, purple, forming a 4-piece set. That's way too expensive. A set of armor not only requires 4 purple-grade materials, but also needs 12 blue-grade iron blocks. That's a bit outrageous, considering each blue-grade iron block can create a blue-grade piece of armor or weapon, or a special function iron tool. 12 blue-grade iron blocks are simply sky-high. Just as Xu Xin was considering giving up on this armor set for now, he noticed the small text introduction under each piece of equipment, which described the suit effects. Anaconda Scale Armor 4-piece set. Purple greatly increases strength, grants the ability to freely swim in water, and has a deterrent effect on aquatic creatures. I'm going to spend all I have to make this set. Just the greatly increases strength part is enough to be attractive. You know, it's the first time Xu Xin has seen the adjective greatly in an introduction. What's more, the ability to freely swim in water is like gaining a powerful skill for Xu Xin, who is basically like a landlubber. Combined with the deterrent effect on aquatic creatures, it allows him to move in water as freely as on land. Xu Xin immediately messaged Li Wenci. Are you in the treehouse? I want blue-grade iron blocks. Li Wenci replied quickly. I am. How many do you need? Xu Xin felt a bit embarrassed to ask, but he finally typed. 12 blocks. Do you have them? I can trade blue-grade fertilizer with you. He currently had no source of iron ore and could only rely on Li Wenci. After much consideration, he realized that he had more points, and among the things that could be bought with points, the value and cost-effectiveness of blue-grade fertilizer were definitely the highest. Li Wenci. Did you mistype? 12 blocks. Xu Xin. No, it's 12 blocks. The other side instantly sent him a video. On the screen, she was in the treehouse, which was neatly organized and had undergone major renovations. You're not planning to sell blue-grade weapons and equipment, are you? We don't have enough for ourselves. If we sell it all to you, what are we going to do later? Li Wenci immediately started voicing her thoughts. No, you misunderstood. Xu Xin was a bit amused and helpless. I'm not selling them. I'm going to use them myself. Huh? You're going to use that many yourself? Yes, I've obtained some special materials to make high-level equipment, but they require a lot of blue-grade iron blocks. Needing that many blue iron blocks, could it be purple grade? Li Wenci tentatively asked, but quickly waved her hand. If you don't want to say, forget it. Yes, it's purple grade. Xu Xin said frankly, as it's nothing to hide. Purple grade armor. Each piece requires 3 blue-grade iron blocks. Li Wenci's almond-shaped eyes widened, covering her mouth with her hand. Really? Purple grade armor set? Oh my, your special materials are really purple grade. Li Wenci currently had a blue-grade iron armor set, so she knew equipment above blue-grade had suit effects, but she didn't ask further as she understood some things shouldn't be questioned, and Xu Xin would naturally share if he wanted to. All right then, since you're using it yourself, I'll sell it to you. 12 blue-grade iron blocks. Li Wenci pursed her lips. Despite currently mining blue-grade black gold blocks, the number of blue-grade iron blocks was still very limited. Losing 12 blocks all at once was unsettling. Sigh. Time to mine again to replenish the stock. The region's #1 man is hard to sustain. 12 blue-grade iron blocks for your 3 bags of blue-grade fertilizer. That's not excessive, right? Li Wenci proposed a reasonable price. Even though blue-grade soil is a permanent strategic resource, soil alone is useless as planting requires time for plant growth. The profit cycle for a blue-grade soil block is very long, requiring at least 5 days without a pot, which is much too long for current survivors. The treehouse can't be replanted, so the value of fertile soil isn't as high as imagined. 1 bag of fertilizer for 4 blue-grade iron blocks seemed a bit low to Xu Xin, so he naturally agreed immediately. Okay. Xu Xin promptly exchanged 3 bags of fertilizer from the points mall, spending a hefty 1050 points, reducing his overall points to just over 500. But this wasn't a problem, as hunting for points was still easy for him. He didn't even need to move. Just having the Silver King and Mimi work was enough. He planned to summon the pair in the altar and take them down to see what happens. After exchanging materials with Li Wenci, they exchanged information before hanging up the video call. Xu Xin immediately ran to the weapon and armor crafting station, eager to create purple-grade armor. Clicking on Crafting Anaconda Scale Armor instantly brought up an option. Success rate for crafting this armor is 80%. Do you want to continue crafting? Xu Xin. It's here. Success rate. Xu Xin still remembered, when crafting the blue-tier chair, the introduction mentioned its function of increasing crafting success rate. He realized at that time that when crafting purple tier or higher items, there would be a possibility of failure. Sure enough, his guess was correct. He could perhaps swallow his pride and ask Li Wenci for more blue iron blocks, but his Titanoboa scales were limited to 4 pieces. He absolutely couldn't afford to fail. Xu Xin immediately brought over the chair, sat on it, clicked Craft, and instantly another option popped up. The success rate for crafting this protective gear is 90%. Do you wish to proceed? Success rate increased by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%. If you look at the failure rate, it directly halves the probability of failure. However, the success rate still isn't 100%, making Xu Xin quite anxious. Success rates are truly unsettling, much like gambling. Xu Xin suddenly remembered he had eaten a koi bot from Qin Yunlong, which was supposed to increase luck. He wondered whether this 90% success rate was influenced before or after the koi's luck. Xu Xin thought of his shovel, which he hadn't replaced with iron tools yet. Shovels also had a probability, a 50% chance to obtain tree seeds. He immediately took out the shovel and looked at its description. At this moment, the description hadn't changed. It was still 50%. Xu Xin immediately went down to dig up a dozen white poplars, and finally found that he only failed to obtain seeds every third tree, indicating the probability had changed, not 50% anymore. The luck from the koi indeed impacted probabilities, but seemingly not the numbers. The probability of crafting the scale armor was like a spinning wheel, with 90% in the red area and 10% in the white area. The koi's effect seemed to slow the pointer within the red area somewhat, meaning the possibility of failure still existed, but it became very small. I'm going for it. A few percentage points of failure probability. I don't believe I'll be that unlucky. Xu Xin gritted his teeth and decided to craft directly. He took Kiki, who was comfortably nestled on the sofa, out and held her in his arms. This little guy was his lucky star. From a mystical perspective, it might add some success rate for him. Ying. Kiki, who was almost asleep nestled on the sofa, was suddenly picked up by Xu Xin, feeling a little dissatisfied, and cried out twice. But fortunately, Xu Xin's arms were also quite comfortable, so she found a cozy position again and curled up, closing her eyes. Coming to the crafting table, sitting in his chair, Xu Xin clicked to craft the scale armor. The success rate for crafting this protective gear is 90%. Do you wish to proceed? He gritted his teeth and clicked yes. Crafting successful. Patting Keek's little head, Xu Xin's worried heart was slightly eased. A piece of scale armor appeared in his hand, overall showing a rocky gray-white color, looking not particularly striking, very simple, completely lacking the dazzling and mighty brilliance of the scales when on the Titanoboa. If thrown into a pile of stones, it might be hard to spot without careful looking. But this suited Xu Xin's intention well. He didn't want to attract attention. This world was way too dangerous, fraught with monsters everywhere. Quickly deciding, Xu Xin immediately chose to craft the next piece. Crafting successful. Crafting successful. 3 consecutive successes made Xu Xin's heart race. Now it was down to the last piece. The last piece was boots, which Xu Xin considered not too important. Though they might not hugely impact protective effects, lacking any piece would nullify the full set effect, which was quite serious. Instead of wearing mismatched pieces, Xu Xin preferred different armor, even if the defense was slightly lower, but at least it offered a set effect. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xin clicked to craft. Crafting successful. Beautiful. Xu Xin burst out loudly. Now the scale armor set was complete. He could go underwater now. He suddenly thought of those piranhas in the lake center. They couldn't be left alone. If they kept breeding, it would again be a hassle. He had to eliminate them completely. Xu Xin immediately took off the blue-level leather armor he was wearing and donned the python scale armor. A warm current flowed from his heart to his limbs and gradually returned. Is this the drastic strength enhancement? Xu Xin felt the power in his body, which he had never mastered before, and murmured to himself. His body had gone through several enhancements in strength. The first time was the effect of the blue-level bear paw he got when he first hunted beasts. The second and third were the effects of contracts in gold and silver treasure chests. His treehouse also had a human statue that could enhance all Xu Xin's physical attributes within the treehouse's protection range, including strength. With this scale armor outfit on, he even felt he could punch a big elephant to death. Of course, this is just his feeling, but it must be said, his current strength is definitely several times more than when he first came to this world, and might have even surpassed the ultimate strength of humans on Earth. However, the most important feature of this scale armor is not the strength amplification, but the ability it granted him to dive underwater without being disturbed by aquatic creatures. Xu Xin did not bring the 3 beasts, but came alone to the lakeside. The lake water now had a faint red tint, stained by the blood of the giant python and giant crocodile. No one knows how much blood these 2 beasts bled. It doesn't seem like much, but perhaps due to the special nature of their blood, the entire lake was affected. What a waste of this blood. Xu Xin felt a bit heartbroken. The blood of such giant beasts might indeed carry special properties, just like the blood of high-level mutant beasts that can be used to make ink for mutant beast contracts. The giant python and giant crocodile are definitely stronger than high-level mutant beasts. Chang'an once said he could only defend against high-level mutant beasts, but Xu Xin certainly didn't believe he could defend himself against these two giants. A few scales that fell off the giant python were already of purple level. He couldn't imagine the level of these two beasts. Xu Xin scooped up a handful of water and sniffed it, detecting no odor. Due to being a small amount, the water in his hands no longer showed any red tint, and he received no notifications, indicating that this lake water was just ordinary and not usable. Could this blood cause the creatures in the lake to mutate? He hurriedly looked towards the heart of the lake and suddenly found that the few remaining piranhas had grown larger, originally small fish like tiny pomfret, now as big as large carp. Really? Did I guess it right? He felt as if he had eaten a fly. Originally, he brought the giant crocodile to deal with the piranhas completely because he feared using polluted meat would cause these fish to mutate, yet after all that effort, some still ended up mutated. However, the scales the crocodile brought back were the biggest gain. At least, now he could dive underwater and deal with the piranhas himself. It's the most opportune time to root them out since their numbers are at their lowest. Xu Xin was a bit worried about whether the injured giant python would emerge from the lake bed again. If he faced that giant creature, it would be a dead end. Let's test the effects of this scale armor. He walked into the lake, gradually wading forward in the shallows. He discovered that his unremarkable scale armor had become mirror-like smooth once in contact with water, polished metal-like shiny, reflecting rocky hues, and looking completely different from before touching water, strongly resembling the lake giant python's appearance. Looks like this suit is really meant for underwater use. Xu Xin continued wading forward, and gradually, most of his body was submerged. The fish and shrimp in the lake did not scatter due to his presence. They stayed motionless. Xu Xin approached a carp and grabbed it. If not for the fish's brief struggles in his hand, he would have thought it was dead. Yet even this carp's vitality was weak, only twitching twice before going motionless again, its mouth opening and closing to indicate it was still alive. What's going on? Is it the effect of the scale armor outfit or the influence of the lake's blood? Xu Xin frowned. Releasing the fish, he dared not eat any fish from here, given that Lake Heart's piranhas had already mutated. He wouldn't trust ordinary fish to be unaffected. He decided to wait a few days and see the situation. Perhaps some advanced fish species might emerge, similar to the koi that Xin Yunlong discovered. The water level had risen past his neck. Xu Xin took a deep breath and dove underwater. Trying to open his eyes underwater, he felt no discomfort. Usually, visibility becomes blurry underwater, but Xu Xin's vision was crystal clear, although the deep water area was darker and less visible. He tried kicking his legs and discovered that he, who previously took over a minute to swim just 50 meters, could now swim effortlessly and swiftly underwater. Xu Xin thought, if he participated in the Olympics now, he could easily bring home a gold medal. Only a zone of 20 to 30 meters from the lake shore was shallow. From the ankle-deep initial depth, it reached just under 2 meters deep at the 30-meter mark. The water in the lake was very clear, but overall had a faint blood-red tint, like a thin red filter atop it. Swimming forward several dozen meters, Xu Xin encountered a scene that made his hair stand on end. At 20 to 30 meters, the lake's bottom depth suddenly increased like a cliff, and a gigantic underwater cavern appeared before his eyes. This giant hole at the bottom of the lake is like a massive well, incredibly deep and dark, making it nearly impossible to see what's below. Only faintly can one make out something swimming in the depths. Its size much larger than Xu Xin. Though Xu Xin doesn't have a fear of deep seas, the sight of the mysterious giant hole underwater, along with the mysterious creatures swimming within, caused his legs to tremble slightly. Truly creepy, Xu Xin thought to himself. Using his identification ability, Xu Xin discovered that on the walls of this giant hole, some blue-grade aquatic plants were growing, not very deep, just under a depth of 10 meters. For now, avoiding the deep water areas, Xu Xin kicked his legs, turning around to swim in the shallower waters. The shallow waters of this lake had no blue resources, but did have some green resources. Pebbles, green stones washed by the stream, somehow ended up in the lake. Watergrass, green edible aquatic plants, offering a taste unlike vegetables on land. Clay, green raw material for pottery and ceramics. Until he couldn't hold his breath anymore, Xu Xin popped his head out of the water. There were few resources in the shallow waters, but many living creatures, various fish, shrimp, and lake clams. His identification ability couldn't determine the grade of living things. He had to kill them to obtain materials. Of course, they might only have culinary value. However, Xu Xin didn't plan to catch these fish, shrimp, or clams now since he wasn't lacking in food. He'd wait and see in a few days. He decided to first deal with the piranhas at the center of the lake, then go down to take a look and gather some blue resources from the walls of the giant hole. With the effect of the scale armor set at play now, dealing with a few piranhas shouldn't be too much of an issue. As aquatic life tends to multiply rapidly, if he didn't eradicate them thoroughly, he might soon face another group. As for the lake giant python, it probably wouldn't appear since it's injured. Even if it did, it would take roughly 6 or 7 seconds from the red dot lighting up to it truly surfacing, which gives Xu Xin enough time to swiftly retreat from the center of the lake. Eating the night vision enabling red berries and the blue watergrass he previously bought from Qin Yunlong, Xu Xin gained the ability to breathe underwater for half an hour. He took out his spear as a harpoon and then plunged into the water. At first, he didn't dare to breathe, but after swimming a few strokes, Xu Xin tried to breathe and found he could indeed breathe underwater. The lake water didn't get sucked into him when he inhaled. He seemed able to extract gas directly from the water to breathe. He kicked his legs, swimming quickly towards the center of the lake. He felt his swimming speed was even faster than most fish. The few piranhas at the center of the lake, although they had grown larger, still moved within a small range. Even when Xu Xin reached the edge of their territory, they had noticed him but still didn't attack. Instead, they retreated to the furthest position within their range and remained motionless. Is this the effect of the scale armor set, creating a deterrent effect on aquatic creatures? Xu Xin thought as he looked at the few piranhas a few meters away. Just before he arrived, these 5 piranhas were swimming back and forth within that range. Once he was there, they remained motionless at the surface of the water. The effect is so obvious. Perhaps it's because the scale armor is made from the scale of their leader that it has such a good effect. Xu Xin pondered for a moment, didn't approach, but instead put away the spear, taking out his crossbow. Shooting with a crossbow is perfect for fish half floating on the water's surface. When far from the shore, Xu Xin couldn't reach them, but now that he's this close, and they don't move at all, the crossbow is more than suitable. Of course, the main reason is that Xu Xin doesn't want to enter the area where they are active. He has a feeling that this area restricting the piranha's movement signifies something. Entering might provoke the giant python or something else. Floating to the surface with the crossbow, Xu Xin aimed at one of the piranhas and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrow accurately hit the other piranha next to the target. The surface doesn't allow for the best stability, and Xu Xin wasn't yet familiar with his ability, so it was normal for the first shot to miss. The pierced piranha was penetrated by the arrow, with the head and tail remaining on opposite sides of its body, making it look like a fish skewered and ready for the grill. The injured piranha began writhing in pain, blood flowing out, dyeing the surrounding water red. Just as Xu Xin was about to fire another arrow, a surprising scene unfolded. The remaining 4 still piranhas suddenly went berserk, biting fiercely at the injured piranha. Within merely 10 seconds, the piranha pierced by Xu Xin turned into a bare fish skeleton, slowly sinking towards the lake's center, along with his arrow. After devouring their kind, the other 4 piranhas resumed their motionless state. This, even cannibalistic? Xu Xin was shocked. Xu Xin's crossbow bolt didn't kill the piranha. Instead, it ended up dying under the mouths of its own kind. These piranhas were probably very hungry due to their recent mutation, which led to such a situation. After Silver King completed its mutation, it ate an entire deer and still seemed unsatisfied. This made Xu Xin even more determined to wipe them out. After a full meal, Silver King grew significantly larger the next day, and these fish couldn't be allowed to keep growing. The fact that these piranhas were so hungry they attacked their own kind worked in Xu Xin's favor. He thought that to kill a large mutated piranha, it would take several crossbow bolts. Although he had gathered quite a few bolts along the underground trap path, he still wanted to conserve them if possible. Another bolt shot out, and the same scene played out again. The other 3 fish immediately started frenziedly biting the injured, bleeding fish. In just 10 seconds, the second fish was reduced to a skeleton, with not even a trace of the previous fish's flesh in its stomach left uneaten by the other 3. So easy. Xu Xin was happy, though it was a bit unfortunate that he couldn't obtain materials from the piranhas. He himself was too cautious to enter that area. Being eaten is just what happened. After taking down one more piranha, Xu Xin shot the remaining 2, letting them bite each other until the two piranhas, eaten to the bone, fell into the abyss at the bottom of the lake. Thus, the piranhas in the lake's center were completely dealt with. The beast's awakening removed a thorn that had stuck in his heart. Xu Xin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Next, he was going to explore the giant hole at the bottom of the lake. He didn't dare to swim directly downward, but first swam back to the shallow water area. After all, the piranha's activity area was at the lake's center, directly above the abyssal hole. Looking directly down from the lake's center, the bottomless, pitch-black abyss truly inspired fear, as he was always worried a giant beast might swim up from the deep and swallow him whole. Reaching the edge where the hole suddenly deepened, he began to slowly dive down. Xu Xin had done underwater diving before. While vacationing in the southernmost islands of his homeland, he experienced diving with a professional instructor, reaching depths of around 10 meters. Prior to diving, he underwent about half an hour of basic training, and, coupled with some self-research, he understood well the impact of water pressure on the human body. The pressure in deep water is extremely daunting, posing threats to various bodily organs. During his descent, Xu Xin started assessing the pressure's effect on him. When he experienced diving before, at a depth of 3 to 4 meters, his ears started to feel uncomfortable and he needed to equalize them. But this time, Xu Xin felt the same discomfort only after diving approximately 7 to 8 meters. Using the learned method, he pinched his nose and blew, easing the discomfort in his ears. Xu Xin began to calculate in his mind. Previously, at a depth of 3 to 4 meters during his diving experience, he began to feel uncomfortable, but now, not until about 7 to 8 meters did the sensation occur, indicating that the impact of water pressure was reduced due to his scale armor, allowing him to dive twice as deep. Without diving equipment, a regular person could dive to a maximum depth of 10 meters. Trained professional divers could reach over 15 meters, but that's about it. 17 to 18 meters is nearly the limit for most professional divers diving without gear. Of course, the world record set by top adventurers is far higher, though he, as a complete outsider, can't compare with professional divers, let alone world records. He's simply a regular person who has once experienced diving, understanding well that he lacks diving experience. Without gear, even though he can breathe underwater, a depth of a little over 10 meters is probably his limit. With gear, he could attempt to explore depths around 20 meters. 20 meters is not shallow at all. The height of 7 floors is only about 20 meters. He would not venture deeper. Deep water is a treacherous domain. This giant hole is extremely dangerous. Not even considering the possible underwater creatures, the pressure alone could kill him if he dives too deep. Even if he manages to surface, the consequences would be severe. He cherished his life and didn't wish to court death. However, the blue-grade resources on those cave walls were estimated to be around a depth of 20 meters. He could attempt to harvest them. Diving to roughly 15 meters, Xu Xin finally saw the blue-grade resources. They were strips of aquatic plants growing on the cave walls, swaying with the slow currents in the cave as 3 stalks of deep green water plants. It seems that he just ate the blue-grade aquatic plant. Who would have thought this kind of aquatic plant would grow on the cave walls 20 meters underwater? Slowly swimming downward, Xu Xin eventually reached the blue-grade aquatic plants. Indeed, they were aquatic plants, blue, which provide underwater breathing abilities. The blue-grade water plants he had purchased from Xu Xin. This water grass most likely only grows at this depth. I didn't expect that Xu Xin and his brother could dive to a depth of 20 meters. They are truly professional diving instructors. Xu Xin didn't think they had the same purple-grade equipment as him. They probably relied entirely on their own abilities to dive, or they possessed some kind of special underwater ability. Harvesting the water grass from the cave wall and storing it in his backpack, Xu Xin began to rotate along the cave wall at this depth. There were also some blue-grade water grasses growing on the cave walls, and he intended to collect all of them, as these were strategic resources. Swimming along the cave wall, Xu Xin looked further into the depths of the cave. Directly facing the depths of this giant cave always gave him a creepy feeling. It made him profoundly understand the feeling that when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. He always felt that something in the depths of the giant cave was staring at him. Could it be that giant python, or something else entirely? Maybe it was just his imagination. As he had already dived 20 meters, Xu Xin was much closer to those things, which were larger than him and were swimming back and forth in the depths of the giant cave. He could already vaguely see what they looked like. They were a kind of fish, 3 to 4 meters in length, with very sharp mouths and protruding eyes, though their bodies were quite flat and looked a bit strange. The color of these fish was almost the same as the surrounding cave walls. If they weren't swimming as they were now, but instead were sticking to the cave walls, Xu Xin probably wouldn't have been able to spot them. Fortunately, the fish's appearance wasn't overly bizarre. They didn't look like monsters, which allowed Xu Xin to feel slightly at ease. Within his line of sight, he could see about 4 or 5 of these fish, all in waters below 60 meters, far from him, so he didn't have to worry about them attacking him. After circling the cave wall once, he received a total of 11 water plants within his depth range. Aside from the water grass, he didn't find other blue-grade resources. Even though there were still some blue lights deeper in the water, Xu Xin wouldn't continue diving further. Those resources were mostly around 30 meters deep, a depth he simply couldn't reach. If he truly went to such depths, and if anything happened, he might end up staying in this abyss forever. However, at a depth of 60 meters, which was also the range where those strange fish were active, some stones on the cave wall caught his attention. The stones protruding from the cave wall glowed with a green light, and a few emitted blue light. Xu Xin squinted his eyes, wanting to see those stones clearly. The color of those stones was not the same as the cave wall. They had an overall green sheen, distributed abundantly on the cave wall at a depth of 60 meters. Green, or what kind of ore is green? Copper ore. Xu Xin wasn't too knowledgeable in this area, so he felt a bit puzzled. Maybe it's a kind of stone not found in the original world, just like the black gold discovered by Li Wenci. Most importantly, he currently couldn't dive to such a depth, so thinking about it was futile. Even if it were copper or capable of making electrical appliances, he couldn't get to it. Xu Xin decided to dive a little bit further down to see how deep he could go before feeling uncomfortable. He only descended about 4 or 5 meters when Xu Xin began to feel noticeably uncomfortable, so he ceased his descent and started to float back up, a depth of about 25 or 26 meters. Without considering the influence of the scale armor, he could dive to around 12 or 13 meters, which hadn't even reached the limit for ordinary people. And considering his body, which had been strengthened many times and could even breathe underwater, he felt that, with proper training, he should be able to dive to around 40 meters. Looks like he'll need to seek advice from the Qin Yunlong brothers about diving experience. With no other resources around, Xu Xin also planned to go back up, as the effect of the water grass he ate was about to wear off, and he needed to return to the surface quickly. Xu Xin didn't swim up quickly. If the water pressure changed too fast, at worst, it could cause decompression sickness. At worst, it could collapse the lungs and lead to death. Of course, at Xu Xion's depth, it shouldn't be that severe, but it could still potentially injure his eardrums, and he definitely didn't want to go deaf. He slowly floated upwards, and eventually, Xu Xian emerged from the water, returning to the shallows. When his feet touched solid ground, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although the underwater world intrigued him, the giant cave gave him a very bad feeling. The immense water pressure made him afraid to go deeper or surface quickly, restricting his movement as if he were in a huge, deep cage. Fortunately, this trip wasn't without gain. At least he got 11 more water grasses, significantly boosting his underwater activity time. If the rainy season indeed brought floods, with this scale armor and these water grasses, he wouldn't have any problems even if he were swept away by the flood. Xu Xian also dug up some lotus roots in the shallows. The fish might mutate, but these already mature lotus roots probably wouldn't, right? The kitchen was ready, so he would go back and make lotus root fried with meat using beast oil. He stepped onto the shore from the lake, glancing back at this seemingly beautiful yet perilous lake. The man-eating fish that once roamed the heart of the lake were now gone, and the lake seemed to have returned to the tranquil, beautiful state it was the first time he came to the lakeside. Returning to the treehouse, the 3 beasts inside were playing around. Yesterday, Xu Xian placed the contaminated radiation stone, blue, obtained from the dungeon next to the beast statue. Influenced by this stone, the powers of Silver King and Mimi could slowly increase even inside the treehouse. Half the day had passed, and it was time to make some food. You too. Xu Xian felt he could hardly afford to feed Silver King and Mimi anymore, due to their enormous appetites. How about you go out and hunt for yourselves? Hunting the common beasts outside was a piece of cake for these 2 mutant beasts, with a 100% success rate. Whoa! Silver King responded in agreement. and Mimi stood beside Silver King. Xu Xin took them down from the treehouse, telling them to call him once they returned so he would come down to fetch them, then return to the treehouse. Of course, Kiki wouldn't follow the two mutant beasts to hunt. It had long developed the habit of mooching off Xu Xin's meals, probably because it hadn't eaten cooked food before. Every time there was roasted meat, it would devour it happily, oils dripping from its mouth. "We're having stir-fry today." Xu Xin patted Kiki's little head. "Huh." Kiki tilted its head, not knowing what stir-fry was. Xu Xin first checked the marketplace to see if there were any condiments like green onions, ginger, and garlic. After browsing for a while, he indeed found some shallots and shallot seeds. He promptly bought them and planted the shallot seeds in his rooftop garden. He arrived at the kitchen. Lighting the stove, he extracted some oil from the beast meat, used the cleaned boning knife to slice lotus root, and cut some wild boar tenderloin slices. Xu Xin began his lotus root stir-fry meat. He put the tenderloin slices into the pan, stir-frying them to a half-done state, then added chopped shallots to release their aroma, followed by lotus root slices, evenly stir-frying them. Finally, he sprinkled some salt, stirred twice, and served the dish. A simple lotus root stir-fry meat was ready. Although lacking soy sauce for color, which made the meat appear a bit off, Xu Xin didn't mind. After all, this was the first stir-fry dish he had eaten since arriving in this world. Having eaten only roasted meat and fruits each day, he felt like he was regressing to a primitive human. Drawn by the fragrance, Kiki attempted to climb onto the stove to see again and again, but was picked up by Xu Xin repeatedly, afraid it might get burned. Eventually, it climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder to witness the birth of this first stir-fry dish. Setting the lotus root stir-fry meat on the table, he crafted a pair of chopsticks and eagerly picked up a chopstick's worth to taste it. The wild boar's gamey flavor coupled with the lotus root's freshness, along with the perfect shallot oil aroma and saltiness, made Xu Xin utterly enchanted. If only there were ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and oyster sauce, it would be even better. Ha ha ha. Kiki looked at the plate, unsure how to start. Noticing Xu Xin already eating, hurriedly tugged at Xu Xin. A whimsical thought arose in Xu Xin's mind, and he handed the chopsticks to Kiki. Huh. Kiki gripped a chopstick in each little claw, tilting its small head. Just as Xu Xin burst into laughter, intending to take the chopsticks back to feed it, he was amazed to find Kiki awkwardly manipulating the chopsticks with both fuzzy paws, delivering the picked-up food to its mouth. A panda using chopsticks was indeed a peculiar sight, leaving Xu Xin stunned for 2 seconds. However, watching Kiki eat with relish, Xu Xin chuckled, shook his head, and made another pair of chopsticks while bringing over the grill. He wanted to eat grilled rat meat. Indeed, it's the rat meat obtained from defeating rats in the underground maze. The introduction said it was a rare delicacy. Since arriving in this world, naturally everything ought to be tried. And most importantly, he hadn't yet eaten the mutant beast meat. He wanted to see what was different about these edible low-level mutant beast meats compared to ordinary beast meat. After being dissected, rat meat didn't actually reveal what kind of meat it was, so there was no psychological barrier. Xu Xin sliced the meat while munching on his lotus root stir-fry meat, grilling the meat on the rack. Gradually, an incredibly rich aroma spread throughout the treehouse. Even Kiki, who was fighting with the chopsticks, suspended its actions, looking toward the meat on the grill. Does it smell that good? Xu Xin swallowed a mouthful. This fragrance, it's even better than the blue-grade bear paw from before. On the grill, the meat sizzled and dripped oil. The fat's aroma was simply irresistible. Xu Xin felt he was uncontrollably salivating. Unexpectedly, although the meat from intermediate mutant beasts was too contaminated to eat, the meat from low-level mutant beasts turned out to be amazingly delicious. Xu Xin used chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat still sizzling with oil, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. An incredibly rich aroma exploded in his mouth, making Xu Xin feel like all the meat he had eaten in his previous life was rubbish. The plate of lotus root stir-fry wild boar meat instantly lost its appeal. Moreover, after swallowing the meat, he felt a faint warmth flowing through his limbs. Although very faint compared to the blue-grade bear paw effect, he still perceived it. Low-level mutant beast meat can enhance powers too. Xu Xin was shocked. This function was simply too strong. You must know, this was green-grade meat. Right now, most people have just left the underground city within a day, and the trading platform is flooded with mutated beast meat. This readily available green-level resource can actually enhance strength. He quickly ate a few more pieces and felt the effect more distinctly this time. Whimper. Kiki had been sniffing the aroma of the meat, eagerly waiting, pacing around the grill. Xu Xin shared half with Kiki, while he gobbled up the remaining mutated rat meat. His whole body felt warm and cozy. Although it wasn't as immediate as bare paws, he felt his body slowly changing. If consumed over a long period, it would surely steadily improve physical fitness. Suddenly, he regretted not killing that toad and the mutated beasts in the testing ground and bringing them out. Most mutated beasts were left underground, locked in that underground city with the submerged exit. What a waste, such waste. Xu Xin felt a pang of heartache. Xu Xin thought of the pig, cow, and sheep herds in the hilly resource zone, and he even started planning to farm them. If he could mutate a few cattle and sheep and keep them tamed, he could directly breed low-level mutated beasts. However, at this stage, it's not feasible, considering the frequent activities leaving him no time for farming. Perhaps in the future. But this kind of meat can bring long-lasting benefits to the body. It must be incorporated into the daily diet. For these 3 days, there's no shortage of mutated beast meat. Survivors just returned from the underground city and can buy directly on the trading platform. But green-level meat spoils. After 3 days, if desiring more, one can only hunt new mutated beasts or use mutation potions to create one. Currently, besides that lake of mutated loaches, Xu Xin hasn't seen other low-level mutated beasts on the surface, and meat from mid-level mutated beasts summoned from the altar is of gray grade, not edible, only usable for making mutation potions. I wonder if the loaches are still in the lake or have burrowed back underground. Even if they're still in the lake, Xu Xin seems to have no good method to capture them. They can dig through stones, have strong destructive power. Trying to make a tool to catch them is impossible. Polluted meat is useless. Poison doesn't kill them. Perhaps only extinction methods like dynamite or electric fishing can deal with them. If using mutation potions, one would consume 1 potion every 3 days to eat, which is incredibly wasteful. Sigh. Who knows when there'll be a way to preserve food? At this moment, his watch vibrated. Xu Xin raised his hand to look. It was a message from Li Wenxi. What's the use of nitrate? Xu Xin was still troubled when he saw the message. His eyes instantly widened. Holy shit. Li Wenxi. What's up? What's wrong? Is nitrate very useful? What's this called? It's exactly what he's looking for. Just now, he was thinking about how to store meat long-term, and suddenly nitrate came into play. No wonder she's a rich lady with mines at home. She can even find a nitrate mine. Xu Xin immediately sent a voice message over. Did you find a nitrate mine? Is there a lot? Xu Xin asked directly. Well, it's sufficient. Li Wenxi ambiguously replied and curiously asked. I heard nitrate can be used to make explosives, right? Indeed, it can make explosives, but the primary sulfur is still missing. Explosives can't be made, and Xu Xin hasn't seen the recipe for explosives on the crafting list. Even with sulfur, they can't be made. Trying to mix it himself would pretty much waste valuable time. But nitrate can be used to make ice, like a refrigerator. As long as nitrate is dissolved in water, it can cool, and it only needs to be dried to reuse, essentially requiring no replenishment. Just being able to preserve food at low temperatures, its significance is extraordinary. You know, on Earth, the national standard set by Xu Xin's country specifies that the freezing period for frozen meat shouldn't exceed 12 months. That is to say, frozen meat within 12 months may not taste great, but it's fine. Frozen meat can be preserved for 1 year. Xu Xin explained the function of nitrate to Li Wenxi. It can cool. That's great. Li Wenxi was pleasantly surprised upon hearing. So much meat before could only be preserved for 2 or 3 days before rotting. Couldn't trade for good things. Now it can finally be stored. Yeah, is the mine near the treehouse? Xu Xin knew that Li Wenxi lacked immediate trading capability and needed to transport the ores back to the treehouse first. So if it's far away, it's inconvenient. Very far, next to the black gold mine. I was mining black gold when I accidentally discovered there's a nitrate mine nearby. Sigh. The mine is too far. Each time requires a long trek. It's really inconvenient. I've been carrying ores for more than an hour now and haven't reached the treehouse. So boring. Just came to chat with you. Li Wenxi said helplessly. Accidentally discovered a nitrate mine. Yeah, right. This little rich lady is becoming more and more indiscreet with Xu Xin. Nonetheless, she probably sees that Xu Xin has already guessed she has some special abilities. Hence she's so nonchalant. When you get back to the treehouse, I've got something for you that will spare you from walking to the mines each time. Xu Xin didn't want to ask how she discovered the nitrate mine. He planned to give Li Wenxi a bottle of mutation potion and a mutant beast contract to enhance her efficiency a bit. Huh? A means of transportation? For me? Wow, you're too kind. Li Wenxi's voice was full of excitement. This was her biggest trouble at the moment, and she didn't expect Xu Xin could solve it for her. Not so much, not so much. Let me give you the items first, and then I'll explain. Oh, by the way, do you have mutant beast meat? Xu Xin asked. I have quite a lot, all green-grade meat. I haven't dared to eat it, fearing issues. Do you want it? I can give it to you. It seems Xu Xin's help with her transportation problem was very welcome, so she was ready to offer him the meat without questioning the reason. You should keep it. This meat can improve your physique over the long term and is extremely delicious. You ate it? The introduction only mentioned it was edible meat. It actually has such effects. Yes, eating it gives a slight feeling of enhanced strength, though very subtle. Oh, I get it. You intend to use nitrate to preserve mutant beast meat, right? Currently, everyone has just come out of the dungeon, and they all have quite a bit of mutant beast meat. They lack preservation skills, so it's the perfect opportunity for us to capitalize. Li Wenxi grew eager. I'm almost there. I'll give you the nitrate when I get back. After hanging up the call, Xu Xin took out a mutant beast contract and went downstairs to the synthesis station to make a bottle of mutation potion. He intended to give these to Li Wenxi in exchange for her nitrate. With their current strength, they could forcibly administer the mutation potion to a wild boar or cow and, once mutated, use the mutant beast contract to bind it. The mutant beast contract isn't specifically for mounts, so it definitely won't be like Xu Xin riding the Silver King fast, but steady as Mount Tai without being thrown off, but ordinary riding is still doable. And even if not ridden, using it to carry multiple bags for transport is very suitable. This method is extremely fitting for Li Wenxi. Otherwise, she would have to travel long distances each time and carry things herself, wasting time and effort. With time now being extremely precious and labor costs so high, Xu Xin felt a bit embarrassed to bargain with her. With nitrate that can cool, Xu Xin planned to make several large freezers to store some mutant beast meat as reserve provisions. As Li Wenxi mentioned, he could directly buy some mutant beast meat from the platform, considering there are over 1,800 people returning from the dungeon. Currently, the market is flooded with mutant meat, and prices are quite low because everyone thinks they can't consume all the meat within 3 days. Soon, Li Wenxi called Xu Xin with a video. Connecting the video, Li Wenxi appeared a bit excited on the other side. What are you going to give me? I've got the nitrate prepared. Xu Xin sent Li Wenxi the attributes of the mutant potion and mutant beast contract. You can actually create mutant beasts. Li Wenxi was very surprised, especially when she saw the mutant beast contract, instantly understanding Xu Xin's idea. She clapped her hands. You want me to use the mutant potion to create a mutant beast and contract it? That's right. Xu Xin nodded. It's best to choose cattle or pigs capable of carrying loads for maximum help to you. If I really have to choose one, then it's cattle. Riding a pig is too weird. Li Wenxi imagined herself riding a pig and instantly shook her head as if trying to shake off the image from her mind. Xu Xin informed her of some considerations regarding the contracts and potion, like ensuring the mutant beast has a willingness to submit before using the contract. Understood, let's trade. Li Wenxi directly initiated a trade with Xu Xin. The other party initiated a trade with you. Mutant beast contract, green, *1, mutation potion, blue, *1 for nitrate, blue, *2, blue-grade nitrate. The screen showed Li Wenxi playing with a crystal-like block of nitrate in her hand. I just got back and identified them. Among all this nitrate, there are 4 blue-grade ones. I'll give you 2. The introduction seems to say, blue-grade nitrate's functions are much stronger than green-grade. Xu Xin immediately clicked agree, and 2 palm-sized blue-grade nitrate blocks appeared in his hand. Nitrate, blue high-grade nitrate, which absorbs enormous amounts of heat when dissolved in water, with an ultra-strong effect. Only 1 block is needed to make blue-grade explosives. Xu Xin saw explosives in the introduction, causing his heart to skip a beat. It can indeed be used to make explosives, though unfortunately, he doesn't have the method to create them. However, the phrase absorbs enormous heat accelerated his heartbeat. Could it be the cooling effect is extremely strong? Have you tried the functions of blue-grade nitrate? Yes, I just casually tossed a block into the basin, and it instantly froze, with the surrounding temperature dropping by several degrees. Xu Xin pointed to a basin of ice next to her. I even feel a bit cold in my legs now. So strong. It's important to note that regular nitrate requires a large amount to freeze, nearly 1-to-1, and the freezing process is slow, taking half an hour to solidify. But this blue-grade nitrate block instantly froze and even lowered the surrounding temperature. All right, I can't wait to sign the Mutant Beast contract. I have to finish it before tomorrow's event. I'm heading out first. You study the niter. I'll copy your homework when I get back. Hee. Okay. By the way, the ice directly made from niter is not edible. Don't use that ice to make any slushies. If you want to eat ice, make it through a bucket. Of course I know that. I'm not that dumb. Ending the video call, Xu Xin was also eager to try it out. He filled a basin with water and placed the blue-grade niter in it. Instantly, the water began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, a chill spread out, and the temperature around him dropped instantly, causing Xu Xin to shiver. The niter was thus frozen within the ice, without any change in shape. This is too powerful. Xu Xin was a bit shocked. He immediately changed his previous idea of making a refrigerator. What's the point of making a refrigerator? He could completely use these two pieces of niter to create an ice cellar. With an ice cellar, he could store large amounts of mutant beast meat and other foodstuffs, equivalent to a small grain storage. He quickly began planning the ice cellar in his mind. To build an ice cellar, you first need to lower the temperature inside, then place the ice within it. Ancient ice cellars were actually quite simple. In winter, large chunks of ice were chiseled and placed in cellars underground. Because the cellars were underground, they had excellent temperature retention abilities. By summer, the ice hardly melted, maintaining a low temperature in the cellar continuously, thus creating the ice cellar. But now it's the height of summer. There's no natural ice for him to use, so he requires niter to cool and create ice. Ordinary niter finds this hard to achieve. After all, cooling the surrounding area and producing large quantities of ice requires an enormous amount of resources. But his two blue-grade niters can completely meet the demand. What he needed to consider now was where to make an ice cellar. Generally, ice cellars are set underground because they aren't ventilated, have no sunlight, and very little heat can be conducted in, allowing ice to be preserved for a long time. If it was set underground, he would have to go down from the treehouse every time to get something, and it would be troublesome if he couldn't leave the treehouse in certain situations, or if a flood were to submerge the cellar. So Xu Xin decided to build the ice cellar on the first floor of the treehouse. Not just for convenience, but he actually realized long ago that the treehouse's floor had heat insulation capabilities. His furnace was placed in the corner of the second floor of the treehouse. Every time he used the furnace, it emitted intense heat due to the high-temperature flames inside. It's worth noting that the flames for melting iron blocks are above 1500 degrees. Whenever the furnace was running, unless he went to get materials, he would try to stay away from the furnace as much as possible. While using the furnace for long periods to smelt or sand on the second floor, the temperature near the furnace was extraordinarily high. Given the ambient temperature wasn't low, the entire second floor felt like a high-temperature sauna room. Logically, the third floor should also feel like a steamer. But it didn't. The third floor's floor was even still cool, except for areas near the stairwell, which were slightly affected. Therefore, considering the treehouse's floor and walls had heat insulation abilities, using the first floor of the treehouse as an ice cellar was completely feasible. Xu Xin immediately began modifying the first floor of the treehouse. The ice cellar didn't need to be as large as an entire floor. It wasn't necessary, so Xu Xin divided the first floor into two parts, partitioning off one half for the ice cellar. He covered the windows with wooden shutters to block sunlight, turning the entire room into a dark, enclosed, heat-insulated environment. Xu Xin filled a giant wooden barrel with water and placed it in the soon-to-be ice cellar room, tossing a piece of blue niter into it. As soon as the niter hit the water surface, there was a cracking sound, and it instantly froze. The niter was frozen near the water surface, while the water in the barrel gradually turned into ice, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Crack! The expanding ice in the frozen barrel bursted apart, scattering wooden shards everywhere. At the same time, within half a minute, Xu Xin could feel the temperature drop sharply in the entire room, plummeting from 30 degrees to just a few degrees, reaching the chilling temperature of a refrigerator's cold storage. This blue-grade niter's heat absorption ability is incredible, and it hasn't even been consumed. Xu Xin looked at the niter frozen atop the ice, pulled out his pickaxe, and chiseled it out. The blue-grade niter retained its original form, seemingly only dissolved by an invisible, thin layer. Even if it was entirely dissolved, it could be extracted and reused. This blue-grade niter is truly convenient. Continuing to repeat this process, by the time the third bucket of water was frozen, the temperature within the ice cellar had become extremely frigid, at least below 10 degrees below zero. Combined with these 3 blocks of lower temperature ice made from blue niter maintaining the temperature, the entire ice cellar was basically completed. Xu Xin was getting quite cold, so he quickly stepped out. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of heat hit him, the drastic temperature difference making him feel extreme discomfort. Luckily, his physique had been enhanced. Otherwise, this might have even given him a minor illness. He quickly shut the door again, preventing any more cold air from escaping. Next, it's time to enrich the ice cellar's contents. He was going to build a small grain storage within the treehouse. A wolf's howl came from below the treehouse, and Xu Xin immediately recognized it as Silver King's. He quickly descended from the treehouse, and even before his feet touched the ground, he saw Silver King waiting below with the corpse of a wild boar on his back. It seemed these two fellows had not only filled their own stomachs, but also brought back a catch for Xu Xin. Well done. Xu Xin patted Silver King's head, then turned to Mimi with a smile and said, "You too." Mimi remained aloof, slowly pacing around. With the two beasts in tow, Xu Xin returned to the treehouse and began preparing for the next step. The ice cellar was already built. The next step was collecting beast meat. He opened the trading platform and started browsing the mutant animal meat for sale. Mutant animal meat, while incredibly delicious and beneficial to the body, was still quite cheap. You could exchange a green-level resource for several kilograms. After all, a lot of survivors from the dungeons had low-level mutant animal meat, each having killed at least 1 or 2 mutant animals, mostly carrying dozens or even hundreds of kilograms back. If everyone had long-term food preservation abilities, the price wouldn't be so low, but since green-level beast meat could only be preserved for around 3 days, even eating 5 kilograms in that time was quite a feat. So although some people, afraid to enter the dungeons, purchased and consumed some, a vast amount of mutant animal meat remained unsold on the trading platform. Supply far exceeded demand, making the prices exceptionally cheap, which was fortunate for Xu Xin. The green-level resources Xu Xin had could be described as plentiful. He had been constantly selling salt, accumulating lots of green-level wood and stone daily, never refusing basic resources. Thus, he immediately began a large-scale procurement spree on the trading platform. Mutant dog meat? Poor dogs, let's make good use of it. Cat meat? I've heard it tastes sour, let's buy some for a taste. Silver King and Mimi suddenly felt a chill. There's also mutant fox meat, buying that. Oh, someone managed to kill a mutant wild boar? Impressive, all mine now. To verify if mutant animal meat could truly strengthen the body, Xu Xin cut a piece of each type to roast for a taste test. The dense aroma once again permeated the treehouse, enticing the 3 already fed beasts over. Xu Xin shared some with them and finished the rest himself. Indeed, no matter the type of meat, a subtle warmth coursed through the body, a sign of bodily enhancement. Looks like he was right. All mutant animal meat had this effect. With this confirmation, he expanded his purchasing efforts. Xu Xin made numerous wooden boxes, dividing the purchased meat into convenient portions, categorizing them into separate boxes, and placing them in his newly built ice cellar, even carving the meat types on the boxes with a boning knife for easy locating. Before he knew it, he had bought nearly 2,000 kilograms, which was 4,000 pounds, of mutant meat. These weren't just for his own consumption. The warehouse wasn't just established for personal use. Should food ever become scarce, this amassed meat would be an enormous asset. Although the possibility in the jungle wasn't high, who knows what strange developments might occur in this world, it's always better to be prepared. So Xu Xin continued purchasing until half of the ice cellar was filled. Then he stopped, satisfied. Looking at the boxes scattered around, he broke into a smile. Stability achieved. The warehouse was essentially complete. Later, staple crops like wheat and rice could also be stored here. At this point, the ice cellar was about -20 degrees, and Xu Xion's hands and face had become numb from the cold, prompting him to quickly exit and seal the door tightly. With the outside temperature over 30 degrees, it felt like a realm of ice and fire, prompting Xu Xin to cool things down outside as well. Back on the third level, he filled a basin with water and tossed in a piece of niter, blue, instantly freezing the water, spreading coldness, and lowering the surrounding temperature to a comfortable level in seconds. Immediate effect, even better than air conditioning. Xu Xin sunk into the sofa, pulling Kiki, already lounging on it, into his embrace and gently rubbing. How comfortable. Now each level of Xu Xin's treehouse had its own functionality. The first level was the ice cellar, the second the work area, the third the living area, and the fourth the planting area, offering complete functionality. With air conditioning, pets, a stocked warehouse, and the capability of growing fruits and vegetables on the top level, Xu Xin feared he might end up too comfortable in the treehouse. Kiki, who had been lethargic from the heat, seemed to wake up as the temperature dropped, stirring in Xu Xin's arms and curiously peering at the cold source the basin of ice. Eep. We'll never be hot inside the treehouse again, Xu Xin said, ruffling Kiki's head. But that ice can't be eaten, it's poisonous. This warning wasn't just for Kiki, but also for Silver King and Mimi, who were circling curiously around the ice basin. Kiki responded, then comfortably buried her head in his arms. The Silver King and Mimi also lay down by the ice basin. Unlike Xu Xin, they were covered in thick fur and naturally preferred cooler temperatures. Xu Xin swiped open his watch, and currently, there was a large number of people discussing mutated beast meat in the regional channel. The incredibly delicious mutated beast meat. This is definitely the best meat I've ever tasted. Everyone come buy it. Buy what? I still have a huge pile on my hands. I miss having a home fridge. If I had a fridge, I wouldn't sell it. Damn, I thought very few people could kill mutated beasts. Didn't expect this stuff to be so worthless. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it back. I carried 300 kilograms of meat plus a bunch of resources. It's killing me. Indeed, the strong, large mutated beasts are unbeatable and can only be fled from, but small ones like rats or dogs are easy to eliminate. I think we might as well bury it under the treehouse as fertilizer since no one wants it. Aren't you afraid it will stink? Damn, someone just bought all my beast meat. Same here. My meat was all bought up. Seriously? Are people still buying meat in bulk? Are they fools? It'll all rot in the treehouse in a few days. Perhaps they have a method for preservation? How is that possible? Do they already have electricity or a fridge? Those top-ranking big shots, maybe they really can. Just because you're bad doesn't mean others are too. It seems his actions did draw some attention, but it didn't have a major impact. Though he acquired several thousand kilograms of meat, it was just the stock of under 100 people, barely a drop in the ocean overall. Xu Xin noticed that, although everyone in the regional channel claimed the meat tasted great, no one seemed to mention eating this meat would enhance strength. Could they not feel it? Xu Xin asked in the explorers group. Have you all eaten the mutated beast meat? Wang Lei, haven't eaten it. Most of what I have is rat meat, really hard to swallow. Though the regional channel says it's delicious, I think I'll pass. I don't lack meat. Zhao Xiaochuan, you're better off than me. I have centipede meat, and even spider meat, all green-grade meat. I just toss it away. Who would eat that stuff? Qi Shuefei, you encountered centipedes? Centipedes can be used in medicine, and you just threw it away. Zhao Xiaochuan. Damn, it was as big as a python. And you say it's medicinal? Qi Shuefei. Dry and grind it. It's not a big problem. Centipedes can calm convulsions, detoxify and break up knots, clear meridians, and relieve pain. What a shame. Zhao Xiaochuan. Too professional, can't understand. Wang Lei. Many things in traditional medicine are really hardcore. Xu Xin. Throwing it away is such a waste. Mutated beast meat is extremely delicious, the best I've ever tasted, and most importantly, eating it enhances strength. Qin Yunlong. Enhances strength? Wen Guixin. Eating it enhances strength? How do you know that, Xu Xin? I've been eating it since yesterday, and aside from it tasting really good, I don't feel anything. Wen Guixin's words made Xu Xin a bit puzzled. Do they really not feel that the mutated beast meat can enhance strength? If Wen Guixin merely puzzled him, Ji Chaoyan's words made him frown. I've been eating it since yesterday too, whether from its description or from my own experience. This is just delicious, ordinary meat. Xu Xin, how do you determine that eating this meat will enhance strength? Do they really not feel it? Could it be that the strength-enhancing effect is only useful to me? Wait a minute. Xu Xin, when using the contract from the silver treasure chest, did you have any special feelings? The contract from the silver treasure chest is Treehouse renovation contract. When Xu Xin first used it, he felt a warm flow coursing through his body, followed by a noticeable increase in strength. When Xu Xin, what feeling? After using that contract, didn't the strength suddenly increase a bit? We already knew that. Xu Xin, you didn't feel anything else? Zhao Xiaochuan. No, I only noticed that my strength increased a bit later. Xu Xin understood. It seems only he can perceive that warm flow that accompanies the increase in strength. They don't perceive the warm flow, and naturally can't perceive the function of the mutated beast meat. The changes are subtle, and they can't detect a slight increase in their strength. This, perhaps, is a unique ability of his to discern. Just when he wanted to say something, Li Wenxi suddenly spoke up in the group chat. Everyone, I found nitrate. We can make ice now. It had been over 2 hours since Xu Xin traded with her. It seemed she should have already contracted a mutant beast and returned to the treehouse. Li Wenxi's words immediately shifted the focus of the group. When Xu Xin, nitrate? That nitrate for making ice. Wenxi, I want some. Sell it to me. Sell it to me. I'll trade you with blue-level resources. Ji Chuyang, did you find a lot? If not, we can take turns using it. Nitrate used for making ice can be reused repeatedly, and a small amount can meet the needs of many people. Qin Yunlong, is it the same nitrate that's a raw material for gunpowder? Wang Lei, it should be, but without sulfur, you can't make gunpowder, right? Qi Shuefei, do I have a share too? Many medicines need to be stored at low temperatures. Li Wenxi, everyone gets a share, but even after I mined all the nitrate, there's only less than 100 kilograms. If you want some, I can only sell you 10 kilos each, as I need to keep some for myself. It seems she knew how to keep some secrets, not mentioning that it's just enough, she said to him. But since the nitrate is measured by the kilo, it seems she's offering green-level nitrate. The group chat was lively, with everyone asking Li Wenxi about the nitrate, but Xu Xin wasn't interested. He had blue-level nitrate, which was more than enough for refrigeration. However, he was curious about whether Li Wenxi had successfully contracted a mutant beast, so he privately asked, "What animal did you contract?" Li Wenxi was busy negotiating prices with others and didn't reply to him, but after a while, she suddenly video called Xu Xin. In the video, behind her was a mutant bison several times larger than the mutated Silver King Mimi. The bison's fur was now covered in blood-red patterns. Being big is quite normal. Large herbivores are generally bigger than carnivores. The largest bison species on Earth, the Ganges country bison, can easily weigh over 1,000 kilograms, with the largest ones reaching 1.5 tons. Moreover, the bison has very low body fat content, composed mostly of muscle, which gives it immense strength. Its charge is devastatingly powerful. The downside is its clumsiness. A matador can play with the bull using just a piece of red cloth, causing it to charge blindly. Therefore, if contracting bodyguards, Xu Xin would still prefer feline or bear species, which are born hunters. Cattle are more suited for carrying loads or plowing fields. Look, I took your advice and contracted a cow. It can be ridden and carry backpacks, and it's much faster than walking by myself. Absolutely fantastic. Li Wenxi looked very excited and was quite satisfied with her cow. Congratulations. This is a cow. Why didn't you contract a bull? It might have been stronger. Xu Xin observed the cow. He'd only given Li Wenxi 1 dose of the potion, which meant the cow mutated with just 1 dose. Clearly, entities like Silver King that require large quantities of potion are rare. I definitely couldn't handle a bull. That horn is really scary. Li Wenxi patted the cow's back and spread her hands. I ambushed this one when it was alone. A cow is pretty good too. Maybe we can even get milk in the future. By the way, have you finished your freezer? Xu Xin explained to Li Wenxi how he used blue-level nitrate to make an ice cellar and advised her to store some mutant beast meat after finishing hers, because in 3 days they might run out. An ice cellar, huh? Okay, I'll give it a try now. Li Wenxi was eager to test. After hanging up the video call, Xu Xin looked at the explorers group. Everyone had already bought nitrate from Li Wenxi and were discussing how to make a fridge. Xu Xin decided to clearly explain the mutant beast meat subject to them. He plainly told them that mutant beast meat indeed enhances strength, but it's quite mild, requiring long-term consumption to be effective. Thus, he advised them to stock more mutant meat as well. He didn't disclose how he knew this, which might be related to his abilities. Whether they listened or not was up to them. After finishing everything, the day was already nearing its end. During the time since leaving the dungeon, he renovated the treehouse, installed a lightning rod, dealt with the piranha issue, obtained a full set of purple-level equipment, explored the giant cavern in the lake's center, and established a rooftop garden and a basement ice cellar. This day and night had been extraordinarily productive, significantly boosting his survival capabilities. Tomorrow would usher in the new event, the stormy season. He hoped all his efforts were worth it. After freshening up, Xu Xin hugged Kiki and headed to his bedroom, setting up a pot of ice inside for cooling. He laid out his cotton mattress, made a quilt, and comfortably settled into bed. After all, using an air conditioner while covered is much more comfortable than sleeping uncovered in the scorching summer. He hoped the activity tomorrow would be simpler. As he stroked the little companion by his pillow, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Xu Xin was jolted awake by a clap of thunder. Never in his life had he heard such loud thunder. It was as if the thunder exploded right above his head, making him spring off his bed in bewilderment. Eek! Kiki also got scared, jumping up and flipping over before crawling onto Xu Xin's shoulder, vigilantly watching the window outside. Xu Xin also looked out the window. It was just past 6 in the morning. Normally by this time, sunlight should have already penetrated the room, but it was incredibly gloomy outside, giving off a completely overcast feeling. Getting out of bed, Xu Xin craned his neck to look outside, where the sky was shrouded in dense, dark clouds. These gray-black clouds were patchily joined together, stretching all the way to the horizon, massively thick and vast, engulfing the entire sky. Each cloud seemed like a mountain peak looming in the air, suspended as if by Buddha's five-finger mountain, creating a sense of oppression that made Xu Xin even struggle to breathe. These thunderclouds hung so low that he felt they were within reach. Despite the gloom outside and the sky being thickly clouded, there was no rain yet. The air was extremely humid, making breathing uncomfortable, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken. Xu Xin noticed that the cotton quilt he changed just yesterday felt damp now. This feels uncomfortable, Xu Xin thought, feeling damp all over and just wanting a shower. Opening the bedroom door, Silver King and Mimi were already awake, likely stirred by the deafening thunder. Suddenly, a bright flash streaked across the window, a thick bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, just as Xu Xin's expression changed, and he reached to cover his ears. The thunderous roar burst forth again, instantly clearing any lingering fog from his newly awakened mind. Is the lightning this close? Xu Xin was startled. The lightning struck very close outside, practically down in front of his eyes. The massive bolt was spectacular, though brief. It etched itself into Xu Xin's mind. Visual senses might deceive him, but auditory senses won't. From seeing the flash to hearing the thunder was barely a second. If that, calculating by the speed of sound, the lightning was only about 300 meters away. The thunder emanated from the clouds, meaning the layer of clouds overhead was no more than 300 meters from the treehouse. Such low clouds. Ordinarily, cumulonimbus clouds are low, around 600 meters, but 300 meters are decidedly excessive. At this height, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming, almost as if they could fall directly down. And the thunder was so loud, his head buzzed with the noise. Another bolt of lightning streaked across, with Xu Xin instinctively covering his ears. This time, Xu Xin consciously counted the seconds, and about a second later, the deafening thunderclap resonated, startling the whole jungle into a frenzy, countless animals fleeing in panic. Thunder without rain. Indeed, despite the heavy gray-black thunderclouds overhead and the especially humid surrounding air, and despite 2 thunderclaps, not a droplet of rain fell. Another bolt flashed, and before Xu Xin could react, a massive sound erupted from above his treehouse, followed by the rolling thunder. What's happening? Xu Xin rushed to the top floor, and through the glass on the ceiling, he could see arcs of electricity writhing around a lightning rod he had set up on the top floor. A few seconds later, the arcs gradually disappeared. The lightning rod absorbed the lightning. His treehouse was actually struck by lightning. In the next 2 minutes, 5 more bolts struck, 3 of them hitting the lightning rod. The black lightning rod made of black gold was now surrounded by electrical arcs, the black rod glowing faintly white after absorbing the lightning, growing brighter with each strike. Is it charging? Xu Xin understood. The lightning rod could provide power to the treehouse, and the light on it likely indicated the power level. As for why most of the lightning struck his treehouse, it was easy to explain. His treehouse was the tallest tree around, with a lightning-attracting rod that was hard for the lightning to miss. Xu Xin suddenly remembered that the last event reward for returnees was to add a floor to the treehouse. Even a short treehouse, once elevated by a floor, would become one of the tallest trees in the jungle, surely drawing lightning. Goodness, even the event rewards are hidden traps. Moreover, almost everyone in Explorers has a more advanced treehouse. Even without an added floor, they could still attract lightning. Should we provide them with lightning rods? Xu Xin personally is willing. Each of these people possesses exceptional skills, and if they were to die in this storm, it would be a great loss. However, the key point lies with Li Wenxi, whether she is willing. After all, the black gold is in her hands. Xu Xin sent a video to Li Wenxi. She answered almost immediately. At this moment, Li Wenxi was leaning against the window, looking at the dense black clouds outside, exclaiming, "Xu Xin, it's starting to flash over here. So many bolts of lightning just struck the lightning rod on my treehouse. I've never seen lightning so thick, it's terrifying." Although she said so, there wasn't a trace of fear on her face, and she even looked a bit excited. Xu Xin shared his thoughts with her. Li Wenxi looked a bit troubled. "Actually, I really want to help them, but it takes 10 black gold ores to smelt one black gold block, and it takes an hour to smelt one. It's really difficult to make them. I've even built an extra furnace solely to smelt black gold blocks, and up until now, I have only 12 blocks, and one lightning rod requires 5 blocks." Li Wenxi's meaning was clear. She had spent so much time and effort, even went through the trouble to collect more, and burned all night to have only a dozen black gold blocks. The quantity is too small, and she doesn't want to let others use them. Xu Xin quite understood her thoughts. Even he didn't have many resources, and helping others would be irrational. One should help others only when there is abundance. Now, even one's own needs aren't met, so focusing on oneself is enough. I didn't expect black gold blocks to be so hard to obtain. I hadn't considered this. Xu Xin felt a bit embarrassed and apologized, realizing his earlier words sounded a bit sanctimonious. We can help them when we have more black gold blocks in the future. After all, we're part of the same organization, and I've benefited from the information they've provided. Li Wenxi said, "But with the weather outside, who knows when we'll be able to go out mining again?" During their conversation, the thunderstorm outside showed no signs of stopping and was growing more intense. When Xu Xin first woke up, there were only 2 or 3 strikes a minute, but now one strike was heard every few seconds. "I can't hear what you're saying." Li Wenxi rubbed her ears. The thunder was really too loud. "I don't even know when it will stop. Isn't today supposed to be the rainy season? Why is there just thunder and no rain, huh?" She suddenly widened her eyes and looked out the window, taking a sharp breath. "There's a fire. A fire has started in the distance. Lightning caused a fire." "What?" Xu Xin immediately looked out his window. Despite the constant strikes, there was no trend of starting a fire for now. However, with the lightning so frequent, it's probably only a matter of time before forest fires start. Thinking quickly, Xu Xin instantly suggested, "Quick, go and cut down all the trees around your treehouse to create a fire break. This way, the fire won't be able to spread over. Don't worry about the lightning. The rod will draw the nearby strikes away." "Oh, okay. I'll go right away." Li Wenxi hastily hung up the video call. At this moment, Ji Chaoyang also sent a message in the group. "Everyone, this lightning storm before the heavy rain could very likely cause forest fires. My treehouse was also hit several times just now, and some things inside were destroyed by the electric current from the strikes. The lightning can destroy items inside the house, but it doesn't seem to affect us, nor set the treehouse on fire. But don't let your guard down just because of this and wait inside the treehouse. Trees in the distance could very likely catch fire. It's best to take important things and get out of the treehouse now, then cut down the trees near the treehouse to form a circle of fire breaks. This way, if a forest fire does occur, we can minimize the losses. Nearby the treehouse, we don't need to worry too much about being struck by lightning, as the treehouse is tall and will attract the strikes to itself. But be careful when leaving the treehouse, and don't be struck accidentally. Do it quickly. There is already a fire in the distance here. We just need to hold out until the heavy rain arrives." Additionally, he posted this message in the regional channel, but with an added line. "Survivors with low-level tree houses that haven't been elevated should be careful. Your tree houses aren't tall enough to attract lightning, so it's up to you to decide whether to go down and cut a fire break." From his message, Xu Xin learned that being struck would damage items inside the treehouse, but it's not too serious of an issue. This guy actually thought of so much in just a few minutes and immediately organized a strategy to post. Xu Xin couldn't help but admire him for it. Just a moment ago, Xu Xin thought the increased height of the treehouse was a disadvantage for those without lightning rods, but Ji Chaoyang hit the nail on the head. The greatest danger from this lightning storm isn't the strikes themselves, but the potential forest fires. After all, lightning can't harm those inside the treehouse, but forest fires can. Ji Chaoyang is right. We must immediately clear the area around us. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Judging from past events, the heavy rainy season is likely to start at 9 o'clock. 2 hours is enough for a forest fire to spread far and wide. Everyone should take this seriously. Xu Xin also posted a message in the regional channel. The top-ranking leaders both spoke, bringing strong credibility, and suddenly the regional channel was filled with words of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leaders. There's a fire in the distance here too. I'm going down to chop trees. Haha. All the trees around have been chopped down ages ago. Less hassle. Oh no, I planted birch and pine trees around here. Just chop them. You get less material from undergrown trees, but it's not like there's none. I've tried chopping before. Got it, heading down now. Those who didn't gain higher treehouse tiers in the last event were also discussing among themselves. What should we do? Should we go down? What if lightning strikes us? Maybe it won't catch fire? What are you thinking? With thunder this frequent, the chances of a fire are too high. Shit, there's a fire on my side. It's over, it's over. Damn it. I can't be a coward anymore. I'm going down. It's better to be struck by lightning than burned to death. At least it would be quick and painless. Makes sense, I'm going down too. Me too. Let's go together. Meanwhile, on Xu Xin's side, as a lightning bolt struck, a fire suddenly ignited about a kilometer away. Fortunately, there wasn't much wind in the forest just now, so the fire didn't spread quickly. Seizing this chance, Xu Xin quickly arrived under the treehouse. To speed up the clearing process, he made an iron axe, blue, and also crafted an iron shovel, blue. Iron axe, blue, a high-grade iron axe, extremely sharp and durable, capable of cutting down trees up to the highest purple grade and some special types of trees. Durability, 3000. The iron axe, blue, boasts a durability of up to 3000 and can cut down green-grade trees with just one swing, doubling the efficiency of a stone axe, and it can also chop down some special types of trees. However, Xu Xin has yet to encounter a tree that a stone axe couldn't handle. As for the iron shovel, it has a 50% chance of transplanting trees, which he prepared for the apple tree below. During the novice protection period, he had already cleared the area under the treehouse. Now, he needed to expand this clearing to prevent the flames from reaching the outer tree crowns if a forest fire broke out. Under the treehouse, the apple trees he planted were bearing fruit, while the pine and birch trees had grown tall. By timing, the apple tree is just right, but the pine and birch trees should fully grow tomorrow, right? Xu Xin had a moment of doubt, but now wasn't the time to ponder these things. The efficiency of the iron axe was remarkable. Xu Xin went to the pine and birch grove, chopping down one tree per swing, collecting all the timber, and then began madly chopping around the treehouse. The dark clouds above seemed to press lower and lower, making him hesitant to look up at these almost mountain-like clouds. The oppressive thunderstorm clouds hung overhead, combined with the sticky, humid air, making it hard for him to breathe. He could only swing his axe following the persistent lightning strikes, his head spinning from the deafening thunder rumbling every 10 seconds or so. Luckily, the surrounding lightning was drawn towards the treehouse and its lightning rod, causing him no harm. On the contrary, the lightning rod atop his treehouse was glowing brightly, indicating it was about to be fully charged. On another side, the sky was painted red by the forest fire, and the rolling wave of heat was already approaching, prompting Xu Xin to speed up his chopping. The area Xu Xin had to clear was considerably larger than others. The 100 square meters wasn't too large. He walked back and forth to deposit timber at the treehouse several times, eventually clearing a zone of around 20 meters wide around the treehouse as a firebreak. Generally, a forest firebreak is 40 to 60 meters wide, depending on the surrounding vegetation type. If it's all lawn, 10 meters might suffice, but for shrubbery, it's usually 60 meters. Xu Xin had already removed all the shrubbery from the ground, so 20 meters would barely do. What mattered most was that he could already see the fire spreading in the distance and the red-tinged sky. He couldn't continue any longer. The apple tree, blue, was also planted outside the treehouse area. Xu Xin went to the fruit tree, harvested all the fruits, and resolutely dug into the tree's roots with a shovel. He already had an apple tree in the top floor plantation of his treehouse, so this fruit-bearing tree wasn't as important. The 3-meter-high sapling slowly toppled over. Obtained apple tree seed, *1. Obtained apple tree, blue, *1, can be transplanted into green grade or higher soil. Please transplant within 24 hours. Success. The 50% chance paid off for him. Of course, thanks to the koi effect, the actual probability wasn't really 50%. He'd experimented before and found that the 50% odds on him were about 2 out of 3. Returning to the treehouse, standing by the window on the 3rd floor, Xu Xin looked towards the direction of the forest fire, which had turned from 1 or 2 burning trees into a sea of flames. Even from a great distance, he could feel the heat coming at him. Fortunately, the wind speed wasn't high, and the air was also very humid, so the fire wasn't too severe. Good thing there's no strong wind. This fire isn't spreading too quickly. Xu Xin breathed a small sigh of relief. If it kept spreading at this pace, it might take a while to reach him. He picked up the axe, considering whether to go down and chop a few more trees, since it would be a shame if they burned. However, as if responding to his thoughts, just as he was about to turn, the gentle breeze outside abruptly turned into a fierce gale. The wind roared, bending the thinner poplar trees as the sound of the wind roared like a passing train, mixing with the increasingly frequent thunder to play a death march. Fueled by the wind, the distant flames surged instantly, even sparking new fires from the areas where lightning had recently struck. Multiple fires erupted in the jungle, spreading rapidly with the wind. Wind, thunder, lightning, forest fire. The scene before him was like the end of the world. Xu Xin's cheek was scraped by a small stone carried by the headwind, stinging badly. His eye twitched. Damn, turned out the jinx was me. Fortunately, he had already chopped down the surrounding trees, so even if a forest fire came, it wouldn't reach him. However, considering the smoke might get into the treehouse, he installed glass windows on all the windows and sealed the windows on all 4 levels. The thunderstorm outside was ongoing. Xu Xin was so annoyed by the thunder and the constant sound of lightning strikes on the roof of the treehouse that he couldn't stand it. Finally, he rolled some cotton into a ball, stuffed it in his ears, and felt a little better. The area around the treehouse hadn't caught fire thanks to the lightning rod, which diverted all the nearby lightning, but the places farther from the treehouse weren't so lucky. Looking out the window, forest fires were blazing in all directions, spreading almost everywhere, gradually surrounding the treehouse. But Xu Xin wasn't panicked. He had already done everything he needed to, and there was no need to panic. Even if something really happened, panic wouldn't help. Just now, because the windows weren't closed, the heat waves from outside blew in, making the room unbearably hot now. He took a basin of water, threw some saltpeter in it, and instantly, the room temperature became comfortable. Sitting on the sofa, Xu Xin let out a long breath. Kiki was on the sofa at that time, covering her ears with her head buried, her big tail behind her constantly swaying. At first, she was startled by the thunder, but now it didn't bother her that much, though she was still annoyed by the noise every 10 seconds. Xu Xin rolled 2 more cotton balls and stuffed them into Kiki's ears, allowing her to lift her head from the sofa, though she still appeared a bit listless. Silver King and Mimi were lying nonchalantly in the living room. They seemed to have a strong tolerance for the noise. Mimi even yawned, squinting its eyes and starting to rest. Influenced by these 2 guys, Xu Xin wasn't so agitated. After chopping trees for such a long time, his stomach was growling, so he decided to have a hearty breakfast. He brought out the pig meat that Silver King and Mimi had hunted yesterday and gave it to them. Then he summoned a bat from his wristband to join them in feasting. As he went to cook some lotus root mutant pig meat, paired with fresh fruits, having a sumptuous breakfast amidst the rolling thunder. The faint warm current flowing in his body made him clench his fists. If he continued to eat this mutant beast meat, the longer it went on, the bigger the gap would become between him and others. After finishing the last segment of the orange in his hand, he suddenly remembered it was the 4th day since he had planted the strawberries. His blue-grade strawberries should be mature by now. So, he went to the planting garden on the top level of the treehouse. As soon as he went up, Xu Xin was dazzled by the light emitted from the lightning rod. The lightning rod was like a spotlight emitting white light in all directions, producing a dazzling glow. Moreover, Xu Xin felt that the light even carried a hint of heat, like sunlight. Perhaps because too much electricity had been stored, it couldn't continue storing, so it automatically converted into thermal and light energy, releasing it. Wait, doesn't that make the lightning rod equivalent to a supplementary grow light in a greenhouse? This way, even if it's cloudy with overcast skies and no sun, the plants in his top-level garden could still perform photosynthesis, continuing to grow normally. Even if it could stay this bright, the plants might continue to grow at night, potentially further shortening the maturation time. This fits the needs of the top level perfectly. However, there are also drawbacks. It might be useless when there's no lightning. And if the lightning rod is this bright at night, his treehouse would be like a big light bulb, attracting the attention of nearby beasts and mosquitoes, and might even be seen by other survivors not far away, which wouldn't be a good thing. Forget it, take it one step at a time. At least for now, it's a good thing for him. Xu Xin walked up to the large flower pot where the strawberries were planted. The 5 strawberry plants in the pot had all borne fruit. The egg-sized fruits hung on the strawberry vines, each presenting a bright red color, like red agates, making them look very appetizing. Each strawberry plant had 7 fruits, yielding a total of 35 blue-grade strawberries in this patch of soil. Xu Xin picked a large strawberry, examining it in his palm. Strawberry, blue, a directly edible fruit with a very sweet taste. A single bite can fill you with happiness. After eating, it can eliminate negative mental states and keep your mood at its best for an hour. This description made Xu Xin frown. What kind of effect is this, a fruit of happiness? It somewhat feels like something that you inhale. He wiped the strawberry in his hand and, without washing it, took a bite. It was self-grown and hadn't been sprayed with pesticides, so it was very clean. A burst of sweetness bloomed in his mouth. This blue-grade strawberry was indeed much sweeter than the green-grade strawberries he had tasted before. Xu Xin ate the whole strawberry, licking his lips. Not only was the tip of the strawberry sweet, but the base of the strawberry was also sweet, which brought a slight smile to his lips. In the moment he ate, his mood, which had been somewhat irritated by the thunderstorm, calmed down, and his mind instantly became clear. This feeling was different from the mental restoration provided by an orange. An orange restored spiritual power, relieving the fatigue of a constantly working brain. But Xu Xin had just woken up and wasn't tired, only agitated by the noise. A full spiritual power doesn't mean one's mood is positive or that one can make the right judgments. He instantly understood the real function of the blue-grade strawberry. Thinking back to when he encountered a cannibal flower, even though he had already eaten an orange, blue, which maintained his optimal spiritual power, he was still affected by the pollen, leading him to do some careless things he usually wouldn't do. And when in the dungeon passage, the bat's cries made his head ache, and he took a long time to recover. And this fruit could give Xu Xin a clear head and stable emotions in such situations. A good thing indeed. Xu Xin picked all the strawberries and stored them in his pouch. Wah. Kiki followed closely behind Xu Xin, and as soon as he picked the first blue-grade strawberry, she was attracted to this new blue-grade fruit. Seeing him storing all the fruits, she got anxious and tugged at Xu Xion's pant leg, calling out. Indeed, he hadn't given the little guy a blue-grade fruit yet today. Xu Xian took out a strawberry and placed it in Kiki's hand. The strawberry was egg-sized, and Kiki held it with satisfaction, sitting on the floor and nibbling at it. The thunder was still rolling outside, but it no longer irritated him. He even felt the thunder's rhythm to be somewhat dynamic, which made him marvel at the effects of the blue-grade strawberry. A happiness fruit that lasts an hour. Speaking of which, the effects of this strawberry really do seem a bit like something. It shouldn't be addictive, right? Returning to the 3rd level, Xu Xian washed a few fruits, brought over a chair, and sat by the window, holding Kiki. He ate the fruits while looking out the window. The sea of fire had already spread over, getting very close to the treehouse. The thick smoke rolling had blocked most of the view, making it nearly impossible to see anything. But fortunately, the glass windows kept the smoke out of the treehouse, and the treehouse's outer walls had heat-resistant properties. Coupled with the powerful air conditioner effect of the blue-grade saltpeter inside, the entire interior of the treehouse was unaffected. Inside and out, it was the difference between heaven and hell. There wasn't much time left before 9 o'clock. The mysterious activities of today should start soon. Xu Xian sat by the window, waiting quietly for the mysterious voice to announce the start of the activity. Outside, the flames roared into the sky, while inside it was cool and comfortable. Xu Xian sat on a chair, patting Keek's little head while browsing the regional channel. Thanks to Ji Chaoyang and his contributions of the guide, the number of people hadn't dropped much originally, over 3,900, and now it's 3,895. Only fewer than 100 people had died in this lightning storm. Oh my god, it's a good thing I listened to the experts and chopped down all the trees around me. Now my surroundings are completely burning, except for this smoke. Cough, cough. After this fire, what's going to be left? Where's that promised rainy season? Hurry up and come. Without it, there really won't be any jungle left. Let me tell you, just now while I was chopping trees, lightning struck no more than 10 meters away from me. I almost got struck dead by lightning. It was terrifying. Good thing I'm clever. I chop down the short trees first and leave the tall ones to attract the lightning. You have a single-layer treehouse that can't attract lightning. Count yourself lucky. Although the strike didn't set your treehouse on fire, just now a guy next to his tree caught fire directly. According to him, the fire spread right up to his treehouse. It's been half an hour since he last said something. Looks like he's in big trouble. Attracting lightning can be dangerous too. A lightning struck the treehouse the moment I left it, and before I even descended, another strike hit. If I had left a bit earlier or later, I would have died. That's just your bad luck, coinciding with 2 lightning strikes in quick succession, or maybe you're simply too slow. Usually, there's a gap of at least a dozen seconds between strikes. As long as you promptly get out of the treehouse right after the first strike and move quickly away, you won't get hurt. Oh crap, the lightning broke my bed. And it's a blue-grade wooden bed. Why haven't you stored your important stuff in your backpack and kept it close? The regional channel was bustling. It seemed most survivors had followed Ji Chaoyang and Xu Xin's advice. With the forest fires unable to reach them and unable to leave their tree houses, they idled away in the regional chat. Having gone through so many activities, those who managed to survive were mostly capable individuals, so the regional channel was no longer full of pointless complaints and shock, but rather filled with people expressing their insights. The explorers group was also lively. Zhao Xiaochuan. I'm seriously screwed. The first lightning struck and wrecked my humanoid statue. I'm fed up. My luck is too bad. My statue, my points. Wang Lei. Damn it. The refrigerator I just finished making is gone. The mutant beast meat inside got burnt. I'm genuinely frustrated. Wen Guixin, your luck is really bad. I only lost a few ordinary tables and chairs, quickly realized it, and stored all the important things in my backpack to carry with me. The lightning doesn't seem to damage things around us. Li Wenxi. I also packed early, so nothing major got damaged. Ji Chaoyang. I've carefully observed. As long as I'm in the treehouse, things around a 2-meter radius remain undamaged. So just keep the crucial items nearby. Xu Xin couldn't join the conversation at all because he had a lightning rod, and nothing inside his house was destroyed. But he truly should thank Li Wenxi this time. If not for her discovery of black gold, or which allowed him to craft a lightning rod, he'd feel heartache if even one of the many pieces of furniture and facilities in his treehouse got damaged. Yet Li Wenxi's comment amused him. She obviously had a lightning rod, yet pretended to be vulnerable to join the chat. Qi Shuefei. Is this confirmed? That's wonderful. I've been carrying so many things, it's killing me. Seeing Qi Shuefei's words, Xu Xin suddenly remembered that he had actually made a deal with this woman earlier, and she had promised results in 3 days. Now 3 days had passed. Where are her results? Xu Xin didn't ask in the group directly, but sent her a private message. 3 days have passed. Is your potion ready? The reply came quickly. It's ready. Just give me 1 more day. Collected a lot of special herbs yesterday. I can enhance the potency further. Her reasons were persuasive, and Xu Xin wasn't in a particular hurry to get her concoction, so he replied, all right, 1 more day then. Thank you. Their conversation ended there. Xu Xin was actually quite curious about what kind of potion Qi Shuefei would concoct. The watch's hands pointed to 9 o'clock, and the mysterious voice finally rang out. Survivors, today's activity is about to begin. Now we will introduce the activity content. Please listen carefully. Throughout the next day and night, there will be a non-stop superstorm accompanied by lightning and hurricanes. Rain and hurricanes will bring things not present in the jungle. Your task is simple. Survive through this storm to see the light of tomorrow. This activity is rainy season. Survivors, let the force of life shine through in this century-rare natural disaster. This is the last activity of the first phase. If you survive, you will embrace a new future. The second phase is coming soon. Everyone, don't fall in the last darkness before dawn. A friendly reminder: do not explore regions outside the treehouse's protective range, or terrifying things might happen. The time for reward is today 9 o'clock, tomorrow 6 o'clock. Good luck surviving the rain and starting a new journey. Rainy season activity begins now. As the mysterious voice rose, the lightning storm simultaneously ceased, as if even the storm dared not defy the voice. But the moment the voice finished talking, the sky again crackled with thunder, and heavy rain began pouring instantly, becoming a continuous sheet. The sound of cascading water outside the treehouse felt to Xu Xin as though his treehouse were in a waterfall. The torrential rain fell over the raging forest fire, immediately evaporating countless raindrops, shrouding the jungle in mist. But it was merely a moment before being suppressed by the waterfall-like rain. The blazing forest fire persisted only a few seconds before the downpour extinguished it completely. Not even a wisp of smoke remained, leaving behind only a charred black wasteland. This rain was unquestionably the largest Xu Xin had ever witnessed in his life. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a storm, but rather waterfall rain. Stepping outside now, the raindrops hitting would feel not unlike a waterfall crashing down. Even though the rain had extinguished the fire and pressed down the smoke, nothing outside was visible due to the sheer intensity of the rain, nearly blocking all sight. Xu Xin could barely catch a glimpse that the once vibrant green jungle around him had turned into a barren charred forest, breaking apart under the lashing rain, with chunks of charcoal scattered across layers of ground, swept away by the deluge to unknown places. The prior jungle left only a barren clearing. Even the turf had burned away completely. Wait, what's that? Xu Xin scrutinized the ground near the treehouse, barely making out through the torrential rain's curtain. It was his firebreak clearing. Apart from ordinary grass, all vegetation was cleared by him. But now, several tender shoots quickly emerged from the soil. These sprouts stretched upwards before Xu Xin's eyes, growing out sturdy branches, taking a mere minute to mature into several wrist-thick saplings. Looking around, everywhere appeared to reflect this phenomenon through the gaps in the rain, as if spring had arrived. Life reincarnated once burnt to wasteland, the forest revived beneath the storm. Just, this spring rain seemed a bit too violent. Each tree developed into small trees, 3 to 4 meters tall, densely scattered. It appeared that once these young trees grew, the dense jungle of pre-fire days would reappear before him. Xu Xin's eyes witnessed the revival of a jungle, leaving him in a state of shock. Xu Xin began to ponder the significance of this event. This time, there was no elimination at the end, nor like the last dungeon event where a mandatory task was set from the beginning, but rather a seemingly easy requirement: survive. For now, it seems as long as you stay in the treehouse, there's no danger. But Xu Xin wouldn't believe that this mysterious voice would be so kind. As it said, this is the final activity of the first stage. How could it be so simple? He has been observing the torrential rain outside. The introduction to the event has mentioned that the rain and the tornado would bring some things that do not belong in the jungle. Perhaps these things brought by the rain and tornado are the key to this event. However, after staring at the rain for a long time, Xu Xin did not see anything strange or unusual falling from the sky. Unsure of what to do, he began to think about the information presented in the introduction. Regarding the first stage, this was the second time Xu Xin had heard about it. The first time he heard about it was during the Beast Riot when the mysterious voice once said, "First stage begins. Unlock weapon and armor crafting." Once the novice protection period ended, the first stage of this otherworldly journey began. All survivors received a capability at the start of the first stage: weapon and armor crafting. The tasks of the first stage were primarily hunting and perilous explorations. This capability was crucial for these tasks during this stage. Following this logic, the second stage will also bestow a capability, and this capability will certainly be closely related to the activities required in the second stage. But what exactly is the second stage? Upon seeing the jungle almost completely burned down, he thought the second stage, as mentioned by the mysterious voice, would be surviving in this scorched land. Yet who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, the trees revived, and the jungle returned? Of course, the jungle before his eyes was still too immature, as all the trees were slender young saplings, as thin as the birch trees Xu Xin planted, only having grown for 2 days. After reaching their current form, these trees stopped growing. To become towering trees again would likely require at least a week more. As the torrential rain continued, The anticipated event Xu Xin had in mind unfolded. Flood disaster arrived. The stream and lakes simply couldn't withstand such a huge amount of rainfall, and the excess rainwater had nowhere to go, pooling on the ground. The rainfall far exceeded the speed at which it could seep into the earth. Within minutes, the standing water on the ground was above 10 centimeters, and it was still rising. Yet this did not affect Xu Xin at all, knowing his treehouse's lowest point was also 10 meters high. As long as he remained inside, he wouldn't be affected. Is that it? Still, let's wait and see. Unable to go outside, Xu Xin could only sit by the window, listening to the sound of rain and thunder outside. The water level on the ground continued rising, exceeding 1 meter in depth, submerging half of the newly grown saplings. From a glance, the treehouse appeared to stand amidst an ocean. Almost everyone was unable to go outside, making the regional channel very lively. Oh my God, where did these saplings come from? They're growing way too fast. Our jungle is back. It's so magical. Just after the fire disaster, how could it turn straight into a flood? Is this what they call being between fire and water? Thank heavens, I cut my fire break too narrow, almost burning my treehouse. It rained just in time. Folks, why do I have a bad feeling here? Isn't the water level rising too fast below? Wait, won't the treehouse be submerged? I don't think so. To submerge the treehouse, it would have to be incredibly deep. Whoa, a fish fell from the sky here. A big fish. I've got some over here too. Whoa, what is that thing? Xu Xin, bored, watched them chat until someone mentioned a big fish falling from the sky, which made him sit up, quickly looking out the window. Underneath, the water surface was now almost swallowing the new saplings, which meant the depth had reached nearly 3 meters. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Xu Xin murmured to himself. Yep. The Kiki in his arms suddenly jumped to the window, and leaned against the glass to look outside, but after looking left and right and seeing nothing, it jumped down from the windowsill and jumped to the window in another direction to look outside. Then, it started yip 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 again, waving its little paw at Xu Xin behind, seemingly trying to get him to come quickly and look. Did Kiki discover something? Xu Xin quickly got up and walked over, looking out the window. Just one glance, and he gasped. A strong sense of crisis surged from within his heart. Right in front of him, at about a kilometer away, a massive dark-colored tornado was raging wildly, sweeping everything from the ground into it, even stirring up the clouds in the sky, sucking the dense clouds into the tornado. Hiss, a super tornado. This was no ordinary tornado. Due to the torrential rain, the amount of water in the tornado was extraordinarily high, forming a dark gray waterspout, and since it sucked in thunder clouds from the sky, bright flashes of lightning occasionally appeared in the tornado. Even from a kilometer's distance, Xu Xin could fully feel the oppressive force of this massive tornado. Under such a powerful natural disaster, Xu Xin felt utterly powerless. The best way to avoid a tornado is to hide in an underground shelter until it passes. But with the ground covered in water, even digging a hole temporarily isn't possible, and hiding in the water, even in deep parts of a lake, there is a high likelihood of being sucked up by this sky-reaching tornado. The hope now is that the treehouse can withstand the tornado's assault. It's not only the tornado near him. Looking in other directions, Xu Xin could faintly see through the torrential water curtain. In relatively far distances, there were numerous massive tornadoes raging. From the sky, it was easy to see the previously cloud-covered sky now looked as if giant tornadoes were growing downward from it. Clouds connected numerous tornadoes, stirring a storm over the entire region. Xu Xin saw that in the tornado nearest him, broken trees, beast corpses, and a variety of other things were occasionally thrown out. But due to the distance and water curtain, Xu Xin could not see clearly what they were. Xu Xin immediately opened Explorer, eager to discuss this with everyone. Zhao Xiaochuan. Whoa, I have a super big tornado here, whoa. Qin Yunlong. I have one here too. It's so big, there's no way to hide. Wang Lei. What a mess. Who can survive this mother world? Wen Guixin. Hearing you say that makes me relieved. Zhao Xiaochuan. Wang Lei, question mark. Zhao Xiaochuan. When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. Xu Xin also sensed something amiss. He initially thought that encountering such a large tornado was due to bad luck being nearby, but since everyone had one, it was another matter entirely. Surely they wouldn't make everyone perish? Li Wenxi. The tornado hasn't changed position since it appeared, it's just spinning in place. Xu Xin. This tornado doesn't seem to be here to harm us. The one I have is also stationary, just spinning, and it occasionally throws things outwards. Xu Xin. The rain and tornado will bring things not native to the jungle. That's what the voice said. Wang Lei, whoa. Could it not be a disaster, but a treasure tornado? Xu Xin looked at the tornado. Although it appeared intimidating, it was indeed spinning in place without any sign of moving toward the treehouse, and it continuously threw things out. Yep. Kiki, sprawled on the windowsill, tugged at his clothes again. He should have realized sooner. When Kiki first noticed the tornado, its call did not make him feel tense, because it was not a call signaling danger, but a call discovering treasure. In the tornado, there really is treasure. The torrential rain continued, but the frequency of thunder had noticeably decreased since the activity started. Silver King and Mimi also came to the window side, curiously watching the giant tornado outside, yet they seemed unafraid. Perhaps mutated beasts have the ability to foresee danger, so they don't feel threatened by this massive tornado and thus aren't afraid. Ing. Kiki stood at the window and explained about the tornado to the two beasts. Xu Xin couldn't understand what they were saying and shook his head, looking towards the bottom of the treehouse. The water level is rising too fast. The water level under the treehouse continued to rise, completely submerging the newly sprouted saplings beneath the surface, turning the area outside the treehouse into an ocean-like expanse, with an estimated height of almost 4 meters. My God, the tornado outside is terrifying. Don't worry, didn't you see the message from Ji Chaoyang earlier? He said the tornado won't attack us, and it might even bring us treasures. I'm not asking for any treasure. Surviving is good enough. There's no jungle outside anymore. It's completely a vast sea now. Xu Xin browsed upward, noticing that Ji Chaoyang had already sent their thoughts from the group to other survivors, advising them not to worry too much about the tornado and urging them to move things to higher floors. But the water outside is rising too fast. It's getting close to the window. Soon the water will enter the treehouse. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Even the treehouse is going to be flooded, and there's nowhere to stand outside. I can't swim. The people who were complaining were likely those who hadn't received the treehouse level +1 reward in the last dungeon activity. They only had low-level, single-story treehouses. If this level of the treehouse got flooded, they'd be truly homeless. The outside water was near 4 meters, while the lowest point of the low treehouses was only 3 meters, and the window ledge was about 4 meters from the ground. If the water level outside continued to rise, these low treehouses would inevitably take on water and eventually be submerged. These people can't even add windows to their treehouses. The glass windows and other treehouse facilities he created came from the abilities granted by the treehouse renovation contract in the silver treasure chest, which other than the explorers, wasn't available to them yet. If wooden windows could help, Xu Xin had an abundance of wood, enough to produce a pile of windows to assist everyone and profit a little on the side. But wooden windows had gaps and couldn't block the flood outside. Perhaps sealed glass windows might. But he was powerless with glass windows, lacking enough materials. Thankfully, I have a second floor. I can go to the second floor to avoid it if the first floor gets flooded. Everyone with a second floor, quickly move everything to the second floor. The first floor is about to be flooded. I've already moved everything. I do whatever the boss says. Now I can only pray that the water doesn't reach the second floor. If we get flooded, everyone might lose connection. Xu Xin wasn't worried at all as his treehouse's bottom floor was 10 meters, and the top floor was over 20 meters. If even he got flooded, then no one would survive. Damn, the water's coming in. It's flooding in. It's really going to flood. I've piled up cabinets, but they can't block the windows. The torrential rain outside continued to pour like a waterfall, with the water level rising rapidly. Everyone, we can only go to the rooftop. Grab the roots. The treehouse can take us to the roof. We can only hide there for now. But the rain outside is too heavy. Staying out in the rain for a day and night could cause colds, fevers, and hypothermia. What else can we do? I'm going out first. Take care, everyone. I'm going to. Damn it. When I was 7 or 8, I loved running in the rain. It's not a big deal. It's better than drowning. As time passed, the water level outside had reached 5 to 6 meters deep. The first floor of the low tree houses should be completely submerged. Fortunately, once it reached this height, the water level stopped rising. Although the heavy rain continued, Xu Xin could clearly feel that the rain outside had lessened. At least it wasn't pouring in such a way that made it impossible to stand in the rain. Is this, the surroundings, stabilizing? Xu Xin looked at the tornado outside, still terrifying, with no changes. Looking around, the original jungle seemed like an ocean, and his treehouse was the only isolated island in this sea. Something feels off. Xu Xin frowned in thought, suddenly realizing something, and his eyelids twitched. Where did those hills to the northwest go? Those hills were at least dozens of meters tall. They can't possibly be submerged. Gone. They ran away. Xu Xin took a deep breath, not daring to think further. Thinking further wouldn't help. If those hills were indeed a group of camouflaged monsters, as he had previously speculated, then he was completely powerless. Fortunately, the tornado was in the southwest, so if he really wanted to go treasure hunting there, he wouldn't have to approach the original hilly resource zone. The regional channel has become very quiet, the quietest it has been since it was opened, with no one speaking for half a day. It makes sense. Currently, most survivors only have low-height little tree houses, and the screens of these tree houses are on the first level. The screens are directly embedded into the walls and cannot be moved. So even those who receive the treehouse level +1 reward and are now on the second level can't communicate through the screens anymore. Now, the only ones who can communicate are probably just the few in their explorer organization with watches, and some others who have initially planted 2-level little tree houses. At this moment, someone suddenly sent a message on the regional channel. Is anyone still here? This message appeared in the long-dormant regional channel, directly attracting Xu Xin's attention. He directly revealed his real name, Xu Xin. Xu Xin's eyelid twitched. This name seemed familiar, perhaps. Qi Xuefei's brother? The one actually leading the Hanging Pot helping the World Organization now? Qi Xuefei had mentioned in the group before that since every survivor can only join one chat group now, she quit Hanging Pot helping the world to join explorers, and now her brother Qi Xin is in charge of Hanging Pot helping the world. Someone. I'm still here. A few scattered people chimed in. None chose to remain anonymous, as anonymity was meaningless now. Their names all looked familiar to Xu Xin, regulars in the top ranks. I'm one of the organizers of Hanging Pot helping the world. I just want to tell everyone not to worry about getting fevers or hypothermia from the rain or being in the water too long. Our organization has configured medicine for this issue, and if you need it, you can purchase it from me. Oh, before the event, Xu Xin had asked Qi Xuefei about it. She said the medicine was already made, but it needed to be enhanced with yesterday's new materials, requiring another day. It seems the medicine Qi Xin is selling is the unenhanced version. At this moment, Qi Xuefei also spoke up in the Explorers group. If anyone needs it, you can come directly to me. But this batch of medicine has not yet been optimized, and while it will take effect, it will cause a period of weakness, so everyone should carefully consider before purchasing. Causes weakness after use? This effect wasn't new to Xu Xin. In the Points Mall, the weight loss pill, Blue, had a similar negative impact, causing weakness for a whole day. Since there was a clear negative effect, it seems Qi Xuefei indeed produced a pill acknowledged by the Treehouse system with attributes. Xu Xin sent a private message to Qi Xuefei. How long does your medicine cause weakness after use? Qi Xuefei. I'm not sure. The description only mentioned it causes weakness for a period. Xu Xin pondered for a moment and said, give me a starting batch of the unoptimized medicine. Qi Xuefei. All right, consider this a trial. Its effect isn't great, but once this event ends, the final product will be ready. The other party initiated a trade, gifting him a pill. Ordinary pill, green, instantly cure common illnesses contracted in 3 days, but will weaken the body for 2 hours post-cure. His identification ability could see the weakness period was 2 hours. Healing sicknesses contracted within 3 days is undeniably strong. Although it causes 2 hours of weakness, it's still a highly valuable medicine, unlike the weight loss pill, Blue, which causes a day-long weakness. 2 hours can easily be slept through at night. What counts as a common illness? Xu Xin asked. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure since it hasn't been clinically tested yet, but things like colds, fevers, and hypothermia should be fine. Originally, I wanted to clarify these before selling, but Xu went ahead on his whim, so you guys can try it out first. So he's actually a guinea pig? But it's not a big deal since his identification ability already told him the pros and cons of this pill. This Qi Xuefei truly crafted useful medicine. Creating such medicine must be her special ability, and he must remain on good terms with her. Having obtained a pill to cure illnesses, Xu Xin was less worried. Looking out at the continuously swirling tornado, he took a deep breath. Perhaps it's time to go out and see. The water outside had stopped rising, completely unaffected by his treehouse. Although there were occasional lightning strikes, they were all absorbed by the lightning rod on top of his treehouse, causing no damage at all. The tornado was still spinning in place, occasionally tossing out some objects. It was too far away for Xu Xin to clearly see. In fact, he could completely relax inside his treehouse now, wash a bowl of fruit, play around with Kiki, then study how to better cook the mutant beast meat, brew a cup of tea, and comfortably wait for this rainy season to end. This was actually the most prudent method. Most people in his situation would definitely not choose to go out at this time, approaching that terrifying-looking tornado, which sounded like a death wish. If it were the previous Xu Xin, who prioritized current survival, he probably really wouldn't go out. But the current Xu Xin considered more than before. The reward from the last dungeon exploration, a treehouse level +1, played a very significant role in this rainy season. The higher-level treehouse not only attracted lightning during storms, keeping ignition points away from the treehouse and allowing survivors to cut a firebreak unharmed, perfectly avoiding the forest fire's attack, but it also provided a place to stand when the rains came, as it wasn't completely submerged. This means that the rewards obtained in events might likely affect the survival ability in future events. This event, known as the rainy season, is supposedly the last event of the so-called first phase, during which things that would never appear again in the jungle might play a very significant role in the future. People should not only look at the present but also have a longer-term view, keeping the future in mind. Finally, Xu Xin convinced himself to get close to that gigantic tornado and have a look. He put on the purple grayscale armor and sat by the table that enhanced the duration of food effects, eating all kinds of fruits to max out his statuses. Night vision, spiritual power, stamina, strength, underwater breathing capability, positive emotion capability. Xu Xin ate all these fruits, feeling stronger than ever before, and his anxiety gradually faded away. Kiki, Silver King, Mimi, you three stay in the treehouse. It's all water down here, and I can't take you out. Wait for me to come back, Xu Xin said to the three beasts still gazing out the window. Oh, whoa. Silver King responded with a sound, while Mimi merely glanced back at him, then turned again to gaze at the distant tornado, seemingly sensing something from it. But Xu Xin couldn't communicate with it, so it was useless even if it sensed anything. Eep, Kiki, on the windowsill, pointed at the distant tornado and called out to Xu Xin again. Through so much cooperation, Xu Xin had basically understood the meaning of Kiki's cries, indicating no danger, treasure ahead, and not to be afraid. Such a massive tornado, with numerous beast corpses and trees swirling inside, Xu Xin could hardly believe there was no danger. Still, this slightly eased his mind. At least from Kiki's perspective, it seemed not dangerous. Kiki had never been wrong in foreseeing danger. Considering he might be out for a long time, he left enough food for the three beasts to last 2 days, then swung down using the treehouse's roots, halting above the water. The heavy rain instantly drenched Xu Xin, turning him into a soaked mess. Dangling in midair, he wiped the water from his face and carefully observed the newly formed watery area. The raindrops hitting the water made it hard for Xu Xin to see what was beneath. He could vaguely see some fish swimming below the water surface. Luckily, their colors were normal and not the blood-red piranhas. Checking the map, he found no red dots in the vicinity of his treehouse. Xu Xin released the roots and jumped directly into the water. Opening his eyes underwater, Xu Xin saw a different world. Small trees densely grew on what was originally land and now lay on the seabed, looking like a jungle growing underwater. Some fish swam among the forest, seemingly interested in the trees never seen before underwater. Xu Xin was familiar with these fish. They were all from the lake, and the rain had turned the whole jungle into a vast ocean, allowing these lake fish to swim into the jungle for the first time. Ignoring them, Xu Xin swam towards the direction of the tornado. After swimming about 300 or 400 meters, Xu Xin was attracted by a special school of fish. This was a group of colorful fish swimming in groups between delicate branches, giving Xu Xin the illusion of diving in clear seawater, encountering tropical fish near coral reefs. Where did all these strange fish come from? He was puzzled. These fish definitely weren't from his lake. During his previous exploration of the lake, he hadn't seen this variety of fish. The fish appeared very bright and colorful, and when Xu Xin tried to approach them, they didn't flee and even swam circles around him. They weren't afraid of Xu Xin's scale armor. You should know, the python scale armor he wears has the ability to intimidate aquatic creatures. Driven by curiosity, Xu Xin reached out and scooped one up, examining it closely. These fish were only as long as his index finger, and their shape and form were somewhat like small pomfrets, a very delicate type of small fish. They have very beautiful rainbow patterns on their bodies, reminiscent of tropical ornamental fish. The stunning colors gave Xu Xin the urge to keep them in his treehouse. These fish are truly beautiful, with colorful patterns that look almost manually painted, magical and alluring. Colorful scale fish, green, a beautiful ornamental fish, not much meat and not tasty. Raising them in the treehouse can increase the decoration level of the treehouse. The sudden introduction left Xu Xin stunned, without even focusing on the content of the introduction. Since when do living creatures also have attributes and descriptions? Wasn't it only materials decomposed after death that had attributes and levels? Only then did Xu Xin notice that the colorful scale fish swimming around him were emitting a faint green light. Initially, he hadn't noticed this because they were already so colorful. These living fish actually are resources directly, and green-level resources at that. Perhaps it's because these fish are only useful while alive, and each one counts as a resource, which might explain this occurrence. But what exactly is this decoration level mentioned in the description? A new concept. It seems likely to bring some beneficial effects to the treehouse or the survivors. Are these the new things brought by the rainstorm and hurricane? Gently releasing the fish in his hand, it didn't struggle, naturally returning to the school of fish, swirling around Xu Xin with the group. New resources, related to a new concept, these little fish must be taken along. Xu Xin roughly counted the number of fish in the group, approximately 50 or so. On the spot, he crafted a wooden barrel, aiming the mouth of the barrel toward the direction of the swirling fish. Naturally, all the fish swam into the barrel without any attempt to hide. He quickly surfaced, preventing the fish from swimming out again. These little fish are also resources, probably can be directly stored in the backpack, right? Xu Xin thought to himself, attempting to place the barrel filled with water and fish into the backpack. The barrel disappeared from his hand, with the barrel, water, and fish each occupying a slot in the backpack. Xu Xin raised his eyebrows and took out the barrel again, the colorful little fish still happily swimming in the water. It works. Surprisingly, after just a few hundred meters out, he easily acquired a new type of resource. Putting away the barrel and fish, Xu Xin submerged again, continuing to swim towards the direction of the tornado. Initially, there were only small trees around, but as he moved closer to the tornado, more strange and peculiar things began appearing. A few floating animal corpses appeared on the water surface, but not many, only a handful. Xu Xin couldn't help but wonder, where have all the beasts once scattered densely throughout the jungle gone? Before the rainstorm season arrived, the jungle was dotted with dense little red spots. Now, there isn't even a single red spot in the surroundings, yet there are only a few animal corpses. Even though he had doubts, he still took the resources delivered right to him. He decomposed all the animal corpses floating on the water, acquiring 2 blue-level hides. Unfortunately, there were no beneficial ingredients like bear paws. Since the black bear, he hasn't found any blue-level beast ingredients. Xu Xin only took the blue-level resources, not the animal meat or such, as they're useless, occupy backpack slots, and are heavy a complete burden to carry. Continuing towards the tornado, soon, the distance to the outer edge of the tornado was only about 300 to 400 meters. Within this range, suddenly under the water, strange stones appeared scattered everywhere. A piece of azure crystal stone on the water bottom caught his attention, prompting him to dive down and scoop it up with his hand. The entire crystal stone was about the size of a fist, crystal clear, allowing him to see the lines on his hand relatively clearly through the crystal. Blue crystal, green, a beautiful crystal. Placing it in the treehouse can increase the decoration level, can be used for carving. Again with the decoration level. What exactly does this decoration level do? Xu Xin placed the blue crystal into his backpack, swimming around in search of similar stones nearby. Though there were many colored stones on the seabed, most were dull and murky, Without the clear transparency of the blue crystal earlier, and with his identification ability, each emitted a white glow. Xu Xin casually picked up a stone that was entirely purple and held it in his hand. Purple crystal, white and ordinary crystal, can be used for carving. White-grade crystals do not affect the decorative value of the treehouse. Xu Xin discarded this crystal casually and started searching for crystals emitting green or even blue light underwater. After swimming for a long time, Xu Xin eventually found 3 green-grade crystals of varied colors, namely a purple crystal, a red crystal, and a green crystal. His identification ability allowed him to spot the glow at a glance, making his search very efficient. However, for others without identification abilities, these crystals weren't too hard to find, as green-grade and white-grade crystals look very different, with green-grade being clear and transparent, while white-grade is dull and murky, making them easy to distinguish. With no resources above the green-grade around him, Xu Xin surfaced from the water and looked at the giant tornado only 200 to 300 meters away. At such close proximity, the tornado appeared even more menacing. However, likely due to the tornado pulling the nearby clouds into it, there were no more thunder strikes here. Instead, bright yellow lightning occasionally flashed across the tornado. Kiki said there's treasure in the tornado and it's not dangerous. So is she telling me to enter it? But how could I dare to enter? Xu Xin murmured to himself, staring at the imposing tornado before him. Entering this tornado? That's practically a death sentence. Although only a few hundred meters away, Xu Xin still didn't feel any suction from the tornado. Only the water where he was located was flowing towards the direction of the tornado's rotation. The entire surrounding water was rotating along with the tornado. Diving back underwater and looking towards the tornado, Xu Xin astonishingly found that the underwater part of the far-off tornado was merely a tiny whirlpool at the seabed. Of course, this tiny is in comparison to the tornado's upper water part. The narrowest part beneath the tornado's water surface was tens of meters in diameter, expanding increasingly towards the sky, with its cloud layer affecting an area over 1,000 meters across, making the entire tornado look very exaggerated. But below water, it seemed to be a whirlpool roughly 10 meters in diameter, with some objects swirling with the water flow inside. Hard to see clearly. The whirlpool didn't turn very fast, much slower at least than the wind speed above the water surface. Xu Xin thought he could move closer to take a look. But before that, he needed to discuss with the members of Explorers to see if he could gather some information he didn't already know. With nothing to stand on around him, Xu Xin had to float to the surface and accessed his watch. Ji Chaoyang. If any of you are good swimmers, you can try to get closer to this tornado. There's likely new materials around the tornado that we've never seen, which might relate to our next survival phase. Ji Chaoyang sent this message right after Xu Xin left the treehouse and hasn't said anything since, probably out exploring as well. Xu Xin couldn't help but feel lucky. Without this scale armor suit, he wouldn't even qualify to explore outside. With his skill of taking over a minute to swim 50 meters while exhausting himself, he could only wait at the treehouse until the event ended. Chi Shu Fa. Good luck. I'll wait for you guys in the treehouse. Wang Lei. Does dog paddling count as swimming? Never mind. I'll just wander around the treehouse area. I'm afraid if I go too far, I won't be able to swim back. Li Wenxi. I'll stay in the treehouse. This event is really unfriendly to people who can't swim. Wen Guixin. I'll go out to have a look. My skills are decent, and I'll inform you if I find any new resources. Zhao Xiaochuan. I'll go have a look too. There's a reservoir near my home. Before coming to this world, I often swam in it for fun. I'm not afraid of those tens of meters deep. These 4 or 5 should be nothing. Though Zhao Xiaochuan's words sounded like he was bragging about his swimming skills, Xu Xin could see he was mostly motivating himself. After all, that tornado certainly looked daunting. Qin Yunlong and Qin Yunhu have been silent. Both have excellent swimming skills, and probably like Xu Xin, started exploring underwater early. Li Wenxi also sent him a few private messages. Xu Xin, what do you think? Can that tornado really be approached? But I can't really swim. It's over 1 kilometer away on that side. I definitely can't swim there. Whether it can be approached or not doesn't mean much to me. Have you already gone out? These messages were sent almost half an hour ago. Xu Xin replied. I'm already only 200 to 300 meters away from the tornado. Li Wenxi was bored in the treehouse playing with her mutant cow when she saw Xu Xion's reply, and her almond eyes widened. You're already so close. 200 to 300 meters. Won't you get sucked in? No, but the water around the tornado is always spinning. Don't come near if you're not a good swimmer. You'll easily be swept right in. Have you discovered any new resources? Indeed, I'll tell you when I return. Oh great, stay safe. While privately messaging Li Wenxi, Xu Xin continued to closely observe the nearby tornado. At that moment, objects continued to fly out of the tornado sporadically, mostly stones, wood, and some animal carcasses. Xu Xin sent messages to Qin Yunlong and Ji Chaoyang seeking to exchange information, but unfortunately, neither replied. Their exploration progress was probably lagging behind his. It seemed he had to rely on himself again. Suddenly, a long piece of wood thrown from the tornado splashed near Xu Xin, creating a huge splash and surfacing, being carried along with the water flow. Xu Xin immediately swam over. He discovered this wood was nothing like any type he's seen before. It was darker in color, and the texture of its cross-section seemed more regular. Grasping the floating wood, Xu Xin relaxed his body. Finally, he could rest a bit. This single piece of rosewood was as large as a tree trunk, much bigger than regular wood, logs, or slender pieces. Rosewood, green, a high-grade timber, sturdy, with fine texture and bright color, a superior material for carving, can be used for making furniture, enhancing the treehouse's decorative value. More decorative value. While leaning on the rosewood let him rest, it gradually drifted closer to the tornado's interior with the water flow. Xu Xin stored the rosewood, continuing to float. There were many floating rosewood pieces turning with the water nearby, likely all thrown from the tornado. Whenever these pieces rotated near him, Xu Xin swam over to collect them. Soon, he had gathered 12 pieces of rosewood. Xu Xin figured he had enough and planned to venture to the tornado's center. Blue water grass provides half an hour of underwater breathing ability. He consumed it under the dining table's effect, granting him 45 minutes duration, but even so, its effect had long worn off. Xu Xin replenished the breathability effect, dove underwater, and swam towards the whirlpool center. As he approached the underwater whirlpool, Xu Xin noticed the water's pulling force growing increasingly strong. At a distance less than 100 meters, his body started unconsciously spinning with the water flow. Xu Xin ceased his actions, letting the water carry him towards the center. The spin wasn't fast. He could fully control his body underwater. Suddenly, a familiar sense of crisis arose slowly from within, abruptly tensing his relaxed body. Xu Xin nervously scanned the surroundings, searching for the danger's source. Underwater remained calm, the water spinning in a circle around the whirlpool's center, with seabed stones gradually being swept into the center. As he moved closer to the center of the unseen internal whirlpool, his sense of crisis grew more acute. The danger unquestionably arose from within the whirlpool. While intently gazing at the whirlpool, ripples suddenly appeared in the previously serene swirl, followed by a 4-meter-long fish emerging suddenly. Its sharp spikes on the mouth were incredibly sharp, like a long, sharp sword, directly aimed at Xu Xin. Marlin. It's a marlin. And what makes him most fearful is not the sharp and long jaw of the fish, but the very obvious blood-red pattern on the marlin's body, even deeper in color than that on Silver King and Mimi. This is an intermediate mutant creature. An intermediate mutant marlin. Damn it. Why did I encounter such a fish? Isn't this a fish from the ocean? Xu Xin quickly pulled out his spear from his backpack and stared closely at the next move of the blood-striped marlin. He didn't understand why one of the deep-sea ocean masters would suddenly appear here. He even opened his mouth to take a sip of the water, confirming that this body of water is indeed fresh water. This is too ridiculous. You know, marlins can speed through the water at 110 kilometers per hour. They are the fastest short-distance swimmers in the ocean. Due to their incredible speed, aggressive nature, and strong attack power, they eat anything, and their sharply pointed jaw can be used to deal with larger fish, making adult marlins almost have no natural enemies in the ocean, basically at the top of the food chain. This kind of existence suddenly appeared in this freshwater area formed by rain, leaving Xu Xin puzzled and confused. What on earth is within this vortex? A blood-striped marlin that can survive in freshwater actually emerged from inside. Fortunately, after emerging, the marlin only pointed its sharp and long jaw in Xu Xin's direction but did not launch an attack. He was too shocked just now to notice that the marlin's sharp jab is longer than its body, and its stout jab has blood-red rings, looking sinister and terrifying. An intermediate mutant beast will reinforce a part of its body. This marlin has apparently enhanced its long jaw as a weapon. The sinister long jaw aimed at Xu Xin stiffened his muscles, ready to evade at any moment. But the blood-striped marlin still did not launch an attack, merely swimming forward before stopping and retreating, seemingly hesitating and fearing something. Xu Xin thought of something, and his tense thoughts slightly eased. It seems that the intimidation effect of his python scale armor set on aquatic creatures is starting to become effective. But he still cannot be complacent. As long as he's still in the water, even with an ordinary marlin, he cannot compete, let alone with this intermediate mutant marlin. Even though he's wearing a purple-grade python scale armor set, he hasn't tested its defense capability yet, nor does he know if it can withstand a strike from the enhanced jaw of the blood-striped marlin. At least, blue-grade steel armor is no match for the ear of the intermediate mutant rabbit. In the water, Xu Xin's offensive methods are greatly reduced, and his spear cannot unleash its power due to the water's resistance. No retreat. Xu Xin faced the marlin and began to slowly swim backward. But at the moment Xu Xin retreated, the blood-striped marlin near the vortex suddenly launched an explosive attack, charging rapidly towards Xu Xin. Damn it! Xu Xin swam in the direction of the current at his fastest speed, quickly moving away from his original position with the help of the water flow. The marlin brushed past him, narrowly avoiding the attack. The marlin circled back after racing over dozens of meters, returning to a position about 20 meters away from Xu Xin, pointing its sharp jaw at him and stopping again, seemingly hesitating once more. The scale armor set still has an effect. Probably because Xu Xin's retreat was seen as a show of weakness by the blood-striped marlin, it charged forward aggressively. During the marlin's circling period, Xu Xin was already far from the vortex center and had sunk to the bottom of the water. Here, the small trees provided cover. Although only arm-thick, they are randomly distributed underwater, and if the marlin wanted to rush through, it would inevitably hit a few trees. If it wanted to shuttle through the trees, it couldn't swim in a straight line, reducing its stab's speed and power, allowing Xu Xin to evade with the help of the trees. Of course, if it could return to the vortex, it would be best. However, things didn't go as wished. Seeing Xu Xin retreat, the marlin charged towards Xu Xin once again. As Xu Xin expected, the marlin was shuttling through the trees, not as fast as before, and due to not being able to avoid fast enough, its sharp jaw even scraped the trunks of some small trees during its rapid movement. The marlin brushed past the small trees, directly snapping a few unfortunate ones with its sharp jaw, severing them into two on the spot. Xu Xin grasped his spear with one hand and held onto a small tree with the other. As the blood-striped marlin approached, he leveraged himself and narrowly dodged the marlin's attack once again. He held the spear tightly, leaving its tip at his former position. As the marlin sped by, the spear tip instantly left a mark on its body. The blood of the marlin began to diffuse in the water, and the faint scent of blood filled the nostrils. Xu Xin squinted his eyes and swiftly swam toward the direction of the treehouse. From previous hunts of the blood-pattern rabbit and blood-pattern cat, he understood that injured intermediate mutant creatures would relentlessly pursue their enemies who harmed them, even fighting to the death despite severe injuries. So from the moment he wounded the blood-striped marlin, he was already locked in. Xu Xin's plan was simple: leverage these small underwater trees as cover and guide the marlin toward the treehouse at maximum speed. In the water, he was no match for the blood-striped marlin, but near the treehouse, harnessing the roots hanging in midair, he could enter the treehouse and use a heavy crossbow to attack. Near the treehouse is his home ground. Close to the water's bottom, Xu Xin quickly swam through the forest, and as expected, the marlin, having been wounded, no longer feared the intimidation of his scale armor set, repeatedly launched attacks on Xu Xin. Xu Xin managed to dodge every time, but it was a pity for the newly grown small trees underwater, which were smashed and snapped by the irrational marlin. Xu Xin kept dodging while observing the blood-striped marlin behind him. This intermediate mutant creature emerging from the vortex might be the guardian beast of the vortex, and only by killing it could he explore what exactly lies within the vortex. If it wasn't hurt, it might just return to the vortex of its own accord after straying far away. Only by fully locking onto him could he lure it near the treehouse, where he'd use the treehouse's abilities and a heavy crossbow to kill it, allowing him to return to investigate the contents of the vortex. Although Xu Xin was slower than the marlin, his swimming speed was much faster than a normal human, and even amidst constant evasions of the marlin's attacks, it only took about 5 minutes to return a kilometer away, underneath the treehouse, emerging from beneath the water's surface. Eek, eek, eek. Keek's anxious calls came from above as it had been lying on the windowsill looking out, and seeing Xu Xin now was warning him of the danger behind. Behind him, the marlin once again launched a charge. With Xu Xin at the surface, there was no cover, and the marlin's speed was incredibly fast, rushing to his side in an instant, about to pierce his body. But Xu Xin had anticipated this, directly grabbing the roots of the treehouse, and with a thought, the roots quickly contracted. He was like a hooked fish pulled from the water. However, the marlin was still a step faster, and even with Xu Xin quickly retracting his legs, the sharp jaw still struck his boot. After all, an intermediate mutant beast was much faster than a normal marlin, and without cover, the speed was fast enough to soar. Indeed, as Xu Xin was pulled from the water, the marlin's attack was angled upward. With its incredible speed, the marlin directly leaped out from the water, its sharp jaw striking Xu Xin's boot and scraping across it, making an unpleasant zzz-la sound, followed by the entire fish flying diagonally up, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters before falling back in a parabolic arc into the water. Xu Xin felt no pain in his foot, and he lifted his struck foot for a look, slightly relieved. After all, his armor was purple-grade. Although the marlin's jaw too was reinforced, based on experience, it was merely the strongest material below purple grade, ultimately still blue grade, naturally not as strong as his scale armor. But even so, owing to its extreme speed and strength, this attack still left a noticeable mark on the surface of his boot, distressing him. Although weapons and armor can be repaired at crafting stations, purple-grade armor requires purple-grade materials. Where does he have purple-grade materials? Damn, dare to damage my purple-grade armor. This blood-striped marlin must die. The sound of rain hitting the water was loud, creating ripples that made it hard to see what lay beneath the surface. Fortunately, Xu Xin was under the treehouse, and its roof shielded him from the rain. Although the strong wind blew some rain in, the water surface below the treehouse stayed relatively calm. It was just calm enough to barely make out the location and movements of the blood-striped marlin swimming beneath. The blood-striped marlin that had landed in the water was readying itself to attack Xu Xin, who was in midair, once again. It dove to the bottom, then accelerated towards Xu Xin, rapidly leaping out of the water, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. Xu Xin deftly maneuvered aside with his roots, and the fish's blood-striped body brushed past him, directly jabbing into the bottom of the tree canopy, piercing the first floor's floorboard with a crack sound. We can't let it keep attacking. This really could damage the treehouse. You must know, the water surface now was 5 or 6 meters high, with only 4 or 5 meters to the bottom of the treehouse. This fish could leap 4 to 5 meters high, just enough to strike the base of the treehouse. Xu Xin pulled out a crossbow, quickly pulling the trigger targeting the marlin about to emerge from the water surface. Whoosh! With his skilled technique, the crossbow arrow shot accurately into the head of the blood-striped marlin, which was thrusting directly upwards and had just leapt out of the water. The mutant creature, with a crossbow arrow embedded in its head, let out a sharp cry, but due to inertia, it still thrust directly towards Xu Xin. Xu Xin dodged again, quickly reloading, and at the moment the marlin was about to fall back into the water, fired another shot, this time accurately striking the marlin's tail. A sharp, piercing scream rang out again, and the marlin frantically accelerated under the water, attempting to leap out and attack Xu Xin once more. But Xu Xin wasn't going to play with it anymore. He quickly entered the first floor of the treehouse, lunged toward the heavy crossbow positioned in this direction, and activated automatic firing. The heavy crossbow in this direction was one of the enhanced heavy crossbows he made with cat claws. Its firing speed and power were much stronger than his first crossbow, and the accuracy of its automatic firing was also much higher. At least higher than when operated by Xu Xin himself. The blood-striped marlin was too fast. If he were to operate it himself, he wouldn't be able to hit it at all. Footsteps echoed down the corridor as Silver King and Mimi descended from the 3rd floor, with Kiki also riding on Silver King's back. Yep. Kiki jumped over directly, and Xu Xin quickly caught it. Yip. Kiki wriggled free from Xu Xin's arms, crawled down to the ground along his body, and began circling around his scratched foot. It seemed the little one was worried that Xu Xin had been injured by the marlin. "All right, Kiki, I'm not hurt. Just my armor got scraped a bit." Xu Xin patted Kiki's little head. "Yep." Kiki finally relaxed, gave a reassuring pat to its tiny chest, and then turned to crawl up onto the windowsill to look outside. Hearing Xu Xion's words, both Silver King and Mimi relaxed. Silver King sat on the floor, and Mimi began licking its fur again. Xu Xian also went to the window to gaze downward. As he vanished from sight, the blood-striped marlin below was circling rapidly beneath the spot where he entered the treehouse, waiting for his reappearance. By the looks of it, as soon as he showed up again, the marlin would rush out of the water at lightning speed to attack him. Meanwhile, the heavy crossbow, set to auto-attack by Xu Xin, was rotating its aim along with the marlin, but had yet to fire a single arrow. What's going on? Could it be that the crossbow has determined it couldn't hit and simply stopped firing? Xu Xian was speechless. Couldn't it be a bit more intelligent, predict a leading shot or something? But seeing the marlin's incredibly fast spinning speed below, Xu Xian realized that predicting its position was indeed a bit too challenging for his crossbow. Looks like he'd need to step out once more to lure the marlin out of the water. As soon as it flew out to attack him, being airborne would mean a lowest hovering speed, under which his top-grade crossbow would definitely hit it. However, Xu Xian felt a bit uncertain. The marlin had been accelerating in circles below for so long. Its speed was already astonishingly fast, and with such velocity, he might truly not be able to evade its thrust. Ah yes, the bat. His blood-pattern bat. "It's your time to shine, my little bat." Xu Xian immediately released the blood-striped bat from his wristband. With his feeding over the past few days, combined with the influence of a radiated stone, this bat underwent significant changes. The bat, which originally only had faint blood-red patterns, had stripes that changed significantly, now becoming truly a low-level mutant beast. In addition to fast flight speed, it was a smaller target compared to Xu Xian, making it less susceptible to being hit, and it also had an ultrasonic capability to disturb the opponent's senses, making it an ideal decoy for this operation. Even if it were to die in this operation, as long as it took the blood-striped marlin down with it, it would be a worthy death. A bat that wasn't even a low-level mutant beast originally, being able to drag down a mid-level mutant creature to its grave sounded quite inspiring. Xu Xian explained the task to the bat, then sent it outside the treehouse. Underneath the tree canopy of the treehouse, the blood-striped bat suddenly emerged, flapping its wings to fly towards the direction outside the canopy. This was Xu Xian's command. The heavy crossbow was installed on the outer wall of the treehouse, and the further out it was, the higher the chance of the heavy crossbow hitting its target. Of course, the most important thing was that Xu Xian didn't want the marlin to pierce the bottom of his treehouse at such a fast speed. Such a speed would have a tremendous impact, which might really cause damage. At this moment, the bat flying slowly with flapping wings in the air was like a moving, living target. The blood-striped marlin, its eyes red from injury, saw something moving from the place where Xu Xian had just gone in. Without thinking, it adjusted its direction after circling a few times and suddenly leaped out of the water with great speed, stabbing straight at the bat, which had already flown outside the tree canopy. The speed was like a bullet. If it had been Xu Xian, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge. But the bat was also a low-level mutated beast. The sky was its domain, so how could it allow a fish to harm it? It flapped its wings, tilted its body to the side, narrowly avoiding the marlin's sharp jaw attack, but was still hit by the marlin's body and knocked over 10 meters away, flapping its wings chaotically before stabilizing itself in the air. This time, the marlin's thrust went straight up to the height of the third-floor treehouse. The highest point of the parabola is the slowest point of motion. Because the marlin was almost thrusting straight up, it even achieved a brief moment of hovering at the highest point. In an instant, the heavy crossbow made a loud twang of its string and a click sound as it fired, launching the crossbow arrow rapidly toward the blood-striped marlin in the air. With the speed and weight of the crossbow arrow, the enormous penetrating force directly shot the marlin through. Yay! A whoa! Meow! Upon seeing this, Kiki and Silver King both cheered. Even Mimi let out a cat-like sound that didn't match its appearance. The heavy crossbow arrow continued to fly forward with the marlin's body and fell into the water not far away. Kill the polluted mutated marlin, earn points. 100 points. Points. Calculating at a ratio of 5 to 1. The points of this blood-striped marlin were the same as those of the blood-pattern cat and the blood-pattern rabbit, which means it was indeed a mid-level mutated beast. Xu Xin let out a long sigh of relief. He finally managed to handle this fish. Fighting with a mid-level aquatic mutated creature in the water was really too dangerous. First, let's retrieve the carcass of the mutated marlin. The carcass of a mid-level mutated creature is all blue-grade materials. Xu Xin quickly dove into the water, swimming toward the impact point of the crossbow arrow and the marlin's corpse. Soon, he saw the crossbow arrow embedded in the seabed and the marlin's corpse skewered on it. The crossbow arrow had hit the marlin's head just right, piercing it through, which was why the fish died instantly. Xu Xin immediately stored it in his backpack, swam back to the treehouse, grabbed a root, and was about to enter the treehouse. Wait, where's his bat? He swung midair, looking around. There was no sign of the bat in the air. Looking back, he found the blood-patterned bat hanging upside down in the tree canopy below the treehouse. Xu Xin swung over, intending to store it in his bracelet. Unexpectedly, the bat withdrew a little, seemingly unwilling to enter the bracelet. Xu Xin frowned. Is this resisting my command? No, these creatures aren't supposed to have their own will, right? Could it be? After upgrading to a low-level mutated beast through radiation stones, it has changed. He looked at the bat, tentatively asking, "Do you want to enter the treehouse with me, or do you want to hang here? Stay still if you want to enter the treehouse. Flap your wings twice if you want to hang here." Under Xu Xin's surprised gaze, the bat hung upside down and nimbly flapped its wings twice. It has its own response. It's really regained its will. This radiation stone has this kind of benefit. Then in the future, the mutated beasts created by using the mutation potion should also regain their will if needed. Wonderful. Xu Xin left the bat outside and told it that it could hunt the fish in the water by itself, but not fly too far away, and to alert him with a call if there was any situation. Arriving at the first level of the treehouse, Xu Xin released the body of the marlin. The nearly 3-meter body length plus the 3 meters of sharp jaws were utterly gigantic up close, scaring the 3 beasts nearby with curiosity. Taking out the boning knife, Xu Xin disassembled the marlin's corpse. Obtain polluted mutated marlin bone, blue, *1. Polluted mutated marlin jaw, blue, *1. Polluted mutated marlin dorsal fin, blue, *1. Polluted mutated marlin meat, gray, *430 kg. 3 blue-grade materials. Among them, the jaw and dorsal fin were special materials. The jaw could be used to make weapons, similar to rabbit ears and cat claws, while the dorsal fin could make armor. The weight of the polluted marlin meat made Xu Xin ecstatic, a whopping more than 400 kilograms. Note, a single bottle of mutation potion requires just 5 kilograms. With these 430 kilograms, 86 bottles of potions can be made. Adding the previous mutation meat, the number of potions he could make soared to triple digits, directly achieving freedom of mutation potions. He had so much that he couldn't use it all himself. It felt like he could start trading with the community of explorers. Of course, a mutated beast contract was not feasible, as he didn't have the capability to make it himself one less each time he used one. Offering one to Li Wenci was already the limit. Next, let's check out the vortex under the tornado and see what's inside. Before leaving, Xu Xin wanted to leave the new resources he had brought back from outside inside the house. He took out the wooden bucket, and the small fish were still swimming joyfully inside it. He directly made a large fish tank half a person's height out of glass and placed it next to the screen on the 3rd level, pouring the water and fish from the bucket into it. Detected breeding colorful scale fish, green, *52 in the treehouse. Treehouse decoration degree, plus 10.4. Current treehouse decoration degree, 10.4. The sudden voice startled Xu Xin. A new attribute, decoration degree, appeared. Xu Xin went to the screen and found that a new option had been added to the main choices, decoration degree. After clicking it open, the interface only had one line of text. Breeding colorful scale fish, green, *52, increased decoration degree by 10.4. Apart from this, the interface had no other words. 52 colorful scale fish added 10.4, which meant each fish increased the decoration degree by 0.2. So what exactly is this decoration degree for? Must it reach a certain value to be visible? At this moment, Kiki climbed to the edge of the fish tank, curiously poking her head to look at the colorful little fish inside. Kiki, And you too, Xu Xin said to the three beasts. You're not allowed to catch these little fish to eat. They're for viewing, got it? Ing. Kiki nodded her little head, using her small paws to stir the surface of the water in the fish tank. The Wolf King followed with a howl. Mimi seemed to curl her lip, as if saying that these small fish weren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Xu Xin took out the redwood from his backpack along with the colorful crystals he had picked from underwater. Detected placing of blue crystal, green, *1, purple crystal, green, *1, red crystal, green, *1, green crystal, green, *1 in the treehouse. Treehouse decoration degree +4. Current treehouse decoration degree, 14.4. The redwood did not trigger a prompt sound. The redwood's description said it could be carved into sculptures or made into furniture, which then can increase the decoration degree. And the introduction of those crystals also mentioned they could be carved. Does this mean carved crystals increase the decoration degree even more? But this wasn't something Xu Xin needed to consider, as he didn't know how to carve. The urgent task now was to return to the underwater whirlpool beneath the tornado to see what exactly was inside it. Since there was an intermediate mutated creature guarding it, there must be some good things inside. Perhaps it was even connected to somewhere. Otherwise, where did this sailfish come from? Xu Xin looked outside at the tornado, which remained as fearsome as ever, continuously throwing things outward. He once again dived into the water, quickly swimming towards the direction of the tornado. Along the way, he discovered several green-grade crystals and some redwood, which seemed to have been newly spat out. Apart from the previous colors, Xu Xin also found yellow crystal and white crystal, adding 2 new colors. Packing these new resources into his backpack, he quickly swam to the side of the underwater whirlpool. This time, Xu Xin did not feel a sense of crisis, but he dared not be careless, stopped his movement, and followed along with the surrounding water flow slowly rotating towards the whirlpool. He could see the white-grade crystals on the seabed being gradually swept close by the whirlpool, eventually being sucked into it. Gradually, Xu Xin was only a few meters away from the outside of the whirlpool, and the current pull was very strong. Xu Xin felt he could no longer resist the suction of the current, but he did not panic, allowing the current to pull him into the whirlpool. Passing through the outer edge of the whirlpool, the drag increased once again. The speed quickened. Xu Xin stabilized his mind, carried by the whirlpool, spinning faster and faster, getting closer to the whirlpool's center. Suddenly, Xu Xin was thrown out, staggering, his feet hitting the ground, and he couldn't help but run forward a few steps. Indeed, he was stepping on solid ground. He was spun to the point of dizziness, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Is this the eye of the tornado? So cold. Xu Xin shivered from the cold. He was thrown into the inside of the water vortex, and inside the whirlpool, astonishingly, there was no water. Xu Xin was too lazy to explain it scientifically. It made no sense. Looking up at the surroundings, the lower layer was a 5 or 6 meter vortex water ring, and above that was the tornado. Although the spiral below was very peculiar, the water absorption was very slow, the rotation speed was not fast, part of the water was still sucked into the tornado, and gradually rose, becoming fog, causing the topmost cloud layer to increasingly oppress. Luckily, there was no wind in the eye, just a rather low temperature and low air pressure. He had just emerged from the water, and was still wet, shivering from the cold, and having difficulty breathing. He urgently began searching for what he wanted. The entire eye of the tornado was a circular area roughly 10 meters in diameter. The small trees from just now in the vortex area were gone, swept away by the tornado. Yet in this area, these little trees were surprisingly undamaged, not destroyed by the tornado. What is that? Xu Xin discovered that in the center of the small grove, there was a wooden box that looked shabby, very small, about the size of a beer crate. He hurried over. No, it's too cold and uncomfortable here. He can't stay too long. It seems like he'll need to use the pill Qi Shuefei gave him when he gets back. Soaking wet and still so cold, it would be outrageous if he didn't catch a cold or fever. As he stood in front of the wooden box and got a clearer look at it, Xu Xion's eye twitched a bit. This is so broken. Was this box picked out from a trash heap? He got the feeling that this wooden box was dropped here after being ravaged. Could this just be a piece of junk fallen out of a tornado? But in the eye of the storm, other than a small tree, there was only this broken box. Xu Xian reluctantly crouched down. The box was locked, but as it was already very broken, Xu Xian could even see some of its contents through the gaps, which seemed to be some colorful stones, emitting green and blue light. Green-grade resources and blue-grade resources. Xu Xin's eyes lit up, and with a strong twist, he directly ripped off the box lid. His strength now was indeed quite substantial. The box was full of colorful crystals, exactly like the ones Xu Xin had picked up from the water outside. Xu Xin rummaged through and took out a few crystals emitting blue light. Red crystal, blue exceptionally beautiful crystal. Placing it in the tree house can enhance decoration, suitable for carving. At the same time, there was also a blue crystal and a white crystal, both of blue grade. Is this all? Xu Xin wasn't satisfied. He had killed an intermediate mutant beast to get in. Surely there couldn't be just this little resource here. He turned the box over and dumped all its contents out. A streak of purple light appeared, immediately bringing a smile to his lips. Sure enough, there were purple-grade resources here. It was a card, and just by looking at its form, Xu Xin could tell it was another kind of contract. Picking up the card, unfamiliar text gradually appeared on the somewhat damp card. Artist contract. Purple. After using this contract, unlock the artist option, enabling crafting blueprints related to sculpture and painting, and gain mastery in carving and painting. Xu Xin, ? For a moment, he felt this contract was worthless. But then he thought, the new resources he had obtained earlier seemed to be related to carving. Could this contract help create sculptures and paintings that enhance decoration? Beside the contract, there was another purple crystal, but unlike the other crystals, this one also emitted purple light. Another purple-grade resource. Xu Xin reached out and picked up the purple crystal. Purple crystal, purple exceptionally beautiful and durable crystal. Placing it in the tree house can enhance decoration, suitable for carving. Purple carving materials. Xu Xin didn't hesitate to crush the contract in his hand. A warm current flowed from his hand into his heart, pulsating with his heartbeat throughout his body. Feeling the enhancement of his physique and strength once more, Xu Xin clenched his fist. Meanwhile, his mind suddenly was filled with numerous memories of carving and painting, as if being crammed into him. He felt that now, as long as he picked up a carving knife or paintbrush, he could create artworks that would astonish the world. Xu Xin opened his watch. Sure enough, under the main option of decoration degree, a new artist sub-option lit up. Upon opening it, there were only 3 crafting projects in the option. Carving tool set, green, capable of carving green-grade materials to create green-grade sculptures. Requires iron block, green, *1, wood, green, *1. Brush, green, dipped in water, it can paint desired ink paintings, capable of creating green-grade artworks. Requires wood, green, *1, animal hair, green, 1 strand. Carving and painting workbench. Blue. Only on this workbench can works of historical significance be carved and painted. Requires redwood, green, *10, stone, blue, *5. My goodness, a set of tools for carving and painting. This is really going to turn him into an artist. Xu Xin was a bit speechless. He still didn't know what the decoration degree was used for, so he didn't feel much excitement about this ability, feeling rather subtle. Hopefully, the decoration degree will have great use. After going back, he decided to try carving a bit to enhance the decoration degree of the treehouse. He looked up, originally just wanting to see if any other advanced resources might drop down, but what he saw made his gaze tighten. There was a small purple-black vortex about 2 meters above his head, quietly spinning there. What is this thing? Xu Xin's eyelid twitched. This purple-black vortex looked almost like a miniature black hole, making the surrounding space appear warped. But strangely enough, the vortex had no effect on the surrounding trees or on Xu Xin below. It just hung in the air, quietly spinning. What the heck is this? How is there a smaller vortex in the eye of the tornado? Xu Xin stared at the small vortex above her head and picked up a stone from the ground. This purplish-black vortex was only the size of a soccer ball, quietly spinning, with the surrounding space constantly twisting as if it were about to suck all the space into it. Xu Xin stepped back a few meters, kept her distance, and then threw the stone in her hand towards the purplish-black vortex. At the moment the vortex was hit by the stone, Xu Xin saw the vortex suddenly ripple, and then the stone vanished into the vortex. Simultaneously, the water vortex surrounding the area trembled like a wall, with some water sprinkling onto the ground of this internal space, and even the tornado above twisted suddenly. Does throwing something into this purplish-black vortex affect the tornado? Could it be the reason for the tornado's formation? Xu Xin picked up a larger stone and threw it over. The same scenario occurred again, but the magnitude was a bit larger this time. The surrounding water vortex distorted, and the tornado above twisted for a while before returning to its original form. Damn! A fist-sized stone fell from the sky and hit the ground in front of Xu Xin, making him exclaim in surprise. The previous twist caused the resources spinning inside the tornado to be affected, falling into this small internal area, causing a rain of resources in the air. Xu Xin immediately retreated to the edge of the water vortex. If those things got close to the tornado or the water vortex again, they would be sucked in, so the edge of the area was safe. Many redwoods and crystals fell into this area, along with several beast corpses that fell down with a splat sound. The scene was somewhat gruesome, causing Xu Xin, who had hunted countless beasts, to twitch his face. It seems that the tornado around here is indeed caused by this small vortex. After the resource rain stopped, he immediately began scavenging. The fallen items were green-grade redwoods and crystals, all of which Xu Xin welcomed into his backpack as they could be used as carving materials, potentially very useful to him. As for the beast corpses turned to meat paste, no thanks. They were a bit disgusting, and ordinary beast materials were basically useless to him now. Xu Xin picked up another stone. He had tasted sweet success. It seemed like as long as he forcefully attacked this black vortex, the tornado would twist, and countless resources would fall down. This way, he could comfortably gather resources without having to search all over the place. Another rain of resources fell. Xu Xin stood delightedly by the water vortex, watching countless resources fall from the sky, then went forward to scavenge. Just as he picked up a stone again, intending to attack the purplish-black vortex for the fourth time, he stopped. Because he noticed that each time he attacked this small vortex, it would grow a bit larger. The vortex, originally the size of a soccer ball, was gradually expanding to the size of a tire. Moreover, from the once silent vortex, fragmented sounds began to emerge. The woo-woo sound resembled a sinister wind echoing through the valleys. Though intermittent, Xu Xin could still catch it. Is there something inside? Xu Xin suddenly became alert. He suddenly thought of that blood-striped marlin. Before he came in, he kept wondering, where did this marlin come from? Could it have surfaced from this purplish-black vortex? Is this purplish-black vortex actually connected to other places? For a moment, Xu Xin felt an urge to go in and take a look, but that thought was immediately dispelled by himself. That would be like an old man hanging himself, seeking death. He wasn't looking to shorten his life. However, continuing to throw stones into it was still something he could try. He was a bit curious about what might appear when the vortex expanded to a certain size. So, he threw the stone in his hand. The vortex stirred, the tornado twisted, and yet another batch of resources fell. By the seventh time he threw a stone, the purplish-black vortex had expanded to roughly a size Xu Xin could directly jump into, with a diameter close to 2 meters, and the sounds within the vortex became clearer. Woo-woo-woo-woo. It sounds a bit like a child crying, but Xu Xin can still distinguish that this is actually just the sound of the wind, the kind of sound that occurs when wind passes through a valley with peculiar terrain. On the other side of this vortex, it might really be leading to another place. But Xu Xin didn't concern himself with the vortex first. Instead, he picked up the batch of descending resources. Clearly, the quantity is much less than before, with only a few scattered pieces. It seems that even in this tornado, there aren't many resources, basically already drained by him. Xu Xin checked his backpack. Over 100 green-grade crystals, over 100 green-grade redwood pieces. In addition, there are some ordinary stones, wood, and beast corpses on the ground, which he did not pick up. With the backpack on his back, he looked up at the purple-black vortex before him, which had grown quite large. Aside from the eerie wind sounds, there were other noises in the vortex, like the sound of rocks rolling or the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the sound of something writhing. He can now basically confirm that this vortex leads to another place. This vortex, causing the tornado, likely functions like a portal or wormhole. What exactly is on the other side of this vortex? This vortex appearing here certainly has a reason. But he doesn't know what the position inside the vortex is, whether all places in this world have been invaded by subterranean creatures, whether inside the vortex is within a protected zone, and if entering will transport him out of the protected zone, surrounded by subterranean creatures. If only Kiki were here, it could tell him whether there's danger or treasure inside the vortex. Xu Xin decided to test it first. Using the treehouse manufacturing function on his watch, he made a wooden stick. A wooden stick can be made without a weapon manufacturing station. Because the vortex had grown much larger, the lowest edge is now only slightly taller than Xu Xin. The surrounding space distortion made him not dare to get too close. He gripped the wooden stick tightly in hand and cautiously reached toward the vortex. Just as the stick touched the vortex edge, a force came from the stick, instantly pulling half of it into the vortex. Xu Xin immediately pulled with force to jerk the half-absorbed stick out. Looking at the stick he pulled out, Xu Xin's eye twitched. Indeed, the stick, pulled in for less than a second, was now riddled with holes, as if it was corroded by acid. The stick was coated with some dark red viscous substance, still sizzling, eroding the stick, emitting black smoke. Crack. The wooden stick, eroded beyond recognition, snapped, the damaged half falling to the ground and shattering, while the sticky substance clung to the ground, eroding a hole several centimeters deep before gradually disappearing. Is it really this terrifying? Luckily, he had anticipated this might happen, made the stick to experiment first. Xu Xin was now very sensitive to red things, and seeing the dark red viscous substance, he immediately thought of mutant beasts. Could it be some mutant beast secretions? And that mutant beast is guarding on the other side. Xu Xin speculated. No matter what, he absolutely would not go into this vortex. It's too dangerous inside. But this doesn't mean he wouldn't do anything. He directly pulled out his crossbow, aimed at the vortex, and fired. If there really is a mutant monster inside, let's give it some trouble. The crossbow arrow shot into the vortex, causing a wave, and then disappeared. As the arrow vanished, the sounds inside the vortex abruptly stopped. The eerie wind sounds, leaves rustling, occasional rock rolling all suddenly ceased. The purple-black vortex quietly rotated, returning to its initial state. What's going on? Xu Xin frowned. Why did the sound stop? Suddenly, the vortex began wildly fluctuating again, this time very intensely, like boiling water, but emanating a piercing cold. Xu Xin's face changed dramatically. Just as he thought the vortex would explode, planning to flee, it abruptly contracted inward, shrinking to a tiny point and then vanished without warning. And along with it vanished the surrounding water vortex and the massive tornado in the air. It was just in that instant. The tornado disappeared, and materials still caught in it were flung into the surroundings by inertia. The surrounding water stopped spinning, freely flowing from all sides, engulfing Xu Xin standing on the ground. Xu Xin hadn't even reacted, suddenly submerged, choking a bit. He quickly swam to the water surface. The tornado truly vanished. The clouds seemed to have a big hole, with sunlight streaming through, reflecting on the water and causing ripples. But this gap in the clouds quickly filled in, the localized clear sky appearing for only a dozen seconds, before rain once again battered Xu Xin's face. The tornado disappeared? Xu Xin looked bewildered. He was just thinking about how to deal with the monster in the whirlpool, but in just a few dozens of seconds, everything around him changed. The tornado disappeared along with the purple-black whirlpool, all in an instant. Fortunately, the storm hadn't stopped yet, allowing Xu Xin to still feel a hint of reality. He looked around. This huge tornado is not the only one near his treehouse. Xu Xin found that only the tornado near his treehouse disappeared. Floating on the water, he looked around. Those tornadoes in the distance were still spinning in their original positions, connecting the dark clouds in the sky, like gigantic funnels leading straight to the heavens, creating a very oppressive atmosphere, completely resembling an apocalyptic natural disaster scene. While Xu Xin was still floating on the water in a daze, a mysterious voice sounded. Congratulations, survivor, for being the first person in this batch of survivors to artificially eliminate a tornado. The reward will be issued after the event concludes. This voice snapped Xu Xin back to reality. He actually artificially eliminated a tornado. But what did he do? He killed the blood-striped marlin guarding the eye of the storm, entered the underwater eye of the tornado, found a broken wooden chest with purple-level treasure inside, and then discovered a small purple-black whirlpool and launched an attack against it. And the tornado disappeared because he shot the purple-black whirlpool with a crossbow arrow. It seems that just by attacking the whirlpool, which should be the cause and core of the tornado, the entire tornado can be eliminated? That's quite simple. However, it is indeed quite difficult for ordinary survivors. Just the presence of an intermediate mutant aquatic beast is enough to deter most people, let alone anyone daring like him to enter the underwater whirlpool. He dared to enter the whirlpool, go deep into the eye of the storm, completely because Kiki told him that the tornado itself was not dangerous, and there is treasure inside. Without Kiki, he definitely wouldn't have dared to enter. Speaking of which, what's inside that small whirlpool core? Those eerie sounds and the dark red viscous substance. Everything within the whirlpool greatly piqued Xu Xin's curiosity. However, the tornado has already disappeared, and within the protection range of his treehouse, this was the only tornado. He can only wait until the next time he encounters that strange whirlpool to unravel the mystery. Xu Xin ate another water plant, dived into the water, and began searching for any missed resources in this tornado-ravaged area. With the water whirlpool gone, and all the small trees around destroyed by the tornado except for a small patch in the center, Xu Xin could clearly see everything under the water. Huh? Are these ornamental fish again? On the other side of the tornado-ravaged area, two fish swam through the underwater forest. These two fish, one black and one white, the size of carp, kept swimming in circles around each other, emitting a blue glow. Blue-grade fish. Xu Xin rejoiced and quickly swam over. Just like the colorful scale fish encountered before, the black and white fish did not evade as Xu Xin approached, but instead swam towards him and began circling around him. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the scale armor suit. Xu Xin reached out and grabbed the white fish, which did not struggle but remained quietly in his hand, while the black fish continued to circle around him. Tai Chi white fish, blue advanced ornamental fish, can be raised in tree houses to increase the decoration level, and paired with Tai Chi blackfish will double the decoration level and gradually improve the physical condition of survivors residing in tree houses, promoting longevity. This black and white pair of fish, it turns out they're called Tai Chi fish, indeed very fitting. Moreover, raising them in a tree house can improve physical condition and promote longevity. Such treasures, in times of peace, are priceless. For survivors wary of imminent death, the function of promoting longevity seems not so precious, because who knows if they might die unexpectedly the next day, thus rendering extended lifespan useless. However, improving physical condition is still a very powerful function. For survivors, even minor illnesses can affect physical state, like the fever and hypothermia that might result from this storm, which poses a significant threat as survivors are constantly in danger. Enhanced physical condition reduces the likelihood of contracting these illnesses and speeds up recovery if afflicted. Very nice. Xu Xin cheerfully packed the two fish into a water-filled wooden barrel and placed it into his backpack. After swimming another circle around the tornado-ravaged zone, apart from the scattered white gradestones everywhere, there were no other resources left. By this time, it was nearing evening. The cloud-covered sky had darkened even more. Xu Xin counted the resources at hand and began swimming towards the treehouse. Along the way, we encountered many fish swimming out from the lake. Compared to after the battle between the anaconda and crocodile, their bodies have indeed grown larger, even bigger than when we saw them this morning. Their scales appear more textured, and even in this dim twilight, they still reflect a faint glow. They seem to have truly evolved to a higher level due to the anaconda and crocodile blood, carrying a hint of mutated beast aura. But like the anaconda and crocodile, despite being much larger than their normal counterparts, they do not have the blood-red patterns characteristic of mutated beasts. Why is that? Could it be the anaconda and crocodile follow a different evolutionary path? Their bodies do not radiate the resource-grade glow like ornamental fish, so Xu Xin could only kill a nearly half-meter-long grass carp. He took out his boning knife and dissected the fish in the water on the spot. To his disappointment, it was just an ordinary fish, with resources ranking no higher than green level, meaning its meat was just a bit more abundant. Is it simply that they have grown larger, or did they not complete the mutation? Xu Xin thought. These fish were bigger than this morning, indicating they were still growing. He planned to check again in a few days. However, after the rainy season, this stretch of water in the jungle will be gone, hopefully prompting the fish to swim back to the lake. Xu Xin quickly swam back to the treehouse, grabbed onto the roots, and ascended to the third layer, tossing a piece of fish to the bats hanging under the treehouse. After seeing the tornado dissipate, Kiki and the Silver King were drawn to the window. When they saw Xu Xin return, Coco Silver King approached, while Mimi stayed by the window but turned her eyes towards Xu Xin. Xu Xin narrated his experiences to them, while creating a large fish tank and putting a black and a white Taiji fish into it. As soon as the two fish entered the tank, they began circling around the center. Detected, Taiji white fish, blue, *1, Taiji black fish, blue, *1 in Treehouse. Treehouse decoration points plus 16, triggered Taiji fish combo effect. Treehouse decoration points plus 16, current decoration points, 46.4. Wow, two fish added 32 decoration points directly, worthy of being blue-level ornamental fish. Simultaneously, Xu Xin felt a gentle wave emanating from the fish, affecting his body. This must be the effect of enhancing physique and prolonging life. However, since it's fish farming, he naturally had to feed them something. He couldn't feed them meat like Coco Silver King, especially the group of colorful scale fish, so small in size. Being special ornamental fish, they must have special fish food, right? Xu Xin thought of something and began searching through the point store, soon finding it. Ornamental fish food, green necessary for feeding ornamental fish, just sprinkle into the tank. Points, 50, 35. Oh my, a bag of fish food costs 50 points. Bear in mind, killing a mid-level mutated creature only rewarded him with 100 points. This farming cost is too high. Thankfully, he had a 30% discount, and he painfully exchanged for a bag of fish food. The fish food bag was tiny, filled with cherry pit-sized pellets. Xu Xin sprinkled a dozen pellets into the Taiji fish tank. The two fish stopped circling and began eating the food. But they didn't eat it all. Each fish only ate 5 pellets before resuming their rotation, leaving the rest sinking to the bottom. Xu Xin sprinkled a dozen pellets into the colorful scale fish tank, causing a frenzy as they collectively started nibbling at the food. However, Xu Xin noticed they only ate 3 or 4 pellets before returning to their leisurely state. He let out a sigh of relief, thankful the consumption wasn't high. If they ate just this much daily, the bag of food could last about 10 to 15 days. But even so, the required points are quite substantial. Next time, he'll try ordinary meat or fruit to see if they eat it. This month, fish farming alone consumes nearly 100 points, which is quite a bit. But the Taiji fish's effect is so strong. He desperately needs it, so no matter the cost, he must continue farming them. He boiled some water and lay in the bathtub, enjoying a comfy hot bath. Soon, I'll try my new abilities in carving and painting. Hopefully they'll be useful for survival. After taking a bath to soothe his tired body from a long day, Xu Xin began trying out his new abilities. He first sorted through the new materials in his hand. Over 100 colorful green-grade crystals and 132 pieces of redwood, all of which can be used for carving. The redwood can also be used to craft furniture. Xu Xin took out all the crystals and placed them on the floor. These crystals themselves can also increase the decorative points of the tree house. Detected white crystal, green, *1, yellow crystal, green, *1, red crystal, blue, *1, blue crystal, blue, *1, white crystal, blue, *1, purple crystal, purple, *1 placed in the treehouse. Decor points plus 16, current treehouse decor points, 62.4. He poured out so many crystals, why only add 16 decor points? According to the previous calculation, each green-grade crystal could add 1 decor point. So he went to the screen and clicked on the decor points option. In the option, all the items that add decor points were listed. Breeding colorful scale fish, green, *52, decor points increase by 10.4. Breeding Taiji white fish, blue, Taiji black fish, blue, decor points increase by 32. Placing red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white crystals, green, decor points increase by 6. Placing red, blue, white crystals, blue, decor points increase by 9. Placing purple crystal, purple, decor points increase by 5. Total decor points, 62.4. Xu Xin glanced over and immediately understood the method of calculating these stones' decor points. It turned out that no matter how many crystals of the same level and color there are, only the decor points of one crystal can be added. In other words, even though he had dozens of red crystals, green, these red crystals, green, only added 1 decor point in total. Crystals only come in 6 colors, so all his green-grade crystals together only added 6 decor points to his treehouse. Come to think of it, a pile of rough stones couldn't possibly add too much. Xu Xin calculated that, apart from green-grade crystals, each blue-grade crystal only adds 3 decor points, and purple-grade crystals only add 5 decor points. Isn't this too little? According to his previous calculation of the exchange rate between wood, stone, blue, and green grades, it was about 50:1. How could the difference between blue-grade and green-grade decor points be so small? Could it be that only after they are carved into finished products does the advantage of blue-grade and purple-grade materials become apparent? The requirements for carving are many, so I should first see how the redwood furniture is. Going back to the screen, Xu Xin clicked on the treehouse renovation option. Sure enough, after acquiring the redwood materials, several new methods for making redwood furniture appeared in the options. Redwood bookshelf. Green, a classic and elegant bookshelf that can increase decor points when placed in the treehouse. Requires redwood, green, *3. The first item surprised Xu Xin a bit. He hadn't expected a big bookshelf to require only 3 pieces of redwood to make. Thinking about it, while other wood is calculated by blocks, redwood is calculated by pieces. One piece of redwood is much larger than other wood, and he understood. He continued looking down. Redwood cabinet. Green, a classic and elegant cabinet that can increase decor points when placed in the treehouse. Requires redwood, green, *3. Still only requires consuming 3 pieces of redwood. In addition, there are a redwood desk, redwood chair, redwood bed, redwood wardrobe, redwood bedside table, and redwood dressing table. All of these can increase decor points. Unfortunately, Xu Xin currently doesn't have blue-grade redwood. The furniture made from this green-grade redwood can only increase decor points and has no other abilities, so they cannot replace his current furniture. But making them and placing them in the treehouse specifically to increase decor points is still feasible. Xu Xin immediately crafted a redwood bookshelf and cabinet, placing the bookshelf in the small study and the cabinet under the screen as a TV cabinet. Detected redwood bookshelf, green, placed in the treehouse, decor points +3. Current treehouse decor points, 65.4. Detected redwood cabinet, green, placed in the treehouse, decor points +3. Current treehouse decor points, 68.4. Each piece of redwood furniture can increase decor points by 3. So, he also made a redwood desk and 2 redwood chairs and placed them in the study. Redwood desk, green, decor points +3. Current treehouse decor points, 71.4. Redwood chair, green, decor points +3. Current treehouse decor points, 74.4. Exactly. He made 2 chairs, but only added 3 decor points. These pieces of furniture are similar to the nature of the crystals, as the same furniture cannot provide duplicate decor points. Originally, he was considering whether he could use the quantity of redwood furniture to stack the decoration level, but it seems that's not possible. Currently, there are only 8 redwood furniture blueprints in total available on the list. So, Xu Xin decided to make 1 each of the remaining bed, bedside table, wardrobe, and dressing table. His bedroom had a blue-level wooden bed that couldn't be replaced with a redwood bed, so he placed the redwood bed and dressing table in the second empty bedroom and put the bedside table and wardrobe in his room. After making these 4 pieces of redwood furniture, Xu Xion's treehouse decoration level reached 86.4. Currently, there's only so much redwood furniture that can be made. He can't increase the decoration level with furniture anymore unless he can get blue-level materials to make blue-level furniture. According to the decoration level of crystals, different grades are not considered the same resources. Let's aim to exceed 100 decoration level today. Perhaps it will become apparent what's the effect once it exceeds 100. Next is carving and painting. Carving and painting are much more troublesome than making furniture. He needs to first make the corresponding tools. He opened the crafting list to check the tools related to carving. Carving tool set. Green can carve green-grade materials to make green-grade statues. Requires iron block, green, *1, wood, green, *1. Carving and painting workbench. Blue only on this workbench can you create works that will be remembered in history. Requires redwood, green, *5, stone, blue, *5. The tool set is at least green-grade, only capable of carving green-grade materials, so Xu Xin definitely has to make a blue-grade one, which requires a blue iron block and blue wood. The workbench doesn't seem to have restrictions. Based on previous experiences, the grade of working table items is fixed. Therefore, this carving and painting workbench can only be blue-grade. He does have plenty of redwood, but currently, he really doesn't have any blue-grade stones. But Li Wenci definitely has them. She is never short of these things. Xu Xin immediately sent a video call to Li Wenxi. The other side picked up in a few seconds. Li Wenxi was cuddled up on the sofa rubbing her eyes. She's not good at swimming. After the activity started, she splashed around near the treehouse for a bit and didn't find anything, so she came back. With nothing to do in the treehouse, she and Qi Shuefei, Wang Lei, and the others who stayed indoors just chatted until they fell asleep. You're sleeping in the middle of the day? Xu Xin was a bit speechless. What can I do? I'm not like you, so good at swimming. I almost drowned just swimming a little outside, even catching a mouthful of rainwater just to breathe. Li Wenxi had just woken up and was holding her body up from the sofa, weakly saying, "This event is truly a boon for those good at swimming." There's no boon. It's very dangerous. Xu Xin recounted his experiences to Li Wenxi, including the underwater whirlpool and the blood-striped marlin. He told Li Wenxi that the blood-striped marlin was much stronger than the ordinary mutant beasts they had encountered. Is this a new monster? Li Wenxi was a bit scared, patting her chest. Good thing I didn't swim far. With my swimming skills, encountering a water creature, not to mention mutant beasts, even a big fish that attacks people would be enough to ensure I don't make it back. It's just a pity I can't get the new resources. Xu Xin also faintly felt that something was off about this event. The limitations on ability were too severe this time, and if he hadn't coincidentally obtained the scale armor set, he probably would have been stuck in the treehouse for a day, missing out on all those new resources. But he didn't know the reason either, so he could only comfort her. Isn't there still tonight? Maybe there will be new changes tonight, and you can go out. Who knows? I'll take your good wishes. After some formalities, Xu Xin got to his point. I'd like to trade with you for a blue-level iron block and 5 blue-level stones. Do you have these? Li Wenxi showed a just-as-I-expected expression. I knew you were coming to ask for resources. You never contact me for no reason. Of course, I have those. As long as they're mineral resources, I've got plenty. Xu Xin laughed awkwardly. Well, isn't that right? With life being so uncertain, who has time for casual chats? I'll trade you with new resources, red wood, which can be used to make furniture and can increase the treehouse decoration level. New resources, huh? That's great. Xu Xin traded 18 red wood, green, for those 6 blue-level resources. In terms of grade and quantity, it seemed like he made a killing, but redwood is much larger and rarer than regular wood. There's even no current way to obtain it. 18 pieces of redwood are enough for Li Wenxi to make 6 pieces of furniture, equivalent to exchanging 1 piece of furniture for 1 resource. Wow, is 1 piece of redwood this big? Isn't this just a whole tree? Li Wenxi widened her eyes as she looked at the piece of wood in front of her. It takes 3 pieces to make 1 redwood furniture, and the furniture can increase the decoration level, which should allow you to unlock the decoration level option. Xu Xin explained, and also gave her 6 different colored green-grade crystals. These can also increase the decoration level. This is the crystal you mentioned. It's indeed beautiful. Li Wenxi seemed to really like shiny things, holding onto the crystal affectionately. Oh right, don't make duplicate furniture. Duplicates won't increase the decoration level. Oh okay. After hanging up the video, Xu Xin immediately crafted the blue-grade carving tool set and carving painting workbench. He placed the carving painting workbench in the study instead of on the 2nd floor. He didn't want to sit and carve in the midst of those workstations on the 2nd floor. Moreover, if the furnace was working, the environment on the 2nd floor would become very poor, making it unsuitable for sitting calmly and carving. Taking out a green-grade crystal, Xu Xin decided to give it a try. This crystal is deep purple, making it easier for Xu Xin to see and handle for his first attempt. There are 8 different small knives in the carving tool set, and with the artist ability, Xu Xin easily recognized what each knife was used for. He picked up one of the small knives and began carving into the egg-sized purple crystal. Just carve one. Let's carve little Kiki. Kiki actually always follows Xu Xin around, watching everything he does with curiosity. Every time Xu Xin conjures up a piece of furniture out of thin air, it lets out a whimper to express its amazement. But now the only reason it's staying close to Xu Xin is dinner time. It's waiting for Xu Xin to start dinner. Having been busy all day, Xu Xin is quite hungry himself, but he's more interested in the carving right now. So he lifts Kiki onto the workbench. Sit here and don't move. I'm going to carve an image of you. Whimper. Kiki tilted its small head in confusion. Anyway, don't move, it will be done quickly. Once the carving is finished, we'll eat. Xu Xin picked up the carving knife and the egg-sized crystal. Whimper. In anticipation of dinner, Kiki finds a comfortable position, hugs its big tail to its chest, and lies still. The carving knife in Xu Xin's hand was extremely agile. The tip flowed across the purple crystal like moving clouds and water. His hands seemed to have muscle memory, making him quickly immersed in the task. Time ticked away, and the previously motionless Kiki began to fidget, feeling hungry and wanting to eat. Whimper. Kiki cried out, snapping Xu Xin out of his absorbed state. The carving in his hand had taken shape. Kiki's appearance could now be recognized. Only some details needed to be handled before completion, so Kiki didn't need to model anymore. Xu Xin checked the time and let out a sound of surprise. An hour had already passed since he started carving. Outside the treehouse, it had completely darkened, accompanied by the continuous sound of pouring rain and occasional thunder. Yet, the area around the treehouse was bright, with light shining down from above, illuminating a large area nearby. Clearly, the lightning rod on top of his treehouse was still absorbing lightning, emitting light and heat, which made him unaware of the passage of time. Xu Xin had never installed torches for nighttime lighting inside the treehouse. One reason is that torches in a wooden treehouse always felt unsafe. Without saltpeter, the inside of the treehouse was already hot. Also, the torchlight could attract powerful beasts he couldn't handle. The third reason was what he was worried about now. Such bright light can be seen from very far away at night. Although not reaching floodlight levels, the jungle was relatively flat, and his treehouse tall. This lighting allowed all beasts and survivors within several dozen kilometers to see it without a problem. But for now, it has to stay this way. Although the frequency of lightning strikes has decreased, lightning still fell onto the treehouse every few minutes. The lightning rod couldn't be removed, or the furniture and workbenches inside the treehouse would be randomly damaged. Whimper. Kiki cried again, but obediently lay still. Xu Xin stood up. Let's eat first. This carving felt like it would take another near hour to complete. Unexpectedly, such a small carving takes so much time, hoping it would provide a high decorative value. He handed the half-finished little Kiki statue to Kiki and carried Kiki out of the study. Silver King and Mimi eat a lot at one time, and once finished, they don't need food for a day or even several days. So they weren't as hungry as Kiki, just seemed a bit bored. Mimi pawed at the window looking out, while Silver King curled up and slept in the corner. Xu Xin stir-fried a dish with mutant beast meat, during which Kiki was curiously fiddling with this miniature half-finished version of itself. The small carving was still just a half-finished product, and it hadn't triggered a prompt for increased decorative value. It seemed it needed to be completely finished. Being his first carving, he had no idea what extent counted as completely carved to increase the treehouse's decorative value. As Xu Xin pondered this, preparing to eat while serving the dish, a bat's shriek suddenly came from below the treehouse. This shriek was intermixed with brain-affecting ultrasound, causing Xu Xin to frown. He immediately put down his chopsticks and rushed to the window in 2 steps. Whimper, whimper. Kiki, who was ready to eat, abruptly stopped its actions, looking at Xu Xin's back in a daze. Xu Xin had previously told bats to make a noise to alert him if anything occurred. Clearly, something was up outside now. Could the light from the lightning rod have really attracted creatures from the surroundings? He looked out the window, and what was happening outside the treehouse made his eyes widen. From what was previously an almost endless water surface, treetops sprouted. The small trees, originally only 3 to 4 meters high underwater, were rapidly growing. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch. It was just past 7 in the evening. Clusters of treetops had already emerged from underwater, continued growing taller. Within just a few dozen seconds, these trees had grown to about 10 meters in height. All the treetops linked into a piece, blocking Xu Xin's view. The surroundings no longer had the sound of rain falling on the water, but the crackling sound of raindrops hitting the leaves. In less than a minute, the view outside the window completely returned to the jungle as it was before the wildfire, a vast, intact forest. Looking down at the water beneath the treehouse, illuminated by the lightning rod, Xu Xin could clearly see that even shrubs and grass had started growing beneath the water. Gazing into the distance, the area that was once a vast ocean was now covered by a jungle. If not for the 5 or 6 meter high water level under the treehouse, just by looking at the distance, Xu Xin might have thought the jungle had fully restored to normal. He could even see several spots within his field of vision emitting a blue glow. A new blue resource was born. This. In the middle of the night, with the rainy season still not over, these trees started growing again and fully matured. Could this be part of the rainy season activities? Thoughts racing, Xu Xin suddenly understood the changes that the tree growth at this time would bring. It's time to help those who haven't ventured out to explore. Xu Xin sent a message in the Explorer group chat. Have you noticed the changes outside the treehouse? Those clusters of small trees have already fully grown. The jungle has basically recovered. Of course, the water level hasn't dropped. Those who were hesitant to explore far away from the treehouse because of poor swimming skills, now that there are so many trees to hold on to, you can climb up if there's danger in the water. You can go out and explore now. Outside, there are many new resources, some ornamental fish in the water, crystals at the bottom, and possibly redwood floating on the surface. These are all related to the new attribute of the treehouse decorative level. Although the jungle had returned, the area around Xu Xin's treehouse already looked quite normal, but those tornadoes in the distance hadn't stopped. However, Xu Xin felt they seemed to have shrunk significantly, gradually disappearing. Xu Xin hesitated for a moment, deciding to share some of his information. There's a water vortex under the tornadoes that can be entered, but you must be careful. On my side, there's a mutated marlin that's much stronger than ordinary mutated beasts guarding it. If you don't have the strength to kill it, don't approach the tornadoes. His message had a response within seconds. Wang Lei Wo, Boss Su. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. The outside really turned back into a jungle. That's great. I'll head out now. Swimming farther poses no problem now. Chi Shuefei. Thanks. I'll go take a look too. Li Wenxi. Oh my, the jungle is back. I can finally go out. New resources, here I come. The three of them only sent one message each and said no more. It seemed they were eager to go out after being cooped up in the treehouse, eager to find some new resources. Suddenly, Qin Yunlong, who hadn't spoken since the activities began, showed up. Qin Yunlong. There's a mutated swordfish on my side. It's too fast and very dangerous in the water, but it only moves near the water vortex. Once I'm far enough, it doesn't chase anymore. I can't face it directly. Xu Xin, how did you kill your marlin? Xu Xin shared his method with him, and Qin Yunlong thanked him and went to try using Xu Xin's method to hunt the swordfish on his side. Xu Xin's method had a restriction. One's swimming skills must be very good fast enough to dodge attacks while harming the marlin and luring the marlin to the treehouse. Most people now couldn't even see clearly underwater, let alone accomplish this. But Qin Yunlong might be able to do it. Wen Guixin and Zhao Xiaochuan, who hadn't appeared all day, also popped up. Zhao Xiaochuan, what? Boss Su actually killed that fish over there. My goodness, that's too strong. I had to dodge it everywhere just to pick up some materials. If it weren't for that thing being confined to the area near the tornado, I might have been doomed. The gap is too wide. Wen Guixin. So what? I also killed that fish. I just didn't know the water vortex underneath was enterable. Xu Xin, you wouldn't be tricking us, right? Thanks a lot. Xu Xin. The vortex doesn't have water, just a bit cold. There's a small box with resources on my side, and there's a floating mini vortex. If you attack it, you can make the tornado disappear. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Boss Su. The two of them didn't ask much more, thanked him, and stopped talking. Not sure how Ji Chaoyang is doing over there. He's not much worse than me. Although Xu Xin is the first person to destroy a tornado, he felt Ji Chaoyang should be able to do it too. His communication with Ji Chaoyang still stopped at the sentence he asked about the situation in the morning, and the other party hadn't responded until now. Xu Xin returned to the dinner table, where Kiki, who had been sitting there waiting for him, immediately cried out, "Weep, weep, weep," seemingly complaining to Xu Xin that it was starving. Xu Xin handed Kiki a pair of chopsticks into its little paws, and Kiki immediately started eating. It was getting more skillful at using chopsticks. After filling its tummy, Kiki lay contentedly on the sofa, occasionally letting out a burp. Xu Xin was about to continue working on his little Kiki carving when Ji Chaoyang suddenly replied to him. Just saw your message. You were the first person to dispose of a tornado, weren't you, Xu Xin? Oh, it seems Ji Chaoyang really managed to do it, and his side had a ranking as well. Judging by his tone, could it be that he's second? Since Ji Chaoyang asked this, he must be the second person to eliminate the tornado. The mysterious voice said that Xu Xin was the first among this batch of survivors to eliminate the tornado. When the underground secret was discovered earlier, it also said something similar, this batch of survivors. Last time, Xu Xin thought it meant this batch of survivors in Jungle 188 district. But based on what the Chang'in family told him, he had already encountered 5 batches of survivors. Every 12 years, a new batch arrives in this world. So without a doubt, the first this time is not the first in the entire district, but among all survivors this time. If Ji Chaoyang is the second, then Jungle 188 district is quite impressive, managing to secure first and second place among hundreds of districts. It seems the two of them are prominent figures in any district. Xu Xin replied, "It was indeed me. Are you the second?" Ji Chaoyang. "That's right. That voice told me I was the second person in this batch of survivors to eliminate the tornado." As expected, Ji Chaoyang. "Did you return to the treehouse? Should we exchange information through voice chat?" Xu Xin. "Okay." When the voice chat connected, Xu Xin could hear Ji Chaoyang's slightly heavy breathing from the other end. He was a little puzzled. "What happened to you?" Ji Chaoyang smiled wryly. "It's nothing serious. On my way back, I found an ornamental fish near the treehouse. It swam exceptionally fast, and I couldn't catch it. I just returned now." "Couldn't catch it?" Xu Xin blinked. The ornamental fish on his side would come to him as soon as they saw him, letting him grab them without resistance. Why did Ji Chaoyang need to struggle to catch them on his side? Is it really the deterrent effect of his outfit? That doesn't seem right. Whether it's the colorful scale fish or the taiji fish, after seeing him, they circle around him and don't seem frightened by intimidation. Instead, it's as if they're being drawn in by something. He used to think these ornamental fish were easy resources to capture. Since you know they're ornamental fish, you must have caught quite a few, right? Are they that hard to catch? I feel like it's not that bad on my side. Xu Xin probed. "Not a lot. I've caught 3 green-level fish here. They don't swim fast, and they're not very alert. Just slowly approach and surprise them. You caught them the same way, right?" "More or less. So, I suspect the fast-swimming one is a blue-level ornamental fish. New blue-level resources are very precious, which is why I kept chasing it. Unfortunately, despite trying many methods, I couldn't catch it, and it eventually swam out of the protected area," Ji Chaoyang said regretfully. It seems these fish do indeed flee. When Li Wenxi and the others return, he would ask them. If they encountered the same situation, it would indicate that the fish weren't special, but he himself was special. As for how he was special, Xu Xin didn't know. Maybe it was the scale armor suit, or perhaps it was due to his creator privileges. A blue-level ornamental fish? That's indeed a pity. Xu Xin also felt regret for Ji Chaoyang. He was very curious about the other functions of blue-level ornamental fish. Let's not talk about that anymore. On the other side of the call came the damp sound of clothes contacting something, suggesting Ji Chaoyang sat down. "Let's exchange information, Xu Xin. I've seen what you posted in the group, and actually, my experience is quite similar to yours. I've said everything in the group. There's nothing more to add, right?" Xu Xin said, not wanting to reveal his abilities to others just yet, not even understanding the value of the artist himself. "No, it's not about this rainstorm season activity. It's about the previous dungeon activity." Ji Chaoyang's voice turned heavy. "Dungeon activity?" Xu Xion's heart sank. His experiences in the dungeon differed completely from others, which is why he hadn't participated much in other discussions. When Ji Chaoyang mentioned the dungeon, Xu Xian suddenly realized that Ji Chaoyang might be similar to him. Apart from clearing the dungeon in less than an hour at the start and posting a dungeon guide in the district channel, Ji Chaoyang stopped participating in discussions. Until the dungeon event concluded, he hadn't said a word in Explorers. Xu Xian separated from the Chang'in family just before the activity ended, his focus primarily on them, hence not paying much attention to what the other members of Explorers were doing. Thinking about it now, perhaps he also encountered something unusual? I always thought there would be quite a few people discovering the hidden information within the dungeon, but to my surprise, after coming out, there was no discussion in the district channel. Hidden information within the dungeon? Xu Xian slightly narrowed his eyes. The information he knew and the information he had acquired, were they the same? I've been contemplating whether to tell you about this for the past few days, and it was only because you were the first again this time that I finally made up my mind. Ji Chaoyang began narrating his encounters within the dungeon. His dungeon was no different from others, a long, dark corridor, dozens of dilapidated wooden doors, and the simple choice between mutated beasts, mechanisms, and treasures. He had actually obtained all the treasures long ago, but hadn't rushed to leave the dungeon. He carefully checked each room again, and finally, in an ordinary stone chamber, discovered a well-hidden mechanism. After pressing it, a hidden passage appeared. He followed the passage and eventually reached another stone chamber. Like the outside, the chamber was damp and filled with a musty smell, except its walls were covered with densely engraved text. Engraved text. Xu Xin thought of the engravings on the stone table by the Changyin family, but it shouldn't be related. That's right, Ji Qiuyang said. The words engraved on the wall were from Earth, comprising several languages, including Chinese characters. Although he could only understand the Chinese part, the secrets hidden in these words had already left him deeply shocked. Ji Qiuyang shared his deductions with Xu Xin. You're saying we're not just surviving, but participating in a brutal selection process. Xu Xin's gaze sharpened. That's right. The words engraved on the wall indicate that those who etched these words were the losers of this selection. The dungeon we entered was originally used to detain the losers. The information on the wall was fragmented, and Ji Qiuyang summarized all the fragments to arrive at this conclusion. Detain the losers? Simply detain. Many people have been sent into that stone chamber and inscribed text there. But it seems these losers didn't know what they were about to face when sent into that room. Are you really sure? Is there any mention in those messages about how many people are selected or for what purpose? Xu Xin had actually suspected it for a long time. Since this world's activities had an elimination mechanism, it was likely a selection of survivors. Otherwise, they wouldn't use the method of elimination at the end to force all survivors to act. After all, some don't know their own strength until pushed. But speculation and facts are two different things. Selection is far more brutal than just a survival game. In survival games, if cooperation is possible, people can stick together and strive to survive. As long as there's a good development, aside from not seeing past loved ones, there's not much difference. At worst, they can build a human civilization in this world. But if it's a brutal selection, it's entirely different. Because any selection has limited spaces. If only one survivor is selected from each group. If that's the case, then even Ji Qiuyang on the other end of the voice might be an enemy. I'm not sure about that. Many survivors who've left messages in that room were as clueless as us, with only a few revealing these things. They seem to have survived in this world for a long time before being eliminated. Among the wall's text were phrases like, I failed. It seems I wasn't destined to be among the last, and I can't believe we lost to that group. I'm not reconciled, etc. Xu Xin's furrowed brow relaxed. Among the last? That group? So, those who make it to the end, it's a group of people. Ji Qiuyang's voice wasn't as heavy anymore. He laughed. At least it's not just one person. Otherwise, do you think I'd share this information with you? You've always been above me, and if there really was only one left in the end, you would be my biggest threat. Not stabbing you in the back would be considered merciful. Xu Xin laughed too. Do you have to be so sincere? Ji Qiuyang's voice became serious again. So, Xu Xin, let's truly cooperate. According to the information I've obtained, in our group, only a small portion will likely make it to the end. You and I are number 1 and 2 among everyone. As long as we cooperate, the chances of surviving till the end are very high. Xu Xin was naturally willing to cooperate with Ji Qiuyang, jokingly saying, It'd be great if we could sign a contract, that way I wouldn't have to fear you actually stabbing me. Maybe there will be such contracts in the future? Ji Qiuyang quipped back, and then said seriously, This time, I'm talking about cooperation, not just an alliance of interests. I understand what you mean, Xu Xin said. You want us to form a collective force against external threats, right? If this survival game is indeed a selection, then apart from those mutated monsters above and below ground, other survivors also pose a significant threat. Talking to smart people is easy. For now, Xu Xin chose to trust Ji Qiuyang, as cooperation with a strong individual was something he urgently needed. Thus, Xu Xin told Ji Qiuyang about what he knew, including his experiences in the dungeon. Of course, he concealed the fact that the Changyin family had a good relationship with him and were brought out by him, only telling him that he learned from the statue's mouth about the original state of this world and informed him that 50 years ago, this world wasn't much different from theirs. He also found out that they were the 5th group of survivors to arrive here. After hearing this news, Ji Qiuyang on the other end of the voice contemplated for a long time. Xu Xin didn't interrupt his thinking, while he himself was also in deep thought. If the dungeon really was a place to detain losers, then where did these losers come from? Most of the survivors met their end during the activities, and it's already quite clear who the surviving failures are. During the exploration and hunting activities, those who were eliminated at the bottom, and during the dungeon activities, those who failed to find the dungeon entrance were not eliminated due to death. Could it be that these people didn't die directly, but instead entered the dungeons? That mysterious voice had said more than once that they would leave this beautiful world forever, yet the dungeons still exist in this world. If those in the dungeons are indeed them, what kind of experiences would they have there? Would they face immediate death, or leave this beautiful world to enter another world? If beautiful world is not irony but fact, what kind of world would be more terrible than this one? Xu Xin felt his mind was a bit overloaded, and he didn't want to think about these things anymore as they didn't hold much significance for his current survival. Xu Xin, what do you think those who destroyed civilization in this world, transformed it into an experimental ground, and threw us in for selection, really want to achieve? Ji Chaoyang murmured. Selection? When he first arrived in this world, seeing that the survivors were all between 18 and 30 years old, he thought it was rather merciful, but now it seemed more like they wanted batches of young adults, suitable for their purposes. His initial thoughts were quite laughable. How would I know? It's too far away from us now. Thinking too much about it is pointless. Right now, I'm more interested in what you got from the whirlwind. Xu Xin brought the conversation to a halt, fearing his survival mindset was fading. Artist contract. Ji Chaoyang also regained his composure and asked. Same as mine. Xu Xin shrugged. Apparently, there was no surprise. This decorative item should be useful in the next stage. We should quickly enhance the decoration of the treehouse. Ji Chaoyang suggested. All right. By the way, see if you can spot any bright areas in the distance. Xu Xin wanted to know if the lightning rod on top of his treehouse could be seen by other survivors. I can see two brighter areas. Although it's raining heavily, after dark, the light is quite obvious. I'm curious too. Do you know what's emitting the light? 2. Xu Xin pondered for a moment and immediately understood. It was Li Wenci. Li Wenci also has a lightning rod, and it's glowing. Oh, I'm not sure either. I can see it from here, and I'm wondering what it is too. Xu Xin decided not to mention the lightning rod just yet. Whether or not to tell them depended on Li Wenci's decision, and revealing his location wasn't advisable now. Alright then, let's leave it at that for now. After the second phase starts, we can discuss cooperation strategies based on the situation. Both of them were too shocked by the information discovered in the dungeons. They didn't pay much attention to this rainy season, exchanged a few brief words, and ended their conversation. Xu Xin went to the 4th floor and looked out from each direction's window. Finally, in the northeast direction of the treehouse, opposite the whirlwind, amidst the consistently falling rain, and through the gaps of several twisters of varying distances, he saw a light below the horizon. Since Xu Xion's surroundings were already bright, he hadn't noticed the light there before. That must be the direction of Li Wenci's treehouse. Below the horizon, Xu Xian calculated in his mind. Planets are spherical. Places too far away would be below the horizon and invisible. Given the height of his treehouse's 4th floor, the visible range was about 15 kilometers. Adding the height of Li Wenci's treehouse, if he could just see the light of the lightning rod, the distance between them would be around 25 to 30 kilometers. He couldn't see the light point itself, but saw the glow from there. So the distance between Li Wenci's treehouse and his should be over 30 kilometers, but not much farther. Of course, this calculation assumes this world size is similar to Earth's. However, with similar gravity, air composition, and species to Earth, it's almost like a second Earth, and it seems reasonable to assume the sizes are about the same. If Ji Chaoyang could see lights at 2 locations, he wasn't too far from Xu Xian and Li Wenci. The distance between the 3 of them is likely within 50 kilometers. If the reserves join up in the future, Xu Xian could reach their location within an hour on the Silver King. They are all from the same area, and being close is normal, which will be advantageous for potential cooperation. Returning to the 3rd floor of the treehouse, Xu Xian gently stroked the head of the napping Kiki on the sofa. He decided to finish his mini-carving project with Kiki first. In the study, he picked up the carving knife again, took a deep breath, and set aside recent events, immersing himself once more in the art of carving. After an unknown amount of time, when he finally made the last cut, Xu Xian awoke from his absorbed state. Looking at the lifelike little carving in his hand, he felt a sense of achievement rising in his heart and nodded in satisfaction. Aside from the difference in color, it was a scaled-down version of Kiki, posed just like Kiki before, lying curled with its tail. Even the fluffiness of the tail was captured perfectly, giving off the illusion of softness. He couldn't believe that his first attempt at carving resulted in such a perfect masterpiece. Detected a red panda amethyst carving, green, in the treehouse. Treehouse decoration points plus 10, current decoration points, 96.4. The sudden notification sound made Xu Xin's somewhat weary eyes open, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A green level carving could add 10 decoration points. To know, all the green crystals combined can only add 6 decoration points, and even the purple level crystals can only add 5 decoration points. The purple crystal, green, itself can only add 1 decoration point, yet after being carved into a statue, its value has directly increased tenfold. Originally, he carved this little thing just for practice, but he didn't expect the decoration points to almost match that tank of colorful scale fish. Moreover, this casually carved item even has its own name, called Little Red Panda Purple Crystal Carving, instead of simply Purple Crystal Carving. This is a point that cannot be overlooked. It indicates that all statues are unique. As long as the shape he carves is different, it's not the same material. This way, each statue can increase the decoration points of the treehouse. He finally found a method to greatly increase the decoration points of the treehouse without limitation. But the disadvantage is also obvious. Xu Xin raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Another hour had passed. It took a whole 2 hours to carve a small statue. Immersed in the process of carving, he didn't feel it, but once the carving ended, he could clearly feel the mental exhaustion. He felt as if he could fall asleep the moment he lay down. If he didn't use the blue-level oranges, he might only be able to carve 1 statue in a day, and after carving, his entire mental state would be directly weakened, requiring immediate rest. Is this limiting the number of carvings he can do? Rubbing his slightly sleepy eyes, Xu Xin decided not to eat the oranges to replenish his energy for now. The orange tree in the jungle was already burned down, and now his only source of blue oranges was the one on the top floor that hadn't matured yet. He wasn't sure what kind of new blue resources the jungle had, so he decided to save the oranges for critical moments and not consume them for now. Just go to sleep directly. Xu Xin rubbed his somewhat congested nose and blew it. It was probably due to being soaked to the bone while in the eye of the storm. He now had slight signs of catching a cold. He took out the ordinary pill, green, given by Qi Xuefei. Now that there's nothing going on, and the treehouse isn't in any danger. Even if there were, Silver King and Kiki are here, so he wanted to try the effects of this pill. Once he put the pill in his mouth, it dissolved into a clear stream that flowed into his stomach. Xu Xin felt his body warm up slightly, and then his previously congested nose instantly became clear. But with it came the pill's side effects. Xu Xin felt weak in his limbs. He felt that now he could barely stand on the ground, and his legs were shaking terribly. He tried to take a couple of steps and nearly kneeled on the ground. This side effect is terrifying, like the legendary 10 fragrant paralysis powder. In the future, when consuming something with such debilitating side effects, he must find a very, very safe place. In his current state, even Kiki could easily scratch his face. Returning to the bedroom, Xu Xin collapsed directly onto the bed, almost crushing Kiki, who had somehow already come over to sleep. So hot. With the last bit of strength, Xu Xin tossed a piece of nitrate into the water basin he used last time in the bedroom, feeling the cool and comfortable air, and closed his eyes, drifting off to dreamland. He was woken up by the furry touch on his face and a mysterious voice. Rainstorm season activity is over. Congratulations to all the survivors who endured the rainstorm. You have obtained a ticket to enter the second stage. The special ranking list for this event will be announced soon. Let's congratulate the survivors who have reaped a bountiful harvest in this rainstorm season. Special rewards will be given to everyone on the list. The rainstorm has receded. Survivors, let your hair down and celebrate. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, the second stage of the treehouse will begin. Survivors, look forward to it. Xu Xin pushed Kiki, who had somehow crawled onto his face, to the side. Outside, the sky had cleared, and sunlight poured in through the windows, illuminating his face, waking him up quite a bit. Getting up and walking to the window, Xu Xin looked outside and couldn't help but show a reassuring smile. The water outside was already receding slowly. At this rate, in less than half an hour, the jungle would return to its original appearance. Outside the window, the sky is clear, and trees stand tall, with birds flitting and chirping among the woods. If you only look at this scene of thriving life, it's impossible to imagine that just yesterday, This forest experienced several catastrophic natural disasters. Under thunderstorms, it was burned to ashes, downpours turned the land into a vast ocean, and countless tornadoes raged. A little bird landed on a branch outside the treehouse window, chirping clearly. Xu Xin was no longer surprised by these suddenly appearing birds. After surviving yesterday's thunderstorms, fires, rains, and forest regeneration, he could accept anything happening in this world. However, he checked his map. Currently, there were no red blips. Only 2 blue blips in the treehouse, representing Silver King and Mimi. This means that, for now, there aren't any beasts around him. While exploring yesterday, he didn't see many beast corpses. Even after the tornado stopped and all resources were flung out, there still weren't many. Including a few that fell and smashed in the eye of the storm, he had seen only about 20 corpses, all non-aggressive herbivores like wild deer. So where did the beasts in the forest go? Could it be like during the newbie protection period when they mysteriously disappeared? Xu Xin walked from the bedroom to the living room. Silver King was still sleeping, and Mimi was awakened by his footsteps, only glancing at Xu Xin before ignoring him and going back to sleep. Since when did these two develop the habit of sleeping in? Standing in front of the screen, Xu Xin clicked on the leaderboard option. A new sub-option appeared, Rainy Season. After opening it, a leaderboard appeared, with Xu Xin's name prominently at the top, ranked first, labeled with Forest Zone 188. The entire board had only over 50 names, mostly ones Xu Xin had never seen, marked with different zones from his own. Zones like Forest Zone 154, Forest Zone 1, Forest Zone 56, etc., but all were forest zones without exception. This is not a zone ranking. A leaderboard with other zones mixed in appeared. Xu Xin immediately opened the previous event leaderboard. The previous leaderboard hadn't changed. Only this leaderboard included people from other zones. Even with other zones included, only 54 people made it onto this special leaderboard. In Forest Zone 188, only 2 people were on it. Besides Xu Xin ranked first, Ji Chaoyang was second. All others were from other zones. It seems Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang are truly strong. Among hundreds of zones, only 54 people made it onto the leaderboard, showing that many zones didn't have anyone make it. Not only did they have 2 spots, but they were first and second. But what criteria does this leaderboard use to rank? Perhaps the order of eliminating tornadoes? Very likely. The appearance of a mixed leaderboard may indicate that communication and trade outside the zone might open up. It's necessary to prepare in advance. Currently, there weren't any rewards to claim, so Xu Xin opened the regional channel. When the rain started, the region had over 3,800 people, about 2,000 with only single-story tree houses. Now, the number had dropped to 3,154. Over 700 didn't survive the rain and perished. It's possible they drowned or were struck by lightning. Single-story tree houses weren't tall enough, but with no other trees around at that time, even a tip sticking out of the water posed a risk of being struck. Those who endured a day and night of rain would likely be seriously ill, with some facing dire consequences. Oh my God, I finally got back to my treehouse. After being drenched for a day and night, I feel like I can't take it anymore. The water level has finally receded, but why is there so much water accumulated in the treehouse? What should I do? Scoop it out. Control the treehouse exit to drain water, idiot. People usually crawl out. Who would have thought? Ugh, stayed on the second floor of the treehouse for a day, couldn't do anything. So boring, finally can chat with everyone now. Indeed, the thunder outside was so loud. Gave me a headache, couldn't sleep well. I feel weak all over, so cold. Holy crap, did you see the leaderboard? This time the leaderboard includes other zones, but Boss Su and Boss G are still ranked first and second, meaning they're not just first and second in our zone, but the entire server. No way, the ultimate bosses are right beside us. Seeing this, Boss G is really pitiful. He could have ranked first in any other district, but unfortunately, both Boss Su and he are in our district, so tragic. Why must there be a Su when there's a Yang? Everyone, does anyone have medicine to cure diseases? I really can't take it anymore. I feel like if I fall asleep, I won't wake up. Shout it with me. Jungle 188 number 1. Jungle 188 number 1. Xu Xin number 1. Ji Chaoyang number rabbit. These people with 2-level tree houses have basically stayed in their tree houses for a day and night, doing nothing, feeling almost idle to the point of breakdown. As the water recedes, they've all come to the district channel to vent. But those who've been lying on the roof of their tree houses getting drenched by the rain for a day and night are probably really on the brink. Within the explorers, the discussion is lively. After all, both leading figures of the district rankings are part of the Explorers organization. Xu Xin. Congratulations to Boss Xu and Boss G for claiming the top 2 rankings of the server. That's too powerful. Xin. Why am I not included? I also destroyed a tornado. Xu Xin. Perhaps because you eliminated it at night, and after nighttime, the exploration difficulty greatly reduced, so maybe it didn't count for the ranking. Xin. I feel terribly cheated. I had already dealt with that monster, but who knew we had to enter the underwater vortex? Would a normal person think of going inside such a terrifying dragon's belly? Wang Lei. How did you manage to kill that terrifying monster? I went out last night, and just hiding from that octopus took up a good half of my time. It was utterly disgusting. Xin. Turns out you encountered an octopus. I just killed it in a simple way. Wang Lei. Li Wenxi. I was alright on my side. Xu Xin had already told me how strong this kind of monster is, so I spent the whole time avoiding it while picking up resources without disturbing it. Wang Lei. Boss Xu actually gives special treatment to the beauty. I'm jealous. I also wish for Boss Xu's special treatment. Qi Xuefei. What new resources have you all picked up? I found lots of crystals and redwood here. Seeing Qi Xuefei speaking, Xu Xin suddenly remembered that she has medicine that can cure diseases. He just checked the trading platform but didn't see any such medicine, whereas someone in the district channel found a previous record and learned that suspending the pot to nourish all has the right medicine, begging them to sell it. Xu Xin directly asked, why aren't your medicines being sold now? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to test your product functions? Qi Xuefei. I actually thought about it this way. Stronger medicines have already been made, and I wanted to sell these low-level medicines at a low price because they're life-saving. But Xu Xin disagrees. He says these people's tree houses have been flooded, they have nothing and are broke. Selling to them is like giving away for free, and the cost can't be recovered. Classic capitalist thinking. Xu Xin. Making medicine is your ability, right? Qi Xuefei. Yeah, it's my ability, but Xu Xin is coordinating things over there now. It's not really appropriate for me to make decisions on my own. Xu Xin. Actually, you can sell now. You've made advanced medicine, and these low-level medicines won't have much market here. They can only be sold to them. Ji Chaoyang. That's right. The most important thing is that selling at a low price now is like providing crucial help. You are saving lives amidst disaster, and even if you haven't helped someone, others will have a favorable impression of your organization. Now is the best time to establish your reputation. Xu Xin. Also, rankings are no longer confined to a single district. There might soon be a world channel and world trading platform, and then these people will be your free marketing materials. The two echoed each other, speaking with sound logic. However, they also understood what the other was thinking. Both had thought of what was discussed before. They are likely participating in a selection process, and ultimately, only a few can stand out, so it's necessary to form a unified organization. The mysterious voice has repeatedly warned them not to abandon their small treehouse, so everyone's position is essentially fixed. Estimating the distance between tornadoes in the stormy season, it's visible that every 10 kilometers or so, there's a massive tornado soaring to the sky, which means if each tornado falls within the treehouse range, the distance between treehouses is approximately 10 kilometers. If the protective range of the treehouses keeps expanding, some nearby ones will have overlapping and connected protective zones, allowing survivors to step directly from their protective zone onto others. With such cases increasing, the entire world might become interconnected. This is probably the premise and key to meeting other people. Everyone's base is fixed, so if they want to form a truly cohesive organization, those closer within the same district are more suitable than those from other districts. The more people, the stronger the power and the greater the selection range. Moreover, perhaps the initial partitioning wasn't simple. What if in the future, they encounter monsters that require the collective power of the entire district to defend against, or wars between districts? They mustn't let them die, at least not before the truth is discerned. They must save as many as they can. Xu Xin directly sent a private message to Ji Chaoyang. How about we buy it directly from Qi Xuefei and then sell it under the name of Explorer? Ji Chaoyang immediately replied. Good idea, but you have to persuade her to sell us a large quantity, and we'll probably suffer a small loss since the price she sells to us won't be low. Then, Xu Xin, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. I'll try to convince my brother. Xu Xin sent a private message to Xu Xin. If your brother disagrees, you can sell the remaining low-grade medicines to me, and I'll give you a reasonable price. Although Xu Xin didn't have many resources, he had things that others didn't have, such as advanced weapons, black gold lightning rods, and statues, all of which could be used for trade. Xu Xin. No need. I think you're right. This matter is more beneficial than harmful, and moreover, the other side remained silent for a long time before responding. As a descendant of a medical family, I believe saving lives is paramount. If one has the ability, seeing someone die just to gain a bit more profit. I know this world is dangerous and one shouldn't have too much sympathy, but I really can't do it. If Xu Xin insists on disagreeing. I'm also a member of Explorer, and I will sell these medicines at a low price under Explorer's name. It's me who has the ability to make the medicines, and I have the right to dispose of these low-grade medicines. Amazing, worthy of the heirs of a traditional Chinese medicine family, really quite the spirit of healing the world. If she could sell these medicines under the name of Explorer, that would be the best outcome. Xu Xin, don't give in, keep being stubborn. Xu Xin pondered for a long time before replying. All right, if you plan to sell under the name of Explorer, inform Ji Choyang and me in advance, and we'll create some momentum for you. Decide quickly. Those people can't hold out for long. All right. After solving these issues, Xu Xin moved his gaze away from the screen and found Kiki, who had somehow come to his feet. Kiki rubbed her eyes, seemingly just waking up. She looked up at Xu Xin as if she was asking where breakfast was. Silver King and Mimi also got up and walked to Xu Xin's side. After casually eating some breakfast, he eagerly looked outside the treehouse. Sure enough, the water level in the jungle had completely receded by now. Except for the muddy ground, it had fully returned to its original jungle appearance. Finally, he can stand in the jungle again. Looking around, Xu Xin searched for the location of the blue-level resources, ready to harvest them directly after heading down. But when he looked northwest, his pupils shrank and he took a deep breath. The disappearing hills had reappeared. The hills that had disappeared during the rainy season were now steadily located 3 kilometers northwest. The hills had dense vegetation as if completely unaffected by the rainy season. The hills unknown from what point in time had returned. Disappearing during the rainy season and reappearing afterward. Most importantly, the vegetation on the hills remained completely unchanged. Ever since coming to this world, Xu Xin had often observed the distant hills from this direction, and he was very familiar with those few trees' positions on the hills. Now that position hasn't changed at all. Even the growth direction hasn't altered, still growing crookedly on the hills. He could almost be certain that the hills not only weren't there during the rain, but probably had disappeared during the earlier thunderstorms too. Otherwise, how could the trees on the hills have escaped unscathed? They were much higher than the trees below the hills, practically acting as lightning rods. Honestly, if unnecessary, Xu Xin really didn't want to go there again. But there's a shrine there that can summon intermediate mutant beasts. If Xu Xin needed points, materials, or contaminated meat, the shrine would be the fastest and most direct way. Just don't forget to return the shrine knife, and the blood pattern giant shouldn't appear. Never mind that place for now. Let's inventory the new resources in this resource area. Let's go. Kiki, Silver King, Mimi, we're heading down. Xu Xin called to the 3 animals. Kiki skillfully climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder, and the person along with the 3 animals went to the ground from the treehouse. The ground beneath the treehouse, although now overgrown with wild grass after being submerged for a long time, still felt somewhat muddy when stepped on. As soon as Xu Xin got down, he saw 2 large fish bouncing on the ground not far in the forest. These fish are really dumb. Can't they swim back to the lake in advance? Xu Xin walked up and looked at the 2 fish on the ground. They were indeed the fish from the lake before, but the size, how is it so exaggerated? It was Xu Xin's first time seeing carp over a meter long. Carp belong to a species with long lifespans, and their natural lifespan can reach over 100 years. So carp can grow over a meter long, and carp that are over 10 years old growing to 1 to 1.5 meters long is quite normal. But there absolutely weren't such long fish in the original lake, at most only 30 centimeters in length. This means that these 2 carp have grown from at most about 30 centimeters in length to over a meter within 2 days. And the reason might be the blood staining the lake water during the battle between the giant python and giant crocodile. Could it be due to this rain? The plants grew rapidly, and the fish also grew quickly. Xu Xin took out a spear and swiftly took out one of the big carp. The other one calmed down at his approach, but started frantically struggling on the ground due to his actions, bouncing towards the lake. Is it that clever, with such a drastic difference in the carp's behavior? Could it understand his actions? And beside him, Mimi could hardly contain herself, poised in a tiger-like pounce, ready to take down the carp. Wait, Mimi. Xu Xin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stopped Mimi's actions, then shouted at the fish on the ground. If you don't want to die, lie still on the ground. After saying it, he felt a bit embarrassed himself. How did he think of talking to a carp? But the result made him widen his eyes. The carp, which had been struggling desperately to escape, actually obediently lay still after hearing Xu Xin's shout, only its mouth and gills slightly moving. It could actually understand Xu Xin's words. Have all the animals in this world gone to school? How can they all understand human speech? Xu Xin didn't believe it, so he said another sentence to the carp. If you want to live, jump once. As a result, the carp really jumped, even jumping towards the direction of the lake. Ing! Kiki also cried out in surprise, jumped down from Xu Xin's shoulder, ran to the side of the carp, and patted the carp's body with its small paws. The carp's body jumped slightly, its tail wagged, wanting to give Kiki a slap with its tail, but seemed to be afraid of the nearby Mimi who was staring intently at it, as well as the Silver King who was always watching it, and finally obediently lay back on the ground. Xu Xin first disassembled the dead carp on the ground. To his disappointment, this carp still only provided very ordinary materials upon disassembly, not even blue-level materials, only green-level. Has it not completed evolution? Or is it just purely bigger, just an ordinary carp? With only green-level materials, Xu Xin really didn't feel like killing and disassembling anymore, so he waved at the still-alive carp on the ground, indicating it could leave. The carp instantly understood Xu Xin's gesture and crazily jumped towards the lake, jumping into the nearby lake after 10 seconds, splashing a ring of water before disappearing. This carp absolutely underwent mutation, not just in size, but even its intelligence increased. Kiki, Mimi, and Silver King could understand his words, which he actually understood since they are higher-level mammals. Speaking of high-intelligence creatures in the water, one naturally first thinks of whales, especially the dolphins, the sea elves, but whales are not fish, they're mammals. The intelligence of ordinary fish is generally very low. Many stories jokingly claim fish have only 7-second memories, which of course isn't exaggerated like that, but their intelligence isn't that high either. A fish that can understand Xu Xin's words and react is indeed too unusual, making Xu Xin wonder if the blood of the giant crocodile and giant anaconda could enhance intelligence. An oversight. He should have collected some blood from the giant crocodile back then. Its wound kept bleeding, and not collecting it would be a waste. Speaking of, how is the giant crocodile now? It was still injured the day before the rainy season. However, Xu Xin wasn't very worried. There was no tornado in the creek's direction. The giant crocodile originally lived in the water. Plus, those intermediate mutated creatures were just a meal for the giant crocodile. Let's go see it today. But before that, let's first collect the blue-level resources around here. There was already a blue-level fertile soil under his treehouse, the one used to plant apple trees. He had already transplanted that apple tree to the 4th-floor plantation in the treehouse. At the moment, a fully grown blue-level poplar tree was growing on this soil. Blue-level poplar tree? Xu Xin raised an eyebrow. Blue-level wood is a must-have material for many weapons and tools to reach blue level. The more the better. He chopped down the poplar tree, then rode on to Silver King, with Kiki also climbing on his Silver King's back, while Mimi elegantly trotted beside them. Let's go, Silver King, in that direction. Xu Xin pointed towards the direction of the blue glow several hundred meters away. Dash! Silver King suddenly surged in place and sped forward. Mimi followed at the same speed. Xu Xin felt Silver King's explosive acceleration was clearly faster than before. Is this stronger now? He felt a bit delighted. Silver King and Mimi were just a step away from evolving into intermediate mutated beasts, and Silver King's strengthening indicated it was not far from truly becoming an intermediate mutated beast. All thanks to the radiation stone. The only thing around him that could strengthen Silver King, even while staying at home, was that radiation stone. In just 10 seconds, Xu Xin arrived at the site of the new blue-level resource. This is a tree Xu Xin had never seen before. The tree was over 10 meters tall, and he reached out to touch it. Sourwood. Blue requires hundreds of years to mature, and this hastened sourwood possesses even higher quality. Harvesting it yields redwood, blue. Blue-level redwood. Xu Xin swung his iron axe to chop it down. Just this one tree yielded only 2 pieces of redwood, blue. 2 pieces, enough to make 2 blue-level furniture items. However, redwood can also be carved. Let's save it for now and think about its use later. Xu Xin then used an iron shovel to dig out the redwood seeds. He planned to plant them in the blue-level soil beside his treehouse once he got back. This soil-growing blue-level redwood was just ordinary green-level soil. Naturally, he had already explored around here, so the soil couldn't suddenly become fertile. Xu Xin continued riding Silver King across the jungle. The map showed no red dots, not even in the lake's center, meaning there weren't any beasts around at the moment. Ing. Kiki suddenly pointed in a direction, a call indicating good stuff. Xu Xin immediately urged Silver King towards that direction. Soon, Xu Xin saw a fish lying dead on the ground. Its body was 3 or 4 meters long. Its mouth was very sharp, its eyes bulging, but its body was very flat, the color resembling rock, looking somewhat strange. Is this the fish from the giant cave in the lake's center? Xu Xin, while diving in the heart of the lake, had only seen this kind of fish in the cave, swimming around at a depth of about 60 meters in the lake's pit. The fish in front of him was already dead, and it seemed like it had been dead for a while, as there were no signs of it having struggled around. Xu Xin climbed down from the Silver King and took out his boning knife. During the disassembly process, he found that the fish's internal organs were all in a rotted state, seemingly because something had exploded inside leading to its death. Could it be that it surfaced too quickly and the pressure inside caused its swim bladder to rupture and kill it? Xu Xin did not stop his actions, swiftly breaking down the entire fish. Obtained rock-eating fish skin, green, *1, rock-eating fish bone, green, *1, rock-eating fish meat, green, *200 kg, ruptured swim bladder of rock-eating fish, blue, *1. He got a blue-grade resource. Xu Xin immediately picked up the ruptured swim bladder. At this point, the swim bladder was no longer a sac, but a limp membrane. Ruptured swim bladder of rock-eating fish, blue, a regulator used by the rock-eating fish to adjust its depth in the water. After simple processing, it can be consumed, enhancing the ability to withstand pressure in the water. Xu Xion's eyes widened. Enhancing the ability to withstand pressure in the water was exactly the capability he needed now. Last time he dove, he only reached a depth of about 25 meters, but deeper down, at around 40 meters, he could see many blue-level resources and even some unknown mineral resources. After consuming this swim bladder, if he could dive to a depth of 40 meters, he could obtain those deep-water resources. Not bad at all. Xu Xian packed the item into his backpack. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The name of this fish was quite interesting, called the rock-eating fish. Could it be that it feeds on rocks? If you don't look closely, its appearance could indeed be mistaken for a large fish statue carved from stone. But how did it surface? Since the swim bladder ruptured, it must have surfaced at extreme speed from deep water, causing pressure imbalance and rupture. But the tornado is far from here and couldn't affect the lake by the treehouse. It couldn't be that the tornado swept it out. There are only 2 possibilities then. One is that something big emerged from the pit in the heart of the lake and accidentally brought this fish out. The other is that there is something terrifying in the heart of the lake, causing this fish to become so scared that it quickly swam upward, ultimately unable to withstand the pressure and burst. Both possibilities point to one creature, the terrifying lake giant python. It seems that even if the ability to resist water pressure is acquired, it's better not to dive into the lake's heart pit for now. There could be great danger there. After exploring the surrounding resources, go find the giant crocodile and see if any information can be gathered about the lake giant python. Mimi seemed to be very interested in the large fish in front of him, constantly flipping the cut fish meat with his paw. Silver King was also staring at the meat. These two have big appetites, and a hasty breakfast didn't fill them up. All right, it's yours, eat up, Xu Xian said helplessly. Now that there are no more beasts in the forest, they can't hunt on their own either. I don't know when the jungle beasts will return. Free roaming is much more worry-free than feeding them like this every meal. Silver King and Kimimi pounced on the meat without hesitation. Ing. Kiki, seeing them eating heartily, got greedy too. shaking his clothes with her little paw. Xu Xin embraced her, gave her a freshly picked green-grade apple along the way, and took one out for himself to munch on. Just then, his watch vibrated. It was Qi Shufe, and she sent a single message. In 10 minutes, I will sell medicines under the name Explorer. If you want to stir things up, do it quickly. Those people can't hold out much longer. Well done, Qi Zishuan. Xu Xin immediately replied, All right, got it. How many do you have on hand right now? Qi Shufe. Enough. Previously hanging the pot to save the world used hemostatic herbs cultivated by me to exchange almost all the district's medicinal materials. I have 500 pills in hand, and if there are more materials, they can still be produced. This kind of medicine is low level and can be made as long as the materials can be used medicinally. Cultivating hemostatic herbs. Were those hemostatic herbs really cultivated by her? Xu Xin tried digging up green-grade hemostatic herbs with a shovel, but couldn't get seeds. He also looked on the trade platform, but there were no seeds for sale, so the method of cultivating hemostatic herbs remained a mystery. Is she revealing her abilities to me? Although he didn't know how Qi Shufe had argued with her brother just now, it seemed she had genuinely considered integrating into Explorer now. Xu Xin immediately contacted Ji Chaoyang and informed him about Qi Shufei's plan to sell pills. Ji Chaoyang was visibly surprised and delighted, and the two discussed with Qi Shufe briefly before announcing it on the regional channel. Xu Xin. Everyone. In order to help survivors who have fallen ill due to the heavy rain, the Explorers organization has urgently produced a batch of specific pills that can completely cure the illness. In 5 minutes, we will list them on the trading platform. Ji Chaoyang. The purpose this time is to save lives, so the price will be very low. Therefore, the pills will only be sold to survivors not on the dungeon list, and each person is limited to one. Quantity is limited, first come, first served. Xu Xin. Please note, after taking this pill, there will be a 2-hour period of weakness during which even walking will be difficult. Make sure to ensure your own safety during this period. The survivors on the dungeon list all have second-floor tree houses. By excluding them, the pills can only be purchased by those forced to endure the rain on the rooftops of the tree houses. The regional channel exploded instantly. Many who dared not sleep watched the regional channel intently, overwhelmed with joy, moved to tears. Oh my God, the big shots are stepping in. Congrats, you B group, you can survive now. Big shots are awesome. Thank you to the big shots. Thank you so much, Sob Sob. Can I really survive now? Can I really live on? Although I also don't have a second-floor treehouse, I'm strong and haven't gotten sick, so I'll pass on this opportunity. Upstairs, you're kidding, soaked for a day and night and didn't get sick? Xu Xin noticed this person. He didn't choose anonymity, and his name is Nyo Fugue, which exudes a rustic feeling. If it were older generations, such names would be common, but these are all young adults aged 18 to 30, making the name a bit out of place. It's worth noting that now many rural areas are wealthier than cities, and cultural levels aren't lacking, so names like these aren't usually given. Just from the name, Xu Xin felt he might be from some remote mountainous area isolated from the world. Xu Xin memorized this name. If he really stayed in the rain for a whole day and night without issue, then he certainly would be a unique talent. Quickly, Qi Shufe listed the medication, setting a very low price, only requiring 3 green-grade resources, preferably herbal resources, so more medicine could be made benefiting more people. Oh my, this price, it's basically giving it away. 3 green-grade resources? Is this a giveaway? My God, explorers are awesome. The big shots are awesome. And the lady providing the medicine, Qi Shufe, awesome. Do the big shots need medicinal materials? I have some here. No use keeping them. I'll directly gift them to the big shots, just hoping they might help me when I'm in a crisis in the future. I have some too. I killed a centipede in the dungeon. It's said to be medicinal. Count me in. I have lots of dried snake gall. I killed a cow, has cow gallstone. The sick rush to buy the pills. Now those speaking in the regional channel are mostly people with second-floor tree houses. Though they won't benefit from this transaction, they still want to contribute. Honestly, Xu Xin was a bit moved. He didn't expect to see human warmth in this precarious world. While the medicinal materials in their hands are indeed useless to them, they might also be thinking of investing early since it could be their turn next. But none made cynical remarks nor questioned why it wasn't sold to them. Everyone genuinely supported the approach. This reminded Xu Xin of the old world, of that nation in peaceful prosperity, where during catastrophic events people would donate their savings or queue for hours at blood banks during their precious spare time just to donate blood. In most cases where personal interests aren't involved, even during disasters, people's hearts still lean towards kindness. Suddenly, Xu Xin sent a private message to Xu Xin. They're all offering to send me medicinal materials. I'm busy trading and counting the materials they've traded over. Could you please collect the ones they're giving? Okay. Xu Xin immediately sent out information in the regional channel, explaining the situation, and instantly, dozens of trading messages arrived, all gifting medicinal materials. Some even remained anonymous, truly doing good deeds without leaving a name. Just as Xu Xin was collecting materials, suddenly there were discordant voices in the regional channel. Those pills were painstakingly collected and made with medicinal materials by Hanging Pot to save the world. Explorers are a bunch of thieves, stealing our labor outcomes. Exactly, that's Hanging Pot to save the world's developed outcome. You have no right to sell. I'm a member of Hanging Pot to save the world. Explorers are shameless. They poached our members, stole our medicine, leaving us with nothing to sell in times of crisis. Yet they appear as saviors. These medicines should have been sold by Hanging Pot to save the world. You're thieves. Those posting these messages were all anonymous. Xu Xin squinted his eyes. Xu Xin is quite clever, trying to play a public opinion game, letting people anonymously mix up black and white, claiming they intended to sell medicines to everyone but got intercepted by explorers. But it's merely clever. If Xu Xin sold them at a high price, this might work somehow. But she's only selling for 3 green-grade resources. No matter the truth, people will support it. Honestly, even Xu Xin feels the price is a bit ridiculous. She's truly trying to hang the pot to save the world. After these people meddled, a subtle change occurred in the public opinion within the regional channel. However, most of it still leaned towards Xu Xin and their explorers. The big shots stole their achievements? How can I believe that? Do the big shots need to steal your achievements? The big shots directly plastered this ranking on our faces. That's better than stealing your achievements, right? You did it? Can you sell it at such a low price? No. Then get lost. Can things even be stolen? Isn't it all a mutual trade? Could it be that the big shots went to your treehouse and stole the stuff? That's so cool. I'd directly cling to the big shots' legs. Big shots, please don't steal my stuff. I'm scared. A group of people was being sarcastic on the regional channel, and at this time, the first survivors who used the medicine also stepped forward. Brothers, I'm better now, I really am. Although my body was extremely weak after taking it, my illness is really gone. I'm better too. Praise the explorers. Praise the big shots. All I know is I exchanged 3 green tier resources for my life. Stealing something so precious for 3 green tier resources? This is philanthropically ridiculous. What nonsense. At this moment, Xu Xin spoke on the regional channel, and her words added fuel to the fire. Everyone, I am Xu Xin, a member of Explorers and also one of the founders of Rescuing the World. Originally, I established Rescuing the World to help you navigate this crisis-ridden world as much as possible, so at least you wouldn't worry about minor injuries or illnesses, or even lose your life. The hemostatic herbs you've purchased on the trade platform were mostly cultivated by me personally. But this time, Rescuing the World chose not to sell those medicines due to insufficient profit, leaving people to die, which completely goes against the principles with which I founded it. However, the leaders of Explorers, Xu Xin and Ji Qiang, were very supportive of me selling these medicines to everyone at low prices, and even proposed to buy these pills from me at a high price to distribute to everyone. Of course, I wouldn't do such a thing, but instead chose to formally exit Rescuing the World. From today onwards, as a member of Explorers, I will sell hemostatic herbs and various medicines under the name of Explorers. What Rescuing the World used to sell, Explorers will also sell. Naturally, the prices won't be as low as they were today. These words left Xu Xin stunned. Really? The core technical staff switched sides directly. Huh. Kiki sat on Xu Xin's shoulder, licking its paws after finishing an apple. It couldn't read the words on the small projection of the watch and could only tilt its head with Xu Xin. What did Xu Xin and those from Rescuing the World say or do to push Xu Xin out of the organization? They weren't just caught off guard. According to Xu Xin, cultivating hemostatic herbs and making medicine was her ability, so Rescuing the World was centered around her. With her exit, Rescuing the World would just be an ordinary chat group. Though not knowing why, everything that's developed favors Explorers, which is beneficial for him. So naturally, Xu Xin was very supportive, raising both hands in agreement. Everyone within the explorers group also voiced their opinions. Li Wenxi, sister is awesome. Support. Zhao Xiaochuan. Rescuing the world is too narrow-minded, whereas our bosses have vision. Wang Lei. From now on, Xu Fei is my goddess. Wen Guixin. Strong, Xu Fei, I like it. Qin Yunlong. Only by helping each other can we reach the end. With the support of the usual top leaders on the rankings, the public opinion in the regional channel completely leaned towards explorers. A large group of people furiously cursed rescuing the world, especially those who were close to losing their lives, cursing all the 18 generations of those in rescuing the world thoroughly. At the same time, explorers also received great acclaim. Not only did Xu Fei become a saint-like figure, but her statement, Xu Xin and Ji Chuyang proposed to buy these pills from me at a high price to distribute to everyone, elevated both in the eyes of regional channel survivors. Whether genuinely or just to curry favor, at least they were strongly supportive. Naturally, some people were indifferent, feeling this was a thankless saintly act, but their voices were quickly drowned out, making no waves. In a 3-story treehouse, Xu Fei stood by the window, somewhat lost in thought, gazing outside, unknown what she was thinking. The treehouse watch on her left wrist was vibrating constantly, but she ignored it, just blankly staring outside. Why did it end up like this? As a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, she was influenced by her grandfather, an old Chinese medicine practitioner, from a young age. From childhood till older, the family frequently had patients healed by her grandfather coming to thank him personally. During festivals and New Year, countless individuals once treated by her grandfather would visit to pay their respects and bring gifts. Grandfather never accepted gifts from patients, but those already healed were not considered patients, and he would gladly accept their gratitude. Growing up in such an environment made her very much aspire to the profession of a doctor. So she studied hard and got into one of the top medical schools in the nation, simultaneously pursuing a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate. After entering a national-level hospital for an internship and undergoing 8 years of training, she is now about to graduate and become the doctor she has always aspired to be. Moreover, she started from a high point, reaching heights that many people can't achieve in a lifetime, with a bright future ahead. But at that moment, she was inexplicably transported to this world. She wasn't really a very strong woman. When she first arrived in this world, she was almost completely at a loss. From a promising medical PhD to a survivor who might die at any moment, the disparity was enormous. She had no idea what to do, holding the unexpectedly appearing treehouse seed in her hand, wandering aimlessly through the jungle like a walking corpse. For some reason, as she walked, some plants in her vision began to emit a faint red glow, and a voice informed her that she had acquired an ability called Medical King. She could lock onto any medicinal herbs within her line of sight and discern their grade and effects, obtain plant-based medicinal seeds and quickly mature them, use any medicinal herbs to develop and create medicines, and resist all diseases. This suddenly acquired ability cheered her up. She believed it was heaven's favor, granting her this ability so she could continue to pursue her life goals in this world. Thus, she used her ability to collect food and herbs everywhere. By a creek rich in herbs, she discovered a blue-grade hemostatic herb, and after picking it, she planted the treehouse seed on this plot of land, establishing her first base, a 2-story small treehouse. After the regional channel opened, she was pleasantly surprised to find her younger brother, Xu Xin, had also arrived in this world. Having a family member suffer in this world wasn't a cause for joy, but she was still somewhat relieved, as she finally had company. Unlike Xu Fei, Xu Xin, though born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine, wasn't interested in medicine. Their father was a successful entrepreneur, a chairman and CEO of a company, and the brother had always followed him to learn, considered by their father as his heir. Though differing in their philosophies, the two agreed harmoniously on establishing the Healing Ambassadors organization. Xu Xin organized manpower to seek out hemostatic herbs and other medicinal plants, while Xu Fei used her ability to quickly cultivate them in large quantities. Her brother then handled promotion and sales to other survivors, exchanging for animal-based medicinal resources and other materials, achieving high profits while her sister developed and created new medicines. It was a positive cycle. By continuing this process, healing ambassadors could not only provide medicine for curing disease, but also make a great profit, fulfilling the siblings' respective ideals. Initially, when Ji Chaoyang invited her to join the explorers, she was surprised. She had gotten a silver treasure chest mostly by chance rather than strength. The reason she obtained the silver treasure chest was simple. Her treehouse was right by the creek, and the silver treasure chest was right under the creek beneath the treehouse. When she used the compass in the treehouse and crossed the river following the direction, the monster guarding the silver treasure chest appeared. She hurriedly grabbed the tree roots and flew skyward, and a few seconds later, the monster shattered due to being in the treehouse's protection range, delivering the silver treasure chest into her hands. So when Ji Chaoyang initially invited her, she didn't agree or even respond, as she was the core of healing ambassadors. Finally, after consulting with Xu Xin, she decided to join the explorers while maintaining close ties with him. At first, she joined more for the advanced equipment and cutting-edge information, and using her abilities to heal more people was her philosophy, but survival was a prerequisite. Thus, she continuously gathered information, traded high-level equipment resources within the explorers, while constantly cultivating high-grade medicinal herbs and developing new medicines as the core of healing ambassadors. With high-level equipment resources and her immunity to injury and illness, her performance in activities had qualitatively improved, truly becoming a top-ranked expert. Having gone through so many activities, they all managed to get by. The high sales price for her cultivated hemostatic herbs made her feel it was inappropriate, but considering they saved lives, the expense seemed justifiable despite her dissatisfaction. Yet, she never spoke up. This time, however, their actions truly crossed Qi Shuefei's bottom line. She never expected her brother, despite having her newly developed advanced medicines, would refuse to sell even the low-cost basic medicine for profits, showing such disregard for the lives of thousands. What she found most unacceptable was that healing ambassadors organized a vote behind her back, and it was unanimously decided not to sell the medicine, making her quite apprehensive. Do these people deserve the title of healing ambassadors? This vote's result was the last straw, adding to Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang's persuasion with their compassion, giving her a stark contrast internally, removing her inclination to remain with healing ambassadors. Thus, she directly resigned from the organization that ran with her at the center. The watch had been vibrating for a long time, and Qi Shuefei sighed before connecting the voice call. Qi Shuefei, you can't leave. Without you, the organization can't operate. The voice on the other end sounded panicked, perhaps not expecting that his own sister would truly leave him. You've grown wings, daring to call your sister by name. Qi Shuefei sneered. If you want to make money, go ahead on your own. I won't accompany you. Don't forget, the advanced medicine you've just made is all in my hands now. Without this batch of medicine, how will you explain to the people and explorers? The medicine is in your hands, but the recipe is in my mind. With enough herbs, I can make another batch anytime. Qi Shuefei's voice was calm and steady. The other side was silent briefly, then his voice softened. Sis, come back. We'll base decisions on your opinions from now on. Without you, our organization is finished. His plea softened her heart momentarily. She opened her mouth, but thinking of the people in healing ambassadors, she immediately felt disgusted, her gaze icing over once more. My mind is made up, and consider those medicines my last offering to you. You'd best not sell them. Keep them for yourself in the future. After this, she promptly hung up and blacklisted her own brother. After this, she sat dumbfounded in front of the chair, falling into the seat quietly. After all, that was her own brother, and she couldn't quite bear it. The medicine was handed to Qi Zishuan only after she resolved to leave, to ensure his temporary safety. She sighed, taking out her last remaining pill. Pill, blue cures all diseases and treats every kind of difficult disorder. So long as it's not an irreversible terminal illness, all can be cured while enhancing the user's physique. A supreme medicine. Only one pill can be taken every 7 days. This was her current pinnacle work. She left only one pill for herself, giving all others to Qi Zishuan. As she was somewhat distracted, her watch vibrated with a private message from Xu Xin. Sister Shuefei, welcome to truly becoming a member of Explorers. Seeing the message, Qi Shuefei's slightly weary yet beautiful face finally showed a hint of a smile. Xu Xin deliberated for a long time before sending a private message to Qi Shuefei. Sister Shuefei, welcome to truly becoming a member of the Explorers. Xu Fa had just left the organization she founded and even had a falling out with her own brother. At this time, she must be feeling quite melancholic, perhaps a bit absent-minded and insecure. Xu Xin used a friendlier title to help her quickly feel a sense of belonging to the explorers. Moreover, her actions indeed made Xu Xin feel admiration. Unlike him and Ji Chaoyang, Xu Fa didn't know about any of the potential future events. Her goal was pure, to heal as many other survivors as possible. In all honesty, if he were in her position, he wouldn't be able to make such a selfless move. It was almost like giving away resources for free. To the survivors being healed, she was a saintly existence. Xu Xin doesn't dislike saints. He dislikes those who lack the ability but still stand on moral high grounds to criticize others, a hypocritical saint. She helps others through her own abilities, and no one can criticize her for that. For someone like Xu Fa, who has a strong ability that others don't have, yet doesn't misuse it but instead helps those in need, he has absolute respect. Perhaps it's because he himself can't achieve this that he feels such people are incredibly noble. In this place lacking order and legal protection, for most people, their true selves may only become apparent after gaining strong abilities. At this moment, Explorers was bustling with excitement. Ji Chaoyang. Our team finally has a real physician now. Li Wenxi. Oh my god, Sister Xu Fa, you're so awesome. Zhao Xiaochuan. Don't worry, beautiful Xu Fa. Following the top two brothers is definitely the right choice. Wen Guixin. And me, I'm also the third in our area. From today, I've got Xu Fa covered. Qin Yunhu. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. Wang Lei. Me too. Xu Fa. Thank you all, rest assured. With me here, you no longer need to worry about sickness and injuries. With such a strong doctor officially joining the organization, anyone would be enthusiastic. Moreover, Xu Fa's actions have truly earned everyone's respect. The members of Explorers are top survivors who have rarely faced life-threatening situations, and their resources are abundant, so there's no need for scheming or backstabbing. Naturally, the atmosphere is much more relaxed than over at Compassionate Healers. This is actually one of the reasons why Xu Fa chose this side. Xu Xin received the last batch of herbs. Just moments ago, many people had donated herbs to him, and now, his backpack was full, with many having to be placed on the ground. He immediately initiated a trade with Xu Fa and transferred all the herbs to her. Xu Fa suddenly asked, "Do you all think what I'm doing is foolish, essentially giving the medicine away to them for free?" It seems she had some self-doubt after breaking up with her own brother. Xu Xin immediately replied, "If you weren't of this nature, you might not possess such abilities. You've used your abilities to save the lives of nearly 1,000 people. Who has the right to call you foolish?" Xu Fa was silent for a moment and then replied, "Thank you, Xu Xin. If it weren't for you and the others, I fear I wouldn't have taken this step. If I had stayed with those people, I'm afraid I would have been assimilated by them." At the same time, Xu Fa initiated a trade with him. "This is the improved pill. There's only one left now, but with the materials you gave me and what I have, I can soon make the next batch." Xu Xin didn't ask her why there was only one left. Presumably, it was the cost of leaving Compassionate Healers, so he replied, "All right, no rush. There hasn't been much need for pills lately." He looked at the small blue glowing pill in his hand. Compared to Xu Fa's introduction, his was more detailed, with an additional line at the end. After using 100, the body becomes impervious to all diseases. This effect directly stunned Xu Xin. Impervious to all diseases? Never get sick? But thinking carefully, the ultimate effect of this pill seems rather trivial. Within 7 days, only the first pill taken is effective. To truly achieve immunity to all diseases, at least 700 days are needed. He still wasn't sure if he could survive 700 days in this world, and if he could, surely there would be more advanced resources available. However, the effect of enhancing physical fitness was quite good. Speaking of enhancing physical fitness, he thought of the Tai Chi fish in the treehouse. The purpose of the Tai Chi fish also was to enhance physical fitness, but its effect focused on longevity, namely increasing lifespan. Wait a minute. Hiss. Xu Xin took a sharp breath. The effect of the Tai Chi fish combined with this pill, blue, wouldn't that mean immortality? No, immortality might be unlikely. The life-extending effect of the Tai Chi fish probably isn't that strong. Maybe raising it for a lifetime would extend one's life by 4 or 5 years at best. But These two resources are only blue-grade resources. Above the blue grade is the purple grade, and who knows what levels are beyond purple. If blue-grade supplies can spark hopes of immortality, then the resources of higher grades. Xu Xin suddenly had some doubts. Those things that brought them to this world, that mysterious voice, and the deities mentioned in the altar's introduction, could they really be some kind of ancient and immortal creatures? Starting to indulge in wild thoughts again, better deal with the matters at hand first. In front, Mimi and the Silver King swallowed the last bite into their stomachs, and a full 200 kilograms of fish meat disappeared without a trace, leaving Kiki on Xu Xin's shoulders staring in disbelief. After splitting the 200 kilograms of fish meat, the Silver King and Mimi showed no changes at all. Xu Xin watched in amazement as the two beasts' bellies did not bulge even slightly. You two, where did all that food go? 200 kilograms of meat? Just eaten like that. Xu Xin reached out to touch the bellies of the Silver King and Mimi. Mimi was so startled by his action that she leapt 3 meters into the air, jumping away and arching her back upon landing. Hissing at Xu Xin, her tail all fluffed up. This guy, even though these past 2 days she's been getting closer, she still won't let him touch her. He touched the Silver King's belly. The Silver King's belly was somewhat soft, but Xu Xin couldn't feel any of the food it had just eaten. Kiki also curiously crawled under the Silver King, poking with little claws, only to get kicked away by the Silver King, which prompted a dissatisfied wee-wee cry. No, this wasn't how it was before. Previously, after feeding them, Xu Xin could clearly see their bellies bulge, and he even wondered if he was overfeeding them. Wait, this had happened once before. After the Silver King had just become a mutant beast, it ate a whole deer, and its belly showed no change. Recalling how, earlier in the day, the Silver King's speed was much faster than usual, Xu Xin's eyes lit up with increasing brightness. These two guys, could they be about to evolve into intermediate mutant beasts? Eat. You can eat all you want. You too. Once we get back, I'll let you have your fill of frozen mutant beast meat from the freezer, and if you want, I'll give you intermediate mutant meat too. Xu Xin vigorously patted the Silver King's head. If he could have 2 obedient intermediate mutant beasts, his power would be greatly enhanced. Contaminated meat wouldn't poison mutant beasts. Xu Xin had experimented with the bat swarm in the underground tunnel. But he's not sure if intermediate mutant meat would still be effective for the Silver King and Mimi, considering that the mutant potion produced from it had already lost its effectiveness. Whoa! The Silver King howled, its 2 wolf fangs reflecting the sunlight as sharp as ever. Mounting the Silver King's back, Xu Xin continued traversing the resource zone. Not far from the felled acidwood, blue tree, he found 5 acidwood, green trees. It seems that acidwood capable of producing hardwood has begun to grow in the jungle. There should be some green-grade acidwood in the jungle, but now with green-grade trees everywhere, the appearance of acidwood is inconspicuous, making it hard to find. Besides, since he doesn't lack it, he doesn't bother looking further. He cut them all down and dug out the seeds. What piqued his interest was that both the green-grade and blue-grade acidwood had this description, requires over 100 years to mature, and it was noted that they were artificially matured. He looked at the seed in his hand again. Strangely, even though he dug it out with a shovel, the acidwood seed did not show any description, seeming to be just an ordinary seed. Is this redwood unplantable? To verify, Xu Xin planted an acidwood seed in the soil on the spot, waited for a long time, but no sapling emerged from the ground. If it were a birch or pine seed, it would have sprouted by now. He dug out the seed, which had not changed at all, as if it were just a very ordinary seed. It seems that for now, he can't plant acidwood to obtain redwood. If it truly relies on this world's special abilities to grow, Xu Xin might age long before it matures. However, since the seed was dug out with a shovel, it surely is a special seed. Perhaps it requires some specific conditions, so he'd better store these seeds for now. Next, he focused on finding blue-grade resources, and soon found a few blue-grade poplar trees, obtaining over 10 pieces of blue-grade wood. But that was about it. Roaming through the forest, Xu Xin finally stopped by the lake, frowning. Something is not right. In the entire resource zone, the food resources he saw were only 1 apple tree and a red berry bush, both green-grade. Throughout the expansive green-grade soil, only 2 fruit-bearing plants had grown. Previously, taking just a couple of steps would find a green-grade fruit tree, and even blue-grade ones were more numerous than the green-grade ones now. Is the jungle starting to be short on food? Xu Xion's eyelid twitched. Not only were the beasts gone, but the once abundant fruit resources had also almost disappeared. The sources of both meat and vegetarian diet were cut off. Could this mean that food shortages were about to begin? Xu Xian immediately asked in the explorer group, "Did you find a lot of food when you went out exploring?" Li Wenxi: "I was about to ask. I've gotten tired of eating meat these past days, wanted some fruit, but couldn't find a single fruit tree after searching for a long time. I can't just eat blue-level fruit to satisfy my cravings." Qi Shuefei: "I haven't gone out yet." Wang Lei: "I don't have any either. My food storage fridge got struck by lightning, and now there's no food outside. This is too tough." Ji Chaoyang: "At least for now, it's basically impossible for me to get food from the jungle, and I don't know how long this situation will last." Qin Yunlong: "The fish in the lake have become very scarce. There used to be schools of fish. Now there are only a few scattered ones." Wang Lei: "I'm so hungry. By the way, can ornamental fish be eaten?" Zhao Xiaochuan: "I still have some food. Call me daddy, and I'll share some with you." Wang Lei: "Screw you." Xu Xian was a bit amused, and directly traded him 10 kilograms of green-level carp meat, the same kind from the big carp he let go earlier. He also traded a few apples to Li Wenxi that he just picked. Wang Lei: "Whoa, boss, Xu actually gave me 10 kilograms of fish meat. Thanks, boss. Love you, boss." Li Wenxi: "It's apples. Love you, Xu Xian." Wang Lei: "Shut up." Xu Xian said irritatedly, then asked, "I found this fish on the ground after the water receded. Didn't you guys find any?" Wang Lei: "Why am I the only one being told to shut up?" Wen Guixin: "Nope. I walked around outside but didn't see any food, though a tree called acid wood did appear, which can produce rosewood, but it's very rare. And the acid wood tree can only be chopped with an iron axe. A stone axe is ineffective. Only an iron axe can chop it?" Xu Xian indeed used an iron axe just now. The description of the iron axe mentioned it could chop some special kinds of trees, and acid wood should be one of those. No wonder its seeds are so special. If this situation continues, there might really be a famine. Fortunately, he doesn't lack food. His treehouse's top layer has a plantation, and the bottom layer has a slow-maturing ice cellar filled with mutant beast meat. Not only is he not lacking food, but he could feed the entire explorer. But others might be in trouble. Many inhabitants of tree houses lost a lot of their belongings due to the torrential rainy season, likely including stored food like Wang Lei. But even if not destroyed, the situation isn't good. Today is the third day after the dungeon, and the mutant beast meat they have is nearly spoiled. If they went out to hunt and gather the day before the storm, they could last until tomorrow. Otherwise, they might go hungry tonight. Unless they eat possibly spoiled meat and fruit, which could cause diarrhea and vomiting, and those consequences are far worse than an empty stomach. Eating rotten meat is just courting death. There is water available, and not eating can last a while. The key is how long this situation will persist. If prolonged, they might resort to eating bark and roots. Xu Xian scanned the surroundings again. He had completely scoured the nearby blue-level resources and now directed his gaze towards the hills. Over there lies another resource zone, and surely there are new resources now, but he had two choices now: go back and continue carving, enhancing the decoration of his treehouse, or explore the hilly resource area again. That place is very unique, and just the beast statue altar alone is worth examining now. Xu Xian looked complexly at the distant hills, equating those hills with the blood-patterned giant that appeared last time. Xu Xian checked the map and confirmed there were no red dots over there. Originally, the hilly resource zone had 3 tigers. One died from the polluted meat of a mutant wildcat Xu Xian summoned, leaving 2 remaining. Now those 2 are nowhere to be found. Previously, he didn't thoroughly explore the hilly resource zone, worried about being targeted by the tigers and the wolves, which were trouble for him at the time. Now is the right time to explore. Let's go check it out. Though there are no beasts to harvest for sacrifices now, he was curious if the altar might change, having personally seen changes in the statue on the altar. Riding the Silver King, Xu Xian swiftly headed towards the hilly resource zone. The closer he got, the more familiar it felt to him. Arriving at the foot of the hills, Xu Xian saw the salt mine shaft he had excavated again. The surrounding jungle had completely transformed, and even the inner resource zone of the hills had changed, yet nothing around the hills had changed. At the foot of the hills, the tree which Xu Xian had previously used to escape a wild boar was still standing there, with the rooting pit it dug below still present. Even the tree roots remained exposed as before, with everything unchanged. Arriving at the entrance of the mine, Xu Xin immediately sensed something unusual. The water had receded not long ago, and the soil outside the mine was soft and damp, but the ground inside the mine was completely dry. Moreover, there were still some salt deposits left on the ground, clearly remnants from Xu Xin's previous mining. If water had indeed flooded the mine, these salt residues couldn't still be here, as salt dissolves in water. Indeed, it's confirmed. While there might be issues like illusions or obstructions from a distance, everything inside the mine pointed to the fact that no water had ever entered here. Xu Xin frowned deeply. This mysterious hill surrounded the area, and the altar, almost at the center of the resource zone, was equally enigmatic. Whimper. Just as he was about to step into the salt mine cave, Kiki suddenly cried out urgently. It jumped down from the Silver King's back, ran in front of Xu Xin, and pushed against his foot, preventing him from entering. There is indeed danger in this mine. Xu Xin's gaze tightened as he pulled out his spear. He was clad in purple level scale armor, holding the best spear below purple level, cautiously watching the interior of the mine. Seeing him draw his weapon, Kiki stopped blocking him and instead climbed up to Xu Xin's shoulder in a few moves, joining him in gazing into the cave. Just by observing from the entrance, Xu Xin couldn't discern any danger inside, but he trusted Kiki's instincts. Mimi walked forward, glanced at Xu Xin, and then paced towards the interior of the cave. Be careful, there's danger inside the cave, Xu Xin advised. He wasn't worried about Mimi, for its explosive speed was too fast and exceptionally agile, making it hard for anything, even in a surprise attack, to harm it. Just as Mimi completely stepped into the cave, a sense of crisis surged from Xu Xin's heart, and then a red rapidly lit up on the map. This is it. Those underground monsters. Be careful. But Mimi didn't need Xu Xin's warning. Just before he spoke, it detected the crisis, pushed off its hind legs, and leapt forward at a swift pace. As it landed, the ground where it originally stood suddenly cracked open, and a blood-red thorn-covered vine thrust out from the fissure, lashing toward Mimi. Mimi wasn't one to be trifled with, nearly at an intermediate level as a mutated beast. Facing the attack of the blood-thorn vine, it deftly twisted its body to dodge, then clawed at the vine. Instantly, the front end of the vine was cut into pieces as if by several knives, falling to the ground within the mine. Simultaneously, on the map, another 3 red dots lit up at Mimi's position. There are many of these things. Get out! Xu Xin shouted while drawing out the crossbow, and aimed at the vine emerging from the ground, releasing a bolt. Following Xu Xin's words, Mimi swiftly darted out of the cave, effortlessly landing on the ground, unfazed, even licking the paw that had shredded the bloodthorn vine. When not in attack mode, Mimi's mutated claws could retract halfway, looking not overly dramatic, even somewhat cute and fleshy. The vine shot by Xu Xin's crossbow bolt was densely patterned. Though it lacked thorns, it was as thick as an arm, with bright blood-red patterns all over it. After being shot by Xu Xin, the vine writhed and struggled violently. Under Xu Xin's astonished gaze, the front end of the vine tangled around the bolt embedded in its stalk like an octopus tentacle, pulled it out, and flung it towards Xu Xin. Fortunately, the vine couldn't use the bolt. It spun like a dart as it flew over. Xu Xin swept it aside with a horizontal strike of his spear. This was the treehouse protection zone. He watched the 3 vines emerging from the ground, waiting patiently for them to die. But as time passed, Xu Xin's expression turned increasingly grim. What's going on? Isn't this within the treehouse protection zone? Why can these underground creatures' blood patterns and bloodthorn vines survive here for so long? Could it be that this area of hills is no longer protected by the treehouse? No, even though these vines haven't died, they don't dare to emerge from the cave, only circling within while seemingly taunting him. Xu Xin immediately fired another bolt, hitting one of the thinner vines. The bolt was powerful enough to penetrate through the vine, directly severing it, and the front half of it dropped to the ground, still wriggling. This thing looks truly disturbing. Xu Xin reloaded and aimed another bolt at the writhing half-vine on the ground. The half-vine was pinned to the ground, gradually ceasing movement. Meanwhile, the remaining portion of the half-vine slowly retracted into the ground seam, leaving only 2 robust vines waving about in the cave. In this cave, it's really not protected by the treehouse. What's hidden in the mine, allowing them to survive under the treehouse protection? Xu Xin didn't know what was inside this mine, nor did he want to find out now. Although these vine creatures weren't very strong individually, their number was unknown, so he wouldn't risk entering the cave. Xu Xin waited outside for dozens of seconds, and the remaining 2 blood-patterned vines retracted back into the ground like creatures in a game losing their aggression. Suddenly, a few of those vines emerged slightly from below the ground, their tips pointing in his direction, as if casting a glance at him, before swiftly retracting underground again, leaving only a few small holes. Xu Xin let out a sigh of relief, ready to turn and leave. Chirp! Kiki nudged his face, pointing with its little paw at the holes left on the ground by the vines. Following Keek's direction, Xu Xin's pupils suddenly contracted at the scene before him. The holes and cracks on the ground were actually moving. Indeed, the ground composed of stones and salt seemed to be writhing like flesh and blood. Under Xu Xin's shocked gaze, the holes and cracks gradually healed, and the crossbow arrow that had pinned a half vine to the ground wobbled slightly, toppled over with the half vine, revealing the now smooth ground beneath. Eventually, the ground returned entirely to the state it was before the vines appeared, except for a few fragments of stone, salt debris, and some broken vine pieces scattered around. It seemed as if nothing had happened here. This ground actually had regenerative abilities, slowly healing itself. Before obtaining the golden treasure chest, when he had stepped out of the protection zone, vines had also emerged from the ground and attacked him, only to retract underground after failing to hit him. At that time, the cracked ground definitely did not heal automatically. He couldn't help but step back a little. This situation was like a living being automatically healing its wounds after being injured. Xu Xin took a deep breath, and to test his theory, he loaded another crossbow arrow onto his crossbow and aimed at the wall of the salt cave, pulling the trigger. Whoosh-clack! The crossbow arrow embedded itself into the cave's stone wall, scattering stone debris. Huff! Suddenly, a light breeze blew from deep within the cave, carrying a slightly strange fragrance. Though the scent was quite pleasant, for some reason, Xu Xin, who had a mild throat inflammation, gagged slightly, furrowing his brow and covering his nose. At the same time, the crossbow arrow stuck in the cave wall wobbled, as if expelled from the wall, and then dropped to the ground. The wall, which had a small pit from the crossbow arrow, also returned to its original state. He had previously struck this cave wall with a pickaxe. They were just some ordinary green-grade stones, and back then, the struck wall did not restore itself like it did now. Looking at the wall he had chiseled before, he eventually withdrew his gaze helplessly. He didn't remember what the wall looked like after he had chiseled it the last time. Could it be alive? Xu Xin's eyelids twitched, struggling to resist the urge to turn and run. Previously, it wasn't like this. Is it because it just woke up? The bursts of strange fragrance in the wind made his head feel a bit dizzy. He quickly took out an orange that could enhance spiritual power and a strawberry that could balance emotions and ate them. His head cleared instantly, and his previously panicked emotion eased considerably. He then ate a red berry to gain night vision and looked into the pitch-black depths of the cave. The salt mine cave was not deep. One could see its end from the entrance, no more than a few dozen meters away. What made Xu Xin a bit fearful was that on the floor of the deepest part of the cave, there was a large pit that previously wasn't there at all. From the entrance, this pit had a diameter of about 2 meters, surrounded by some fragments of rock and salt, evenly distributed around the pit, as if something had emerged from beneath the ground and shaken itself off. From the entrance, he couldn't see how deep this pit was. He had come here to collect salt twice and had thoroughly checked the interior, even using a pickaxe to dig around. He was very certain that previously the interior of the salt mine cave did not have such a large pit. Xu Xin checked the map again. After those few vines retreated underground, there wasn't a single red light spot left inside the salt mine cave. A distance of a few dozen meters. Perhaps Mimi could go in and take a look. Its speed was fast enough that it wouldn't be harmed by creatures suddenly emerging from the ground. Mimi, can you go over to that pit? See what's inside or how deep it is? Xu Xin asked Mimi. If it was unwilling, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was dangerous inside. Mimi glanced at him, then took a few steps in the opposite direction of the cave entrance. Fine, it didn't want to go in. Just as Xu Xin thought so, Mimi, already far from the entrance, suddenly sprinted forward, accelerating like a flash of lightning into the mine. Within less than a second, it reached the end of the cave, made a nimble turn, leaped up with its hind legs against the back wall, glanced into the pit on the ground, and quickly propelled itself out with the counterforce. The entire process took just over 2 seconds. Xu Xin had yet to react, and Mimi had already landed more than 10 meters outside the hole, sauntering towards him. Even those strange underground creatures hadn't reacted. It was only after Mimi exited the cave that a few vines burst through the soil. "Eek!" Kiki exclaimed in surprise. That was too fast. Xu Xin was equally stunned. These few vines twisted above ground as if drawing a few question marks in the air, with a sense of perplexed questioning, as if several people were scratching their heads and asking each other, "Did something just pass by? Did you see it?" Xu Xin had never seen Mimi move so fast before. Probably the large pit inside the mine triggered a sense of danger, causing it to erupt into its fastest speed, becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow. The hole was about 50 meters deep, and Mimi took less than a second to reach the cave wall. Calculating the speed, it surpassed 200. The highway speed limit on Earth is only 120. If Mimi were to speed on the highway, it would immediately warrant 12 demerit points and a revoked license. Absurd. This speed is truly absurd. However, bursting such speed instantaneously is also a burden for Mimi. Xu Xin could distinctly hear its breathing becoming heavier as it approached. Kiki jumped down from Xu Xion's shoulder onto Mimi. Mimi never minded the touches from Kiki and Silver King, which made Xu Xion a bit envious. He always wanted to pet this big cat. "Eek! Meow!" Kiki and Mimi began to communicate. Xu Xion asked, "How is it? Is there anything in the pit?" "Eek!" Mimi didn't respond, just lay down and started licking itself, while Kiki was calling out, waving both its little paws at Xu Xion, but he really didn't understand what it was trying to convey. Xu Xion directly asked Kiki many questions, telling it to answer with nods or shakes of the head. After putting in lots of effort, he finally learned about the big pit that suddenly appeared in the mine. The pit was indeed very deep, deep enough that Mimi couldn't see the end. But it wasn't empty. There was a faint reddish soil inside, and a very peculiar fragrance in the cave. In the depth beneath the pit, something seemed to be emitting a soft white light, which made Mimi feel like the hole was deep. Otherwise, if it were pitch black and there was no light inside, it wouldn't be able to see at all, naturally not reaching the conclusion that the pit was deep. Faintly red soil. Xu Xion's expression changed. Xu Xion had seen this type of soil in one place before. At the entrance to the underground world where the golden treasure box was found, the entrance of the very long iron tunnel had this faint reddish soil. Polluted soil. Xu Xion felt a bit cold. He reflected on the faint, bizarre fragrance he smelled earlier. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but it was at least a fragrance, unlike the red fog pouring out of the underground world entrance, which was so foul and stinky. But it's not the same smell, but it doesn't mean it's not the same substance. In fact, on Earth, there exists a quite magical substance, indole. Indole is a key component in creating the distinctive fragrance of jasmine, magnolia, lotus, gardenia, and other flowers, used in making perfumes and even in various foods, but it also exists extensively in feces. It has a floral scent that pleases at extremely low concentrations, yet at very high concentrations, it has a stench capable of suffocating. Xu Xion feared that the strange scent he recently smelled had the same properties. From the start, this smell felt inexplicably familiar, and upon learning that the soil at the entrance was faint red, he could almost confirm that this smell was that of the red fog from the tunnel diluted 1,000 times. The scent caused him the same feeling as the previous red fog, his mind a bit dizzy. Despite the fragrance, it still made him feel sick. As for the soft white glow deep inside the pit, he had no clue. It might be some treasure or trap, but Xu Xion wasn't about to dive in to find out like a fool. With all the gathered information, Xu Xion's gaze towards this mine changed. This is likely the entrance to the second underground world. Moreover, this entrance mine might even be alive. At the very least, it can automatically recover from injuries. No way, he had to find a way to block this salt mine. But after thinking long and hard, Xu Xion couldn't come up with any good idea to block the mine. So he simply moved a few big stones from the side of the mine to symbolically cover the entrance. Although this method was basically like turning a blind eye, stones that he could move would hardly deter things emerging from underground. But leaving the entrance wide open made him really uneasy. At least this way, whatever is inside couldn't come out without making noise. Looking at the blocked entrance, Xu Xion felt slightly better at heart. After blocking the mine, Xu Xin didn't dare to stay by the edge of the hills. He immediately mounted the Silver King and commanded it to dash into the resource area surrounded by hills, starting to loot the blue-grade resources as quickly as possible. It's basically similar to the resource area on the other side of the treehouse. There weren't many fruit-bearing trees or shrubs left here either. The blue-grade resources only consisted of a few poplar trees and a blackwood tree, but he did find some blue-grade herbs, which were useless to him but could be used by Xu to make blue-grade pills. As for food, there was only a regular green-grade apricot tree and a small patch of green-grade mushrooms. Upholding the principle of not wasting anything, Xu Xin still harvested all of these and stored them in his backpack. After exploring the entire resource area, Xu Xin rode the Silver King to the altar of the beast statues. Last time, the Silver King was very scared of this altar and trembled even when stepping into it. But this time, it didn't feel afraid at all and easily stepped into the beast altar. Perhaps it's because after becoming a mutated beast, it was no longer one of the altar's sacrifices. The moment Silver King stepped into the altar, that strange sound came from beneath the altar again, and then Mimi also stepped into the altar range, but without causing any sound. Xu Xin had expected this and wasn't scared. He looked at the 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the altar. So it is like this. He was lost in thought. Originally, 2 of the 4 stone pillars had been resolved through sacrifice by Xu Xin. They should have been empty, but now, new statues had appeared on the pillars. The spot where the rabbit statue was originally had been replaced by a mouse statue. Despite its body being smaller than other statues, its front teeth were very frightening, like 2 sharp guillotines, as if a single bite could directly sever the heads of other creatures. The fox statue replaced the wildcat statue. The size of the statue wasn't much different from that of the wildcat, but the tail's proportions were extremely exaggerated. The bushy tail was raised high, twice the length of the body, and much larger in volume than the entire body. However, Xu Xin couldn't tell at a glance what powerful abilities this tail had. The wild boar statue and the wolf statue hadn't changed, and even the progress of the blood-red patterns on them hadn't changed. When he left last time, the pattern on the wild boar statue's pillar had nearly covered the statue. Now, its progress was still stuck at the same spot. It seemed that sacrificing 4 or 5 more tusks might summon the mid-level mutated wild boar with terrifying tusks from the statue. Unfortunately, now that all the beasts in the jungle had disappeared, to make sacrifices to the altar, they would have to wait until the beasts returned. Xu Xin suddenly thought of something. The last time this altar's floor was scratched by the rabbit ears of the blood pattern rabbit, the scratches were quickly repaired, making the floor automatically restore itself, similar to the situation in the salt mine just now. Damn, could it be that this altar is also a living thing? The thought that he might be standing on top of a giant creature made him shiver. No, it shouldn't be. Every time he stepped onto this altar, a ka sound came from below the altar's floor. This sound clearly resembled some mechanical device rather than the sound a living creature would make. It's just unknown, every time he stepped onto this altar, what kind of mechanism he triggered. Kiki, who had been looking around on Xu Xin's shoulder, suddenly saw something and squeaked, pointing its little paw towards the altar's center table, indicating that there was something there. Xu Xin looked over, and sure enough, there was a very small object on the altar table. What is that? Riding the Silver King forward, Xu Xin saw clearly the small object placed on the altar table, and his expression changed immediately. How could this thing be here? Looking at the ring on the altar table, Xu Xin showed a puzzled expression. He was all too familiar with this ring, having worn it for some time. Isn't this the ring he returned to the Chang'an family? The ring personally made by Chang'an and given to Xuelon. Why would this ring appear here? Has the Chang'an family been here? Xu Xin looked at the ring. The original ring was a blue-grade item, emitting a blue glow. However, the ring on the sacrificial table had now become an ordinary ring, and according to Xu Xin's identification ability, the ring was emitting a white glow. Has the blue-grade ring turned white-grade? Xu Xin picked up the ring from the altar table. Damaged, mutated beast ring. White, a ring that once possessed impressive abilities, but after being sacrificed, it has been completely damaged, turning into a very ordinary ring. This ring was sacrificed to the altar. Chang'an mentioned that the ring contained materials from a high-level mutated beast. Perhaps that's why it was able to be sacrificed to the altar. But why did the Chang'an family come here to sacrifice? Could it be? Xu Xin suddenly realized what would occur after making a sacrifice to the altar table here. Isn't it to transform the beast statues into real beasts? Could it be that the Chang'in family intends to sacrifice here to revert to human form? Very likely, extremely likely. They said they came to accomplish something significant on the surface, promised by that mysterious voice. They also mentioned that the next time they met, they would give him an unexpected surprise. Moreover, Xu Lan was eager to leave, so much so that she didn't even want to visit his small treehouse. In hindsight, they probably wanted to quickly reach this altar, make sacrifices, and then transform back into humans. This is most likely the promise that mysterious voice made to them, assuring them that once they returned to the surface, they could transform back into humans again. But did they succeed? Xu Xin observed the surroundings of the altar. Apart from this ring, there was nothing else related to the Chang'in Shuolan family. He thought of the process of the beast statue transforming into a beast. Blood-red patterns covered its entire body. Then the statue cracked open, red light burst forth, and finally, the statue shattered. A mid-level, mutated blood-patterned beast emerged from the broken stone statue, as if shedding a layer of stone skin. If this is also the process for the Chang'in family to become human, Xu Xin took a deep breath. The first step in transforming a statue into a creature is to let blood-red patterns cover the entire statue. If this is true, they might have already turned into mutated humans. Just like the first survivors in the underground city who grew blood-patterned fur all over their bodies, becoming mutated monsters. Of course, this is just Xu Xin's guess, but it's not entirely impossible. The possibility is even quite high. Could it really be so? Xu Xin was now extremely worried about the Chang'in family, as they were his life and death allies. He had helped them reach the surface, and likewise, without their help, he might not have returned to the surface either. He truly didn't want anything to happen to the Chang'in family. They not only possessed the contract-making skills he lacked, but were also his recognized partners. Aside from his worries, he recalled a sentence the maid had said to Xu Lan. "Madam, there's no hurry for that matter. It's no use going now. We can wait until it gets dark to set off." This sentence was said when she persuaded Xu Lan to visit Xu Xin's treehouse. It's no use going during the day, only at night is it useful. Could it be that the altar at night is different from the altar during the day? On careful thought, he had indeed never seen the altar at night. The latest he had been there was early evening, with the sunset still visible, and it was a while before it got dark. Not wanting to be outside in the dark, he hurried back to the treehouse. "I'll come tonight to take a look." Xu Xin planned to come fully equipped tonight to take a look here. If something were to happen to the Chang'in family, he could lend a hand. Xu Xin checked the altar knife in the altar again and unexpectedly found that the altar knife was no longer in the altar. The stone drawer was empty. Did Changyin's family take it? Xu Xin murmured to himself. Could it be they are still operating in this resource area? Last time, Xu Xin took the altar knife back to the treehouse, leading to the appearance of the blood-patterned giant. Now that nothing has happened around, does it mean the one with the altar knife is still nearby? But Xu Xin had just explored almost every place around and found nothing else moving. The map showed no red dots either. Of course, the Chang'in family, like Kiki and the crocodile, did not appear as targets on the map, which he had confirmed after coming out from the underground city. No, there is still one place unchecked. The lake in this resource area, the bottom of the lake. Let's go, Silver King, Mimi, let's go to the lake. Xu Xin mounted the wolf, and the Silver King immediately dashed forward. Arriving at the lake, the state of the lake was completely different from when Xu Xin last came. Last time, there were many beasts drinking water by the lake, and there were some red dots indicating crocodiles in the shallow water area. Now, both the lakeside and the lake were very tranquil, with no red dots showing on the map. Xu Xin could vaguely see a few fish swimming in the lake. They were likely the only remaining fish in the lake. Xu Xin patted Keek's small head on the Silver King's neck and instructed, "You wait on the shore. I'll go take a look." Ing. Whoa. He was wearing a purple grade scale armor set, which allowed him to move freely underwater. Although he hadn't consumed the newly obtained blue-grade fish bladder that could enhance resistance to water pressure, short diving wouldn't be a problem. He didn't intend to eat blue-grade resources here. His dining table, stove, and grill could maximize the effectiveness of the resources, so eating them here would be a waste. This lake shouldn't be that deep, right? Let's go down and have a look first. Xu Xin hadn't consumed water grass, took a deep breath, and dove into the water. Opening his eyes underwater, he could see the entire lake view. A very ordinary lake, with depth gradually increasing from the lakeside to the center, reaching about 6 to 7 meters deep in the center, much more normal compared to the lake near the treehouse. While wandering under, he found there was hardly any resource in the lake. Before he reached the center, Xu Xin saw several footprints on the sediment at the lake bottom. 3 adult prints and 1 child's footprint. They were heavy, deeply embedded in the mud. These are the Chang-in family's footprints. They walked underwater. Xu Xin quickly surfaced, inhaled water grass, dove once more, and swam following the footprints' direction. The footprints didn't lead straight, but twisted and turned at the lake bottom, as if searching for something. Finally, the footprints stopped near the center of the lake. Before them was a deep hole the size of a well. Looking inside, it was pitch black, and no end could be seen. Again? Did they jump down? Have they returned underground again? After the salt mine cave, this is the second bottomless pit he found today. Could it be that this pit also leads to the underground world? Xu Xin looked into the pit, and despite having the night vision ability from the red berries, he still couldn't see the bottom. Below was still pitch black. He bent down and grabbed a handful of soil at the mouth of the pit. Polluted soil, gray soil contaminated by unknown forces, useless for survivors. As expected, it's this kind of soil again. Was this pit originally here? Thinking of the newly appeared ground hole in the salt mine cave, Xu Xin seemed to understand something. Perhaps these ground holes that might connect to the underground world are related to their second stage of survival. In the second stage, they will likely start to truly come into contact with the underground world. Xu Xin took one last look at the deep lake pit before turning and swimming back to the shore. He didn't dare to jump in like the Chang'in family. Who knows how deep this pit is? The Chang'in family are stones, unaffected by water pressure, and can jump down, but he can't. At the lakeside, the 3 beasts were still waiting. Kiki was peering over the rocks at the lakeshore, worriedly watching the lake's surface that had been quiet for over 10 minutes. Upon seeing Xu Xin's figure swimming upward, it finally breathed a sigh of relief, uttered a chirp, and signaled to Xu Xin that it was over there. Following the sound, Xu Xin saw that the 3 beasts were no longer in their original position. They were now on the other side of the lake, where the Silver King and Mimi were scratching at something on the ground. What's happened? Why did they go over there? Xu Xin swam over and stood up from the lake. His body was wet, but fortunately, the scale armor didn't absorb water, and now near noon, the sun was shining, the weather was hot, and the air wasn't humid. His body would dry in just a few minutes. Walking to the Silver King and Mimi's side, Xu Xin found they were still digging. What's wrong? Is there something below? He asked as he approached. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Kiki waved its little paws at him, gesturing something. A small knife? Sacrificial knife? Xu Xin's eyes brightened. Did you find it? Chirp. Kiki nodded. Xu Xin reached out and rubbed Kiki's little head. Nice work. Chirp. Kiki puffed out its little chest, and then climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder along his arm. At this point, the Silver King and Mimi had already half-excavated the sacrificial knife, which was stuck in the ground with the blade pointed down, seemingly thrown in directly something not impossible with the Chang'in family's strength. Pulling out the sacrificial knife, Xu Xin glanced worriedly at the lake bottom. Who knows what their situation is? He thought he'd come back tonight for another look. Maybe something would really change at the altar. Riding the Silver King, Xu Xin first went to the altar and put the sacrificial knife back in its original position, so as not to attract more monsters. There was nothing much left to explore around, so he started heading back, returning the same way. As he passed near the salt mine cave, he subconsciously glanced at it. No problem looking, seeing it made him break out in a cold sweat. Stop! Silver King, let's go to that mine cave. Oh, whoa! The Silver King spun around and arrived at the mine cave's edge in seconds. The cave entrance, which Xu Xin had previously blocked with large chunks of rock, was inexplicably open now, and the rocks that blocked the cave entrance were nowhere to be found. He couldn't find them near the cave entrance. Looking into the mine cave, everything still seemed ordinary, appearing utterly like a regular mine cave. But it was precisely this ordinariness that made Xu Xin notice something. The ground was too clean. Those broken vines he had shot arrows into, and the scattered stones and salt mine debris on the ground. Where had they all gone? Could the mine cave not only self-repair, but also self-clean? Was something inside tidying up the mine cave and remove the rocks blocking the entrance? Xu Xin thought of something. Suddenly his expression changed as he observed the hill where the salt mine was located, retreating slowly, and the appearance of the entire hill gradually unfolded before him. Damn. Xu Xin's complexion changed dramatically. He felt cold all over. Without thinking in a certain direction, he couldn't see it. With this association, a cold feeling rose from his core. If this hill were seen as a giant head, then this mine cave would be just its open mouth. And above the cave, there was a ridge-like protrusion, resembling a person's nose bridge. Looking further up, the two concave pits on the hill perfectly matched the position of eyes, resembling eye sockets. And above each pit, there grows a slanted tree on the hillside, which from this angle looks exactly like two raised eyebrows above the eye sockets. The more he looked, the more it resembled, the more he thought, the more it seemed like it. He really wanted to convince himself that this was just a coincidence. But considering the previous occurrences, the mine's interior would automatically heal. Things inside and outside the mine mysteriously disappeared, and the mine even wasn't protected by the treehouse. The likelihood of it being a coincidence was just too small. Speaking of the deep pit inside, could it be the esophagus of a giant monster? Perhaps it swallowed the stones by its mouth and those things, which is why the inside and outside of the mine are so clean now. What is this? A mountain giant? This is too magical. Xu Xin took a deep breath, slightly stabilizing his emotions. The thought of possibly mining salt inside a giant monster's mouth made his hands tremble, so he quickly ate a blueberry-flavored strawberry to calm down. Once calmed down, he burst out laughing. He really seemed like an addict relapsing for his fix. No, he can't rely too much on the effect of strawberries in the future. Emotions, he has to learn to control them himself. Kiki called out in confusion from his shoulder, puzzled by his behavior. Xu Xin suddenly wanted to tease Kiki. Kiki, look, doesn't this little hill look like a human head? Xu Xin lifted Kiki to face the direction of the hill. Kiki was baffled by what Xu Xin said and could only gaze at the hill in confusion. Jin. At first, Kiki tilted its head and remained motionless, but once it saw clearly, it immediately broke free from Xu Xin's hands, hanging onto his back again. Even so, it couldn't help but peek its little head out towards the hill. Seeing Kiki's adorable demeanor, Xu Xin smiled and stroked its little head. Not just Kiki, even the Silver King and Mimi, after hearing what he said, changed their demeanor after looking at the overall appearance of the hill. The Silver King bared its teeth towards the direction of the hill, growling from its throat, while Mimi arched its back, first standing on end, tail swaying slightly at the back, posing ready to attack at any moment. Xu Xin continued to scrutinize this head, growing more amazed the more he looked. If this were merely nature's masterpiece, calling it a 5-star scenic spot on Earth wouldn't be too much. But if Xu Xin's speculation were true, then this mountain giant is enormous indeed. A hill 6 to 70 meters high would be just ahead. Even if this giant had 7/8 proportions, its full height would be from 400 to 500 meters. 4 to 500 meters is the height of the Magic City Pearl or Yanqing Tower, and it would be much broader than those slender buildings. If it really appeared, the visual impact would be unparalleled. The blood pattern giant Xu Xin saw nearby before was only about 30 to 40 meters tall. Wow. So he underestimated this series of hills earlier? How could the blood pattern giant compare to this gigantic beast? Feeling complex, Xu Xin glanced at the mine, flipped onto the Silver King's back, and said, "Let's go. Let's check Black Bear Cave. Let's find the giant croc to see if it survived the storm season." Besides, he could also ask the giant beast about the issues here. Although he couldn't understand, Kiki could translate for him. He also wanted to see if there were any changes in Black Bear Cave. Now he was a bit paranoid and felt he had to explore all possibilities. As for this side, there was nothing he could do, so he would try not to provoke it. When he goes to the altar tonight, he would take the opportunity to check the situation. Maybe something different would happen here at night. The Silver King's speed was quick, and within minutes, they arrived at the creek outside Black Bear Cave. Xu Xin was astonished to find a 20-meter-long crocodile-shaped pit at the bottom of the lake. Other parts of the creek were only tens of centimeters to less than a meter deep, except this crocodile-shaped pit, which was several meters deep. It was like a reservoir dug in the middle of the stream. This was obviously where the giant croc once lay. Not here anymore. Being able to find this giant croc anytime, which was always friendly and helpful to him, gave him a great sense of security, as it matched evenly with the giant anaconda in the heart of the lake. Now that it wasn't here, Xu Xin felt a void in his heart. He shook his head. Enhancing his own abilities was the most important thing. Reliance on external forces should not be permanent. Xu Xin turned towards Black Bear Cave. He kept a close watch on the red dots on the map. Since Kiki didn't indicate any danger in the cave, he stepped right inside. At the end of the cave, the fissure that appeared during the underground exploration was completely sealed and gone. Other than that, nothing seemed unusual in the cave. Even the whistling wind from before was no longer heard. Xu Xin took out a long spear and stabbed the cave wall hard, breaking it into pieces with flying debris. After waiting a while and seeing no auto-repair of the cave wall, Xu Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had an absurd thought just now that this Black Bear Cave was also a mouth that swallowed the giant croc outside. But now it seemed he was overthinking. Since the giant croc wasn't here, and Black Bear Cave was just an ordinary cave, today's jungle exploration should end. It was time to go back and improve the decorations in the treehouse. After finishing the carving last night, he was exhausted and fell asleep immediately. With Keek's small sculpture completed, the treehouse decoration level has increased to 96.4, just a bit short of reaching the 100 mark. Although it's uncertain whether a decoration level of 100 has any effect, 96.4 is quite bothersome, so he should hurry back to enhance the decoration level. Within a few minutes, Xu Xin was back at the base of the treehouse. Underneath his treehouse, there was still a patch of blue-grade fertile soil without any plants, the same soil where an apple tree was previously planted. After the rainy season ended, a blue-grade poplar grew from this soil, which he chopped down in the morning. Xu Xin attempted to plant a redwood seed in this blue-grade soil, but it had no effect. It seems that growing redwood requires more special conditions. He didn't move this soil to the plantation on the 4th level of the treehouse. The plantation can only accommodate relatively low plants. Taller trees need to be planted beneath the treehouse. After some thought, Xu Xin planted a pine seed in this soil. The kitchen and bathroom tools he needed required round timber to make, and upgrading these tools with blue-grade timber might yield unexpected results. Although there weren't any beasts around, Xu Xin still placed a protective fence around this patch of soil. Returning to the treehouse, it was already past noon, and Silver King and Mimi were lazily sprawled in the living room. "Do you guys want anything to eat?" Xu Xin asked Silver King and Mimi. These two might be about to advance to mid-level mutated beasts, so eating more would be good. However, both beasts shook their heads. It seemed their hearty breakfast had satisfied them temporarily. Xu Xin took Kiki to the cold storage to get some pieces of mutant beast meat, half for stir-frying and half for roasting. While eating, a gentle warmth flowed through Xu Xin's body, prompting him to ponder just how strong he is now. In the morning, while moving boulders, he easily lifted a rock nearly the same size as himself. Of course, this was due to the effects of the scale armor he wore, and the humanoid sculpture in the treehouse also contributed. He felt that even without using weapons, confronting a black bear with his bare hands should not be much of a problem now. After the meal, Kiki curled up on the sofa for a nap, while Xu Xin rested and contemplated his tasks for the afternoon. This time, he planned not to carve but to paint. His artist contract not only endowed him with sculpting skills, but also high-level painting expertise. However, before starting, he needed to make painting tools. Brush, green dip in water to create desired ink paintings, capable of producing green-grade artworks. Requires wood, green, *1, beast hair, green, *1. The brush requires wood and beast hair. He had plenty of blue-grade wood, but had never obtained beast hair. Perhaps this resource cannot be extracted with a bone knife? Xu Xin looked at Silver King, who was dozing in the corner. Isn't there wolf hair readily available? Moreover, it's the fur of the mutated Wolf King. Xu Xin smiled as he walked towards Silver King, his gaze fixed on its silver-red tail. Wolf hair is not actually tail hair, but the hair from a weasel's tail. Nonetheless, using Silver King's tail hair should work just fine. Silver King had already opened its silver eyes as Xu Xin approached, sensing that something unpleasant might happen. A woo dash. The bats hanging under the treehouse were startled by Silver King's howl, dropping down before flapping their wings to fly to the window and peek inside. Xu Xin held some silver-red fur in his hands while Silver King pressed its tail between its legs, looking at Xu Xin pitifully. Upon closer inspection, there was a small bald patch on its tail. Mutated Wolf King's tail hair, Blue fur from the tip of the mutated Wolf King's tail, suitable for brush making. Wonderful, it's even a blue-grade resource. Xu Xin's eyes lit up as he looked at Silver King's fur coat, causing Silver King to dash to Mimi's side in fear. Eventually, Xu Xin plucked a few more tufts of fur from it. After all, this creature sheds a lot, so plucking fur doesn't show much anyway. Yet, to Xu Xin's disappointment, only the fur from the tail tip was blue-grade. The bits he plucked from the body weren't even considered resources, not even white-grade. Alright, it seems only tail tip fur can be used for brush making. The next time he needs it, he'll have to wait until Silver King's tail tip fur grows back. Xu Xin immediately used the blue-grade beast hair to make a brush, which resulted in a brush with alternating silver and red colors due to using Silver King's fur. Wolf hair brush, blue dip in water to create desired ink paintings, capable of producing blue-grade artworks. Beautiful, it can directly create blue-grade artworks. The brush was ready, next was the paper. Xu Xin perused the crafting list and found 2 types of paper. One type was made from reeds, and the other from redwood. Xu Xin focused on the paper made from redwood. Redwood paper, green paper made by extracting redwood essence, suitable for use as drawing paper, requires redwood *1. Paper that can be used for drawing. However, one sheet of paper actually requires an entire piece of redwood. A tree only produces 2 pieces of redwood, and one piece of paper uses 1 piece, which means a tree can only make 2 sheets of paper. This redwood paper is so precious. Xu Xin originally thought about whether to use a piece of blue-level redwood to make a stack of blue-level paper for standby, but now it seems, where's a stack? There's only 1 sheet. Forget it, better practice with green-level paper first. Xu Xin immediately made a sheet of redwood paper, green. The paper was large, just a bit smaller than the carving and painting workbench, perfectly fitting on the table. A brush only needs to dip in water to paint. Xu Xin prepared a small saucer of water and picked up the brush. As soon as he picked up the brush, he felt the sense of immersion he experienced when picking up the carving knife before. The tip of the brush lightly dipped in water. The fur on the tip was originally silver-red interwoven, but after dipping in water, it turned black, as if soaked in ink. Xu Xin lifted the brush and thought, what should he draw? Just draw the Silver King. After all, it sacrificed quite a bit for Xu Xin's painting career. Even the tip of its tail went bald. Ink painting is unlike carving, which is intricate. It didn't need the Silver King to pose as a model. Xu Xin wielded the brush and started making bold strokes on the redwood paper. Even just a brush dipped in water, under Xu Xin's hand, could produce varying shades of gray and black, sketching wild lines on the redwood paper. Xu Xin was completely immersed in painting. He didn't know how much time had passed. The Silver King on the redwood paper and the jungle behind it were becoming increasingly complete, nearly done, but his mind was struggling. Like a student falling asleep in class, his head drooped, almost hitting the table. The exhaustion of spiritual power was too great, even more than carving. Because he wanted to compare the consumption of spiritual power between painting and carving, Xu Xin didn't eat a blue-level orange that could maintain his spirit before painting, not expecting the painting to consume so much. Forcing himself not to collapse onto the table, he quickly took out an orange and ate it. After eating the orange, Xu Xin's spirit instantly rejuvenated. The difference was like receiving an adrenaline shot. Wonderful. The artist's talent paired with an orange, simply perfect. Looking at the watch, nearly 2 hours had passed since he started painting. Time passes so quickly. He swung the brush boldly. Feeling like he was painting quickly, didn't expect it to take so long. Taking advantage of the orange's effect duration, Xu Xin continued painting. The painting quickly concluded. With the last stroke, Xu Xin let out a long breath. On the paper, a wolf was running towards him. Although it was an ink painting and not too realistic, it couldn't quite depict the Silver King, but the tension was palpable, as if the wolf would leap out of the paper. The effect didn't trigger. Xu Xin thought for a moment, made a wooden frame, mounted the ink's Silver King in it, and hung it on the bedroom wall. Detected framed painting of Wolf King charging, green, in the treehouse, decor score +10, current treehouse decor score, 106.4. The tip of increased decor score appeared. It was a painting with its own name at green level. As to why it was green level and not blue level, it should be because of the paper. The paper was green level, so no matter how well painted, it could only function at green level. However, even a green level painting added 10 points to the decor score, pushing the treehouse's decor score over 100. But it seems nothing special happened. Xu Xin checked the content in the decor score option and found no changes. Is the decor score insufficient? Or is there some effect he needs to discover himself? Perhaps because the second phase hasn't begun, so the decor score doesn't have an effect yet. Since there's nothing much happening now, let's continue. Xu Xin took out a piece of red crystal, one of the blue-level crystals he obtained from the wooden box in the vortex. He wanted to try carving the blue-level crystal. After all, his carving knife was blue-level, capable of carving blue-level crystals. Just as he fixed the crystal on the table, Xu Xin's treehouse watch vibrated. It was Li Wenxi calling him. Upon connection, he saw Li Wenxi sitting leisurely on the back of Aniu. The little beauty was very relaxed at that moment, even imitating a shepherdess with a stem of dogtail grass in her mouth. Were you just finished mining? Yeah, heading back now. Aniu loaded a lot for me. This trip is worth several previous trips. Li Wenxi said, spitting out the grass, sticking her tongue out, and frowning. This grass is really bitter. Bored on the road, chatting with me? Xu Xin put down the carving knife, smiled, and said, what's wrong with chatting for a bit? Li Wenxi leaned back on Aniu. The camera turned to her face, her voice becoming much more languid. Honestly, not just chatting. I found something strange in the mine. Something strange in the mine? Xu Xin became instantly interested. Li Wenxi said she discovered something strange in the mine, piquing Xu Xin's interest. I went to mine saltpeter and black gold this time, but unexpectedly, there was a new cave in the black gold mine. Isn't this similar to his experience? What does your cave look like? Is it very deep so that you can't see the bottom, and the soil at the entrance is light red? Xu Xin asked. Yes, and deep inside the cave, there's even white light. Li Wenxi's eyes lit up as she sat up on the cow's back. How did you know? Did you come across such a cave too? There's one here too, and in my case. Xu Xin told Li Wenxi about the vines and the strange aroma inside the cave. Vines will grow out. Li Wenxi was stunned. Isn't that something that happens only outside the protected area? It seems Li Wenxi's side did not experience this. Indeed, that hilly area is special. I don't know what's going on either. Xu Xin sighed. Why does he always encounter such strange things? Oh, then aren't you unable to mine salt? Li Wenxi said sympathetically. That's tough, but it's okay. Others have found salt mines now. They can't refine fine salt, so you can buy salt from them. I mined a lot before, enough for now. Xu Xin didn't continue on this topic, but asked, how big is your cave, and does it have any strange smell? Li Wenxi thought for a moment. About 1 or 2 meters in diameter, definitely very deep, like a well without a cover. As for the smell, I'm not quite sure. There probably isn't. The mine already doesn't smell good. The rust smell of black gold is too strong. Did you see anything like red gas? Red gas? No, probably not. But it's strange. I started feeling dizzy after mining for a while, so I quickly finished mining and left. She frowned as she spoke. But after I got out, the dizziness was gone. The dizzy feeling is probably caused by inhaling that strange gas. Li Wenxi didn't notice the smell, perhaps because it was masked by the metallic scent. Xu Xin shared his speculation with Li Wenxi and warned her to be prepared if she plans to mine in the cave again to avoid potential problems. Oh, okay. My head felt like it was going to burst, like something was trying to jump out. Thinking back, it was really dangerous. Li Wenxi felt a bit scared in hindsight. But fortunately, I mined a lot this time, enough to last us a while. She seemed to say something strange. Xu Xin pretended not to hear. Since this isn't something unique to his area, it seems these inexplicably deep caves are indeed related to the second phase. Xu Xin, now with Aniu, my mining efficiency has greatly increased. Should I open my mine resources to others? Li Wenxi asked, looking a bit conflicted. If you can manage, open it up. You can collect some resources from them that you don't have. But you basically give me everything I want. Weapons, armor, and food. I don't seem to lack anything. You can exchange for things from the Points Mall. Those items are very useful. Xu Xin suggested. Even cheap green-grade fertilizers from the Points Mall are quite useful, promoting rapid growth of green-grade plants. There are also those strange items that are quite appealing. Makes sense, by the way. I've got plenty of iron resources now. If you want, you can sell ironware outside, but you'll have to cut me in. Li Wenxi laid back on the cow's back. If you can provide that much iron, I don't mind. After ending the video call, Xu Xin opened the regional channel. On the regional channel, Several people had also discovered deep caves. However, since there were only a few who discovered them, it hadn't attracted much attention. There was a discussion within Explorer. Zhao Xiaochuan. What do you guys think is inside this cave? It's so deep, and there's light coming from below. Ji Chaiyang. The soil around the cave is gray-grade polluted soil. Some bad things might emerge. Better find a way to block it up. Wen Guixin. I haven't noticed the cave you're talking about. Li Wenxi. I found it too. In one of the mines I visited, it definitely wasn't there before. Qin Yunlong. These suddenly appeared caves are likely related to mutated creatures. Xu Xin asked, have any creatures from outside the protected area appeared inside the protected area? No. Xu Xin seemed thoughtful but did not continue to inquire. Forget it. I'll check it out after dark. For now, I'll continue carving to improve the treehouse decor. Picking up the carving knife, Xu Xin focused entirely on carving the red crystal, blue. This time, let's carve out Mimi. Previously, whether in carving or drawing, he always immersed himself, making time feel like it passed quickly and a couple of hours would go by without him noticing. But this time, it's different. After just a few minutes of carving, he frowned and stopped. No good. He still can't carve on blue-grade materials or create a blue-grade sculpture. The carving process was exceedingly difficult, as if he reverted to his pre-artist contract self, clueless about carving. Proficiency. That's probably the reason. His carving skill isn't proficient enough yet, not able to handle blue-grade materials, whose hardness and texture differ completely from the feel of green-grade. He can't manage it now. He also has a piece of purple-grade crystal, can't handle blue-grade, let alone purple-grade. Putting away the blue-level crystal, Xu Xin took out a green-level crystal and began carving. This time it went very smoothly, and he quickly became immersed in it. With the full spiritual power granted by the orange, blue, this small carving was completed very smoothly. Detected in the treehouse. Placement of leopard red crystal carving, green. Treehouse decoration +10. Current treehouse decoration, 116.4. He placed the small carving on the bookshelf, nodding in satisfaction. Checking the time, it was already close to 6 p.m. Although the carving could increase the decoration, it indeed consumed too much of his time. Xu Xin sent Ji Chaiyang a private message. Do you know the role of the decoration? Over here, I've exceeded 100 in decoration without any prompts. Ji Chaiyang replied after a long while. I just passed 100 as well without any prompts. Maybe we'll only know in the second stage. Nonetheless, since there's nothing urgent now, it's better to enhance it a bit because our new abilities are related to it. It must be an important metric. Indeed. Have you been to the altar again? Xu Xin asked. I've been there. Besides the statues atop the pillars being restored, there's nothing unusual, Ji Chaiyang replied. By the way, I wanted to ask, is there any strange terrain around your altar? No, it's similar to the surroundings of my treehouse. However, the resources around the altar are quite abundant. There are many hills around here. They feel somewhat peculiar. Hills. Are hills peculiar? I also have quite a few hills. The entrance to the dungeon is among them. It seems his situation is completely different from mine. The sky gradually darkened now, and he planned to have a look over at the altar. He ended the call and turned around to find Kiki rubbing her eyes behind him. It's mealtime. The Silver King and Mimi still didn't want to eat anything, and ever since returning, they had been sleeping curled up. These two hadn't been this obedient before. If Xu Xin weren't constantly watching them, they could tear the house apart when they're restless. The radiation stone was placed on the long cabinet under the screen, continuously affecting the Silver King and Mimi. It seems it won't be long before the two beasts mutate. Xu Xin prepared a lavish dinner and placed Kiki at the dining table, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Kiki tried hard to eat, with one paw grasping a chopstick. Xu Xin absent-mindedly gazed out the window, looking in the direction of the hills. From the treehouse window, there was nothing special about the view of the hills. He slowly ate his meal with chopsticks while waiting for nightfall. Finally, the last streak of sunset disappeared, and a galaxy appeared in the night sky. Tonight, there was no moon. Though it was nighttime, the forest was not too dark under the galaxy's illumination. Let's go to the altar, Xu Xin said to the three beasts. He ate all the blue-level fruits he could, stacking all the buff effects on himself. This nighttime journey might be very dangerous. Upon hearing Xu Xion's words, Kiki swiftly climbed onto his shoulder, while the Silver King and Mimi rose from the corner. Upon coming to the treehouse beneath, Xu Xian glanced up, finding the blood-patterned bat still hanging upside down below the treehouse. It was nighttime now, and it could still fly. Perhaps it could be helpful. Come down, let's go together, Xu Xin called out to the bat. The bat landed, settling onto Mimi's back, and Mimi didn't resist the bat resting on her. It seemed unwilling to be confined in the bracelet, and Xu Xin didn't force it. He mounted onto the Silver King's back, and Kiki descended from his shoulder, clutching onto the fur on the Silver King's neck. Set off? Let's first check out the salt mine cave over there. A wood dash, the Silver King let out a long howl and started running in that direction. The Silver King's speed had increased again. This afternoon's rest had noticeably enhanced its speed compared to the morning. Silver King's upgrade to a mid-level mutated beast seemed imminent, probably in the next few days. Soon, they approached the hilly resource zone. Xu Xin's expression turned serious as he smelled a peculiar scent, the same one wafting from the chasm this morning. Stop! Don't go any closer. Xu Xin halted the Silver King 100 meters from the mine cave. Xu Xin solemnly stared at that hill at that giant's head. Indeed, night was different from day. What greeted him was a scene of red mist. The entire hill was shrouded in a faint red mist, and the source of the mist was that salt mine cave that resembled a giant's mouth. The cave continuously spewed red mist outward, like a giant's mouth breathing outwards, enveloping everything around in red mist. Even the internal resource area was obscured by red mist, rendering it impossible to discern the sights inside, all hidden under a hazy blood-red veil. When Xu Xin gazed out from the treehouse window, Kiki didn't see the hill engulfed by the red mist. This red mist must have started to spread after nightfall. Wherever the eye could see, the outer hills were surrounded by a faint layer of red mist. The entire hilly resource zone seemed to be enclosed by thick walls of red mist, completely obscuring the interior. And the area where the red was most concentrated was right at the entrance of the mine in front of them. Because the surrounding red mist wall was formed by this mine, this gigantic mouth spewing outward. Xu Xin noticed that in the eye sockets of the giant, there was a flickering white glow, as if a pair of open eyes were watching Xu Xin standing before it. White, glowing light. Xu Xin remembered that deep inside the mine, the giant cave emitted this glowing white light. And they had discussed it in Explorers. The light in the depths of others' caves was also white. Could there be high-level resources there? Xu Xin used his identifying ability to look, but saw no light of any color. It's not a resource, so why does it glow? Could it really be the eyes of this giant? As he stared at the glowing spots, Xu Xin felt a tingle at the back of his neck and shifted his gaze to the resource zone inside the hill. The resource zone was shrouded in red mist. To enter it, one would first have to enter this mist. Xu Xin hesitated. The danger within the mist was unknown. Plus, he had to consider if inhaling the mist would affect him. He knew inhaling the mist made him dizzy, but under the influence of orange, blue, spiritual power, the effect was minimal. However, inhaling too much could still cause irreversible harm, like mutating his body. After all, this red mist had a substantial connection to the underground world, likely emanating from there. Humph! Kiki exclaimed, pushing Xu Xin. Kiki sensed danger. It clearly didn't want him to enter. Better to retreat, since it's not something that absolutely must be done. It doesn't warrant risking danger for it. As for the Changyin family's matters, we can plan it later. There's no need to risk life exploring. Speaking of which, isn't this situation caused by their sacrifices at the altar? Xu Xin swiped open his watch. Both the regional channel and explorers were silent. Xu Xin asked in the group chat, "Are there any abnormal occurrences in your cave?" Someone quickly responded, "Zhao Xiaochuan. I'm at the cave now, feeling it's quite eerie, so I wanted to check again. There's nothing unusual, just the scent emanating from the cave makes me giddy. No, I need to leave." Li Wenxi. "My cave is far from the treehouse, so I don't know if anything's happening. What's wrong? Is there a problem on your side?" Xu Xin frowned, suddenly realizing the hilly resource zone was outside a 3-kilometer range. Xu Xin, "Nothing, just a bit concerned." He then called Ji Chaoyang. After a few seconds, the call connected. "What's up, Xu Xin? Is there anything happening at your altar?" "Altar?" Ji Chaoyang's voice was puzzled. "I'm not sure. I'm inside the treehouse right now. Do you want to go check it out? I've encountered trouble here. The kind of red mist is spewing from the cave, surrounding the altar." Footsteps were heard. Then Ji Chaoyang spoke. "From the window where I am, nothing seems unusual. I'll go take a look at the altar. We'll keep in touch. All right. Ending the call, Xu Xin stared at the mist-covered resource zone, deep in thought. Ji Chaiyong also had a mount and could quickly reach the altar. If nothing unusual was happening on his side, the situation here was likely caused by the Chang'in family sacrifice. Perhaps they were within this red mist right now, at the altar. As Xu Xin contemplated, Mimi suddenly took 2 steps forward. Before Xu Xin could react, it leapt forward and dashed into the red mist. The bat, which had been resting on its back, flew down and flapped its wings twice, landing on Xu Xin's shoulder. Kiki, lying on Silver King, glanced sideways at the bat, but didn't start fussing with this poor little creature. Xu Xin attempted to stop Mimi, but fell silent. What shocked him unfolded. As Mimi entered the mist-covered area, the ground it tread on cracked open, and numerous vines burst forth from the earth, launching a fierce attack on Mimi. Even if Mimi didn't unleash its swiftest speed, it was beyond the reach of these vines. It circled around the entrance of the salt mine and easily darted through the vines, returning to Xu Xin's side, stretching lazily on the ground. Judging from its casual demeanor, it seemed to have anticipated this happening. The scene inside the red mist had completely altered. On the branches of these vines, some bore blood-red patterns, while others sprouted blood-red thorns, swaying in the mist to form a forest of mutated vines. Under Xu Xin's watchful gaze, the vines swung for quite a while before slowly retracting underground. Xu Xin's expression changed. They haven't died. The area covered by the red mist, does it no longer belong to the Treehouse Protection Zone? Silver King and Kiki don't seem surprised either. Kiki didn't even shout, just a calm little look, curiously peering over there. Xu Xin picked up Kiki and looked it in the eye. Kiki, do you know what's going on? Whine. Kiki tilted its head. Xu Xin. It might just be able to sense the danger of mutant creatures in advance. Mimi and Silver King themselves are mutant beasts, so they should be able to sense the presence of their kind early, which is why Mimi ran in to lure these things out, reminding him not to enter. No matter what, he dared not enter this red mist. How could someone enter here? Entering is no different from stepping out of the protection zone. But he didn't want to just go back like this. If the red mist continues to spread, the worst possibility is that the range of activity for underground mutant creatures will keep expanding, even affecting his treehouse. The spread of this red mist must be stopped. Fortunately, the red mist currently only spreads around the hills. Even though Xu Xin is now only 100 meters from the hills, the surrounding air isn't dyed red, just has a slight fragrance. But after glancing at the salt mine cave still continuously emitting red mist, Xu Xin felt a bit helpless. At least he needed to see what was going on inside, right? He suddenly thought, since these monsters emerge from the ground, maybe flying creatures wouldn't trigger a response if they flew in? Little bat, fly in and take a look. Fly a bit higher, and come back immediately if there's a problem. Xu Xin said to the bat on his shoulder. The bat let out a thin screech in response, fluttering its wings as it flew into the area filled with red mist. As Xu Xin had guessed, the little bat didn't gain any attention from the underground creatures. It flew around in the air for a while, and no vines emerged to attack it. At this moment, a small bird with no attack power chirped twice, probably attracted by the bat's flight, and followed it into the red mist. Suddenly, a long, thin blood-patterned vine burst from the cracked ground, piercing the little bird directly and pulling it back underground. Underground monsters will attack airborne creatures. Perhaps because the blood-patterned bat is also a type of mutant creature, and given its weakness compared to Mimi's Silver King, it doesn't trigger their desire to attack. Little bat, go into the cave and see what's there. The bat fluttered its wings and flew into the salt mine cave. The cave entrance was filled with red mist, and Xu Xin couldn't see anything. He could only wait anxiously. He currently had only this bat as a flying contracted beast, and during the rainy season, he discovered that the bat had developed its own consciousness. He shouldn't treat it as a mere tool bat anymore. He sincerely hoped the bat wouldn't get into trouble. After 10 seconds, the bat fluttered out of the red mist, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. The bat safely passed through the red mist and landed on Xu Xin's shoulder. Kiki, communicate a bit. Whine. The thin sound of the bat and Keek's whines echoed continuously, and Xu Xin quickly understood the situation inside the cave. The underground cave had expanded again. In the morning, its diameter was only about 2 meters, but now it basically occupied the entire floor of the cave's depths. In the cave, red mist constantly spread outwards, making it impossible for the bat to see what was deep within the cave. That's about the situation. Let's scout the surroundings first. There might be areas unaffected by the red mist. Maybe he could venture into the resource zone. Riding on Silver King, Xu Xin stayed about 100 meters from the hills, exploring around the hilly area, seeking a point to break through. As his distance from the salt mine cave entrance increased, the red mist gradually thinned out. This made Xu Xin breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that the ring of hills had more than one cave spewing red mist. For now, it seemed like only the salt mine cave, resembling a giant mouth, was producing red mist. Finally, between two hills, Xu Xin found an entrance where the red mist was very thin. He said to Mimi, who had been following him, "Mimi, go in and take a look again." Although Mimi didn't let him touch it, it was obedient. This time it didn't rush in quickly, but walked leisurely inside. Nothing happened. Xu Xion's eyes lit up. "We can go deeper here. Perhaps only areas with a very dense red mist can protect those underground creatures, allowing them to appear in the treehouse protection zone. Tonight's weather is also key. There's basically no wind, allowing the mist to gather at the cave entrance. If the wind were stronger, the mist would be blown away." Without further ado, Xu Xian rode Silver King into the faint red mist. At this moment, his watch vibrated. It was Ji Chaoyang calling with a voice message. "How's it going? Is there anything happening on your side?" Xu Xian asked even before the other party spoke. "The situation is quite strange." Ji Chaoyang's voice was also gloomy. "The appearance of the altar has completely changed." What's happening now? The appearance of the altar has changed? What do you mean?" Xu Xian frowned. Literal meaning. Ji Chaoyang's footsteps could be heard from the other end of the call. The 4 stone pillars and statues at the corners of the altar have disappeared. The sacrificial table moved to the side, and a staircase passage has appeared on the ground at the center of the altar. Staircase passage? A staircase passage leading below the altar? Xu Xian asked. "It does head downward, but..." Footsteps stopped, and Ji Chaoyang's voice became a bit puzzled. "This passage is a dead end. After walking just a few dozen meters, it's blocked." Xu Xian had already moved away from the surrounding hills and entered the resource area. To his surprise, the red mist seemed to only linger around the hills, not entering the resource area surrounded by them. The area still had its original appearance, but looking around, it was encircled by hills shrouded in red mist. "I've passed through the red mist. I'm almost at the altar. Hang on, let me check my situation here first." "All right." Xu Xian rode the Silver King, heading towards the altar at the center of the resource area without stopping, and reached the edge of the altar in just over a minute. Seeing the current appearance of the altar, even though he had heard Ji Chaoyang's description, he was still startled. Just like Ji Chaoyang said, the stone pillars and statues on the original corners of the altar had completely disappeared, leaving only 4 smooth stone bricks at their original positions, distinctly different from the rough and uneven surface of the altar. And the sacrificial table seemed to have been pushed aside, sliding entirely, with its original position now vacant, revealing the dark passage below. To him, it felt like a coffin lid sliding open, somewhat eerie in the night. Xu Xian rode the Silver King into the altar. "Ka!" A familiar sound came from underground again. He walked to the entrance of the underground passage and looked inside. Thanks to his night vision, Xu Xian quickly saw everything inside the passage, even catching a glimpse of the end. It's only about 50 or 60 meters to the end, just like Ji Chaoyang described. "Kiki, is there any danger inside?" Xu Xian patted Kiki's head and asked. "Whimper." Kiki shook its head to signal no, then climbed onto Xu Xian's shoulder. It knew Xu Xian was about to enter. Xu Xian instructed the Silver King and Mimi to guard the entrance while he, along with Kiki and the bat, stepped into the roughly 2-meter-wide staircase passage. Unlike the staircases in the dungeon, the staircase below the altar was not damp at all. In fact, it was quite dry, with thick dust covering the steps and the walls. The passage was very hot. Although it's true that the current temperature wasn't low, coupled with the windless day, making the outside stuffy, the heat inside the passage was even stronger, exceeding 40 degrees. Staying too long might lead to heat stroke. Xu Xian wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued downward. There were some patterns carved on the passage walls. He scrutinized them and found that these patterns were basically the same as those on the stone pillars outside and somewhat similar to the blood markings on mutant creatures. Upon touching, Xu Xin felt the walls were unusually hot. This was likely the culprit causing the stifling heat and dryness inside. The altar's stone pillars had a similar situation. When he first touched a stone pillar, it felt unusually hot, and during sacrificial rites, the pillar would emit astonishing heat. With the same patterns on the walls as the stone pillars, Xu Xin guessed that this passage might, like the stone pillars, need to be illuminated through sacrifice to activate the patterns. Kiki jumped off his shoulder and ran towards the end of the passage. "Don't run around. Be careful of danger," Xu Xin warned Kiki. "Whimper." The bat was staying obediently by his side, and when Kiki left Xu Xin's shoulder, it landed back on his shoulder for a rest. The further down they went, the hotter and more stifling it became, the temperature rising even higher. At the end of the passage, although he walked only 50 or 60 meters, Xu Xin was now drenched in sweat, with a dry mouth. "Whimper," Kiki called to Xu Xin from the end of the passage, with something placed on the ground by its side. Xu Xin stepped forward, narrowed his eyes at the object on the ground, and picked it up with his hand. Damaged little windmill. White once possessed notable abilities. After being sacrificed, it is now completely damaged, becoming an ordinary little windmill. It was the little windmill Xu Xin had given to the little boy statue previously. It seemed the Changyin family also came into this underground passage. But since it was a sacrificial item that lost its abilities, why did it appear here? Kiki stood upright, examining the paintings on the wall at the end of the passage. "Whimper." Kiki touched the wall at the end of the passage with its little paws, quickly retracting them, rubbing its paws together. Standing in front of this wall, Xu Xin could clearly feel the surging waves of heat coming from it. The wall in front of them was completely out of place compared to the passage walls, as if it was a barrier inserted in the passage. The patterns on the wall even emitted a faint glow, making the designs on the wall stand out clearly in the darkness. "Is that a bear?" An animal was carved on the wall, standing upright with one paw raised ready to strike down. Clearly, it was a bear. The bear carved on this wall looked incredibly solid, and its limbs were extremely robust, unlike a black bear. Instead, it resembled the jungle king he had encountered before, the mighty brown bear that seemed as if it weighed tons. This altar, what is its relationship with that brown bear? Since that brown bear severely injured the Silver King and left with the wolf pack's prey, Xu Xin had not seen it again in this jungle, nor had he seen its red glow on the map. Excluding the brown bear, the most formidable beast Xu Xin had encountered in this jungle should have been the tiger that was poisoned and killed by the mutant cat. He tried touching the wall with his hand, and sure enough, the temperature was extremely high, likely around 70 to 80 degrees. Kiki stepped back far from the wall after being burnt by it. "Whimper." Kiki climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder and pointed at the scorching bright wall with a cry. Are you saying there's something good behind the wall?" Having cooperated for so long, Xu Xin could already understand the meanings in Kiki's varied cries. "Whimper, whimper." Kiki nodded its little head vehemently. As expected, there was a path behind this wall, but he still didn't know how to open it. Taking out a spear, Xu Xin forcefully scratched the wall several times, yet he didn't even leave a shallow mark. It seemed impossible for him to break through this stone wall with sheer force given his current abilities. He carefully examined his surroundings only to find nothing else, and with his mind dizzy from the heat, Xu Xin hurriedly led Kiki and the bats out of the cave. Once out, he wiped the sweat off his forehead that was about to drip into his eyes and sighed deeply. "It's way too hot in there." Xu Xin licked his already cracked lips, feeling as if there was fire burning in his throat. He immediately contacted Ji Chaoyang. "How about on your side? Any discoveries?" "Same as you. Also encountered an underground passage." The two exchanged information and found their experiences were somewhat different. The most obvious difference was that Ji Chaoyang's side wasn't very hot. Although the stone walls did emit some heat, the temperature was relatively normal, only a few degrees warmer than above ground. Meanwhile, on Xu Xin's side, by the time he reached the end, the air temperature had become ridiculously high. He had been in a sauna before, and the sauna room temperature was around 55 degrees. The inn beneath the altar was definitely hotter than that, and much drier too, dry and hot like torture. Another difference was that on Ji Chaoyang's stone wall, there was an engraving of a ferocious-looking tiger. Do you think the carvings on the wall symbolized the offerings we're supposed to make? Offering the beasts depicted on the wall might open the wall blocking the passage, Xu Xin thought aloud. There's another possibility. which is that the carved beasts are actually behind the wall. Ji Qiang shared his assumption, and we might have to increase the progress of offerings to the deity to open this wall. Ji Qiang's reasoning made sense. Xu Xin hadn't seen that brown bear for a long time. The bear was undeniably powerful. Even a regular intermediate mutant beast would not survive a slap from it. If anyone could limit its activities in this world, the so-called deity would be a strong candidate. If it mutated, it would surely be a boss-level entity, given that even in its unmutated state, it could defeat all intermediate mutant creatures Xu Xin had encountered so far. Clearly, the wall at the deepest part of the passage wasn't the end of it. There must be a way to open that wall. To open the passage beneath the altar, sacrifices must be made at the altar. When Xu Xin touched the scorching wall earlier, no notifications were triggered, so he couldn't confirm whether his hypothesis was correct, but he had a hunch that the tunnel's temperature might be associated with the progress of sacrifices. As for why it was much hotter on his side compared to Ji Qiang's, it's likely because the Chang'an family had made offerings here, increasing the altar's progress compared to Ji Qiang's side. The presence of the Chang'an family's small windmill in the passage indicates that the altar's changes are not permanent. They came here several days ago, and by noon today, when Xu Xin arrived, everything had reverted to its original state. Wait a minute, could they have just been here? No, probably not. The ground in the passage had a layer of dust, and when he stepped on it, he left faint footprints. There were no other footprints when he entered, indicating the Chang'an family hadn't visited recently. Xu Xin's mind started working furiously, considering various possibilities. Ji Qiang told him that during the jungle hunting activity, he hadn't returned to the treehouse at night and was still hunting near the altar. At that time, the altar hadn't changed at night. This indicated that the altar's anomaly tonight wasn't something that happened every night. Xu Xin looked up at the sky. Tonight there was no moon, no wind, and the starry sky was radiant. Meanwhile, a circle of hills around them was still covered in red mist. Could it be that the underground passage of the altar only opens on a night without a moon? The moon in this world wasn't like Earth's, where a moonless night occurs once a month. He had also noticed there were times when one day it was a new moon, and the next day suddenly a full moon. After discussing, they agreed to return tomorrow during the day to confirm any alterations at the altar. Once the beasts return, they would immediately proceed with the sacrificial offerings. Ending the call, Xu Xin exhaled. After all this effort and the risk of venturing into the red mist, all Xu Xin got was a broken little windmill, leaving him feeling both helpless and amused. But at least, he didn't encounter any danger. Let's head back. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. Mounting the Silver King, Xu Xin looked around, and his face changed. I was careless. All the surrounding hills were already shrouded in dense red mist, and he could no longer find a spot where the mist was thin. Without a thin area of red mist, it meant he could no longer safely exit. Riding on the Silver King, Xu Xin approached the salt mine cave. The red mist was densest here, with the smell becoming gradually pungent, transitioning into a stench. This was a stench he was all too familiar with, the very stench at the entrance of the underground world. His previous suspicion was indeed correct. This red mist was the same red stench from those iron passages. After observing the salt mine cave for a long while, Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Once the red mist completely engulfed the surrounding hills, the cave had ceased to spew forth red gases. The entire red mist seemed as if it was being sucked into something, only swirling and surging near the hills, showing no tendency to spread outward. Xu Xin remained unhurried. Previously, he didn't dare to charge into the red mist because he wasn't sure how much of the region was shrouded in it. He thought the entire internal resource area was covered. Now it was different. He knew the red mist only enveloped this circle of hills, making it much easier to handle. The Silver King, after several days of enhancement, had broken through a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Although slower than Mimi and unable to burst into extreme speed instantly as Mimi could, with some distance to accelerate, it could sustain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. At a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it's enough to avoid the vines that need to emerge from unknown depths underground. Though the vines were numerous and incredibly powerful, as long as they didn't engage directly with a pack of them, there shouldn't be much problem. This means, as long as the Silver King runs headlong, it could directly escort Xu Xin and Kiki through the several hundred meters thick red mist wall. As for Mimi and the bat, they were nothing to worry about. Mimi could take a few laps in the red mist, using its speed to tease those strange vines before exiting without issue, and the bat simply wouldn't be targeted as an enemy. Little bat, let's give you a name. We'll call you Xu. Xu Xin clapped his hands, deciding on the bat's name. The bat? No. Xu flapped its wings twice on Mimi's back, letting out a sharp cry, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Eep! Kiki covered her mouth with her little paw, as if laughing, and even the Silver King and Mimi turned their heads, appearing to regret their owner's naming ability. However, Xu Xin felt fine, nodding satisfactorily. Xu, do you want to go into my bracelet or fly out first? If Xu didn't want to enter the bracelet, it would have to fly out first, as they might attract underground creatures, potentially harming Xu by mistake. Xu let out a sharp cry. Not considering much, it flapped its wings and flew into the red mist. It seemed it genuinely didn't want to enter the bracelet. Perhaps the bracelet was just a silent, dark space akin to a prison. The red mist was thick, and in the blink of an eye, Xu vanished from sight. After waiting for a while, Xu's call came from the other side of the red mist, indicating to Xu Xin that it had already passed through. He immediately had the Silver King back up a few hundred meters, instructing it to charge through at maximum speed. As for Mimi, it just needed to avoid running ahead of the Silver King. Otherwise, if vines appeared both in front and behind the Silver King, attacking from both sides, their speed might slow down, causing vines nearby to surround them, and then they would be done for. Kiki, hold tight. Silver King, go. Xu Xin commanded as he held a crossbow. A woo dash, accompanied by a howl. The Silver King accelerated towards the red mist. Mimi synchronized with the Silver King's speed, running side by side with it. Xu Xin took out his crossbow, gripping it in hand. He dared not use a pike, fearing the resistance from such attacks would slow the Silver King down. The red mist drew closer, and the Silver King reached its maximum speed. Xu Xin took a deep breath, holding it, and together with the Silver King and Kiki, plunged into the red mist. Their vision was instantly dominated by a sea of red. Their sight in the red mist was severely limited, only seeing a few meters ahead. As soon as the Silver King set foot in the red mist, after only a couple of strides, sounds of cracking ground and emerging vines echoed from behind. Xu Xin turned back, his pupils shrinking. In the swirling red mist, at least 7 or 8 vines burst forth, the red mist swirling around them, and the blood patterns on these vines radiated an eerie red light. In the split second they emerged, they twisted and entangled together, forming into a giant drill, piercing towards Xu Xin. This attack method, it was the attack style of the Copper Treasure Chest Guardian Beast. Xu Xin raised his hand and shot a bolt towards the cluster of vines. The crossbow bolt pierced the tip of the drill, only slightly hindering the vine's attack. The Silver King, who had already reached its speed limit, suddenly accelerated, narrowly avoiding the vine that brushed past its tail. Crack! The vine drilled into the ground, creating a large hole, and even collided head-on with its kind that was supposed to emerge from that spot. The drill head instantly lifted. As Xu Xin glanced over, he saw a few unfortunate vines attempting to emerge from the pit had been broken, and the remaining half was retreating dejectedly. How pitiful! In the blink of an eye, countless vines emerged from behind him, as bloodthorn vines lashed towards the Silver King's body and legs, and blood-pattern vines mostly gathered together, attacking Xu Xin. At this moment, Mimi took action, letting out an angry cry, and turned to slash its paw at the incoming bloodthorn vine. The vine was instantly torn to shreds by its mutated cheetah claws, but this action caused Mimi to lag behind the Silver King by a step. The newly emerged vines from behind the Silver King, along with the earlier ones, surrounded Mimi. Mimi! Xu Xin shot another bolt towards them. It turns out he was overly worried, as a bolt of orange lightning swiftly shot through the gaps between the vines, even shattering several vines nearby. However, a few blood marks also appeared on Mimi's body. At that instant, Xu Xin noticed that the blood patterns on Mimi's body, like those vines emerging from underground, were glowing with a blood-red light. Xu Xin immediately looked at the Silver King, which was sprinting with all its might beneath him, and saw that the blood patterns on the Silver King were also glowing red. No wonder the Silver King, which had already been running at full speed, suddenly accelerated and dodged the vine's attack. This red mist can actually enhance the abilities of mutated beasts. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, and by this time, The Silver King had already sprinted over 100 meters. With experience, and both the Silver King and Mimi's abilities amplified, the remaining half of the journey was quite manageable. The Silver King only needed to charge ahead, while Mimi was responsible for handling the vines that might attack Xu Xin and the Silver King, and dodge the vine barrage with its extremely high burst speed. Poof! The trio emerged from the red mist, running another few dozen meters before coming to a halt. The Silver King was hardly affected, its stamina was strong, and running these few hundred meters didn't even count as a warm-up. However, Mimi, who had just dealt with the vines behind them, was gasping for air, with several blood lines across its body. In those few seconds, it had burst its extreme speed 5 times or more to evade the vine encirclement. Despite this, it wasn't easy to evade the encirclement of dozens or hundreds of vines, and the bloodthorn vines had left trails of blood on its body. Simultaneously, it had to use its claws to slay vines that might harm Xu Xin, sparking attacks while bursting with extreme speed, leaving it utterly exhausted, panting like a little dog with its tongue out, its chest heavily heaving. Mimi. Xu Xin quickly dismounted from the Silver King's back, walked to Mimi, parted its fur, and checked the depth of the wounds. Fortunately, at least they hadn't hit bones or internal organs. They were fairly severe flesh wounds. Blood was slowly seeping from the wounds and needed to be stopped quickly. This time, Mimi didn't avoid Xu Xin's touch, whether because it was too tired to move or had finally accepted him, allowing Xu Xin to touch the big cat for the first time as he wished. Mimi's fur was really smooth and soft. No, better quickly treat its wounds. Xu Xin immediately took out a blue-grade hemostatic herb, ground it with 2 stones, and gently applied it to Mimi's wounds. The bat landed on one side, and the Silver King came up and started licking the wounds on Mimi that hadn't been coated with the herb yet. Kiki stood in front of Mimi's head, using its little paw to touch Mimi's head, which was larger than its own body. The hemostatic herb worked instantly, and the wounds coated with it started to heal visibly, with Mimi letting out a comfortable purring sound. Several very deep wounds healed quickly under the effect of the herb, leaving only a few patches of missing fur that would take time to grow back. The rest of the wounds were shallow, basically skin deep, and Mimi's self-healing ability was quite strong, already showing signs of scabbing and self-healing. So Xu Xin used a green-grade hemostatic herb, applying it gently. Mimi, whose wounds were mostly healed, propped itself off the ground and stood up, though it still looked very tired and needed a rest. All right, Mimi, you should lie down for a while. We won't go anywhere for now. I have something else to do. Xu Xin tentatively patted Mimi's head, and as it slightly tilted its head, it didn't dodge. It really let him pat it. Mimi sat by a tree, while Xu Xin looked towards the red mist. The vines showed no sign of retracting, instead thrashing wildly in the red mist, some even attacking each other, resembling a miniature version of the underworld. As Mimi was slaying the vines, a notification of score increase kept ringing in his ears. Killed a blood-patterned vine, earned points, 20. Killed a bloodthorn vine, earned points, 25. Now these vines are not retracting, and there are so many, plus they won't come out of the red mist to attack. Isn't this a perfect place to farm points? On the map, within the range of the red mist, countless red dots were scattered unevenly. In the current situation, there were no beasts in the woods, leaving Xu Xin with no source to earn points. So these mutant vines appeared to him like scores and chunks of blue-grade soil. In the red mist, these vines swayed gently with the flow of the mist, the blood patterns or blood thorns emitting a special red glow. Looking across, red glimmers flashed and shimmered within the mist. These red mist are truly magical, not only disabling the treehouse protection zone, but also enhancing the power of mutant creatures, causing the blood patterns on them to shine with a blood-red radiance. If Silver King and Mimi stayed long in the red mist, would they evolve faster? Of course, Xu Xin wouldn't try it, since if the power boost from the red mist comes with a price, it would be more loss than gain. Leaning against a tree, Xu Xin took a brief rest, mentally plotting how to kill these vines emerging from the ground. After carefully observing the vine groups, he discovered that there were noticeably 2 factions among these vines. These vines were mostly divided into 2 categories. One type had slender vine bodies covered with rings of blood patterns, with vine tips as sharp as spearheads, the blood pattern vine. This vine attacked by thrusting, its sharp vine tip directly piercing the target, or twisting several or dozens together to form a sharp drill, ready to spin and attack. The other type had thick, resilient vine bodies bristling with blood-red thorns, the blood thorn vine. This vine had no sharp vine tips and didn't attack by thrusting, but instead lashed like a whip with great force, covering a large attack range, and besides strong blunt hits, the thorns would cause severe lacerations. After losing their targets, these vines seemed unable to withstand the urge to attack, occasionally launching attacks against the other type. Under Xu Xin's watchful eye, a blood-patterned vine suddenly launched an attack, thrusting into the blood-thorn vine group, piercing through several blood-thorn vines in succession, only to be counterattacked by the blood-thorn vines. Several blood-thorn vines lashed at the slender vine branch of the attacking blood-patterned vine, slicing it into several segments. The vine branch, originally taut from attacking, instantly became limp, fell to the ground, squirmed a little, the glowing blood pattern dimmed, and soon lay motionless. Xu Xin couldn't help but click his tongue. They started killing each other without him doing a thing. Eep! Kiki sat in Xu Xin's arms, watching the movements of the vine group together with him, and let out a cry of surprise upon seeing the situation, wanting to get closer for a look, only to be pulled back by him as it leaped from his arms. Little thing, do you want to die? Don't run around. Xu Xin flicked Kiki's forehead. Eep! Kiki rubbed its head and sat back in Xu Xin's arms, but kept its eyes fixed on the vine group, continuously letting out quick little cries following the vine attacks. It's no surprise Kiki kept calling. Even Xu Xin, watching the back-and-forth attacks between the two types of vines, felt as if watching a match. The vine group gave the feeling that they were fighting back and forth, yet seemed to fear something. Though they hated each other enough to gnash their teeth, every strike intended to kill, they feared a large-scale conflict. As if constrained by some rule, Xu Xin looked toward the hilly resource zone. Through the red mist, two recessed white gleams shone exceptionally on the hill, like a giant gazing intently at everything here. Xu Xin took out the crossbow, loaded a bolt, and approached to about 10 meters from the edge of the red mist. He dared not get too close to this patch of red mist, fearing these vines might use entanglement to emerge from the mist, snare his feet, and drag him in. If he got dragged in, he'd likely be torn apart instantly. The giant cannibal flower he encountered before attacked by entanglement. At the time, it snared his ankle and lifted him up, nearly tossing him in its giant maw. If these vines emerged from the red mist area and quickly returned, they might not necessarily die. After all, those creatures previously had stayed in the protection zone for a while before dying. Xu Xin aimed at the root of a blood-patterned vine and pulled the trigger. The root held fast in the soil, could at most move slightly through gaps in the ground, effectively a fixed target. Whiz-crack! The bolt accurately pierced the root of the blood-patterned vine, impaling the slender vine branch. The swinging vine in the red mist stiffened in midair upon impact, then collapsed, like a snake squirmed twice. The red light of the blood pattern dimmed, and finally lay motionless. Killed blood-patterned vine. Points earned, 20. Eep! Kiki waved its little paws upon seeing this, like saying, well done. Great, it worked. Xu Xin beamed. He had somewhat worried the crossbow might be ineffective. Even though the crossbow was the top-performing below purple grade, he always used a green-grade bolt, so the crossbow's power was not as expected and wouldn't inflict much damage on the sturdy blood-thorn vine. Previously, in the mine, the blood-thorn vine simply pulled out the bolt stuck in itself and lashed it back at him. Thus, he chose the relatively slender blood-pattern vine as a target, and it worked brilliantly. It was a one-shot kill. Looking at the vine cluster, although this blood-patterned vine fell to the ground, the other vines didn't react at all. They continued to sway with the flow of the red mist, occasionally with one vine attacking another. Since there's no reaction, blame it on me for taking action. Xu Xin reloaded a crossbow bolt, this time aiming at the root of a bloodthorn vine. A direct hit. However, as expected, no notification appeared. Although the bloodthorn vine was immobilized, it wasn't dead. It simply used its tendrils to pull out the bolt from its root and tossed it to the ground. Then, it continued swaying, its thorny form still emitting a red glow. Xu Xin noticed that its pierced root was slowly healing. Is it the healing ability of the red mist on mutated creatures, or does the bloodthorn vine naturally have strong regenerative powers? Xu Xin abandoned the idea of killing the resilient bloodthorn vine and focused on attacking the roots of the blood-patterned vine. Killed blood-patterned vine. Gain score, 20 points. Killed blood-patterned vine. Gain score, 20 points. Awesome. Hearing the notifications constantly ringing in his ears, Xu Xion's hands couldn't stop moving, continuously reloading bolts and shooting at the blood-patterned vine's roots. And his score rapidly increased. Previously, to trade iron blocks with Li Wincy for crafting scale armor, he had exchanged points for 3 pieces of blue-grade soil, leaving him with only a few hundred points. Now, his score exceeded 1,000 once more and was still climbing. The red mist enveloped everything, limiting visibility, but the red light from the blood-patterned vine's rings penetrated the mist, clearly revealing the vine's position to Xu Xian. Another bolt shot out, accurately killing the blood-patterned vine. By now, there were very few blood-patterned vines left within the red mist, mostly blocked by the bloodthorn vines, preventing further attacks. At this point, Xu Xian's score had returned to 1,500 points. He had killed nearly 50 blood-patterned vines, earning nearly 1,000 points. Feeling his quiver, Xu Xian realized that he was running low on bolts. Looking back, the Silver King lay calmly on the grass, with Afu on its back. Mimi had also stood up, stretching her slender, elongated body. Despite having low endurance, her recovery speed wasn't bad, and after a few dozen minutes of rest, she was almost back in peak condition. Kiki remained on his shoulder, chirping encouragingly each time Xu Xian killed a vine. He rubbed Kiki's little head and glanced at the time. It was close to midnight, and only a few minutes remained until the next day. Let's head back. Xu Xian looked at the bloodthorn vine still swaying in the red mist, ready to return to the treehouse. Their rest day was only for today, and who knows what odd activities might happen tomorrow. It's best not to stay out all night. Let's go, Silver King, Mimi Afu. The Silver King, who had been dozing off on the grass, immediately stood up and walked over upon hearing Xu Xian's voice. Xu Xian mounted the wolf, intending to return to the treehouse. Just then, a faint white light appeared on the distant horizon, and a wind suddenly blew through the previously calm jungle, rustling the leaves. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing Xu Xian a comforting coolness. At the same time, a silvery moon slowly rose, casting a pale silver glow across the sky. Simultaneously, the dense red mist, pushed by the unexpected wind, began to disperse slowly instead of merely enveloping the vicinity of the hills. Fortunately, the wind blew in the direction of the hilly resource zone, so the red mist was not blown towards Xu Xian's location but drifted towards the resource area. Xu Xian decided not to leave immediately. He wanted to see if the red mist would scatter in the wind as he imagined. Sure enough, it ended as he expected. In just a few minutes, the initially dense red mist surrounding the resource area, with visibility down to only a few meters, dissipated under the breeze, leaving only a faint fragrance. And the bloodthorn vines, which swayed gently in the red mist, gradually retracted into the ground before the mist completely disappeared. Finally, a silvery crescent moon rose entirely from the horizon, and the entire hilly region returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only cracks and dead vines scattered on the ground. After the red mist dispersed, the devastation it had concealed was fully revealed. The cracked ground did not recover, and the originally smooth surface was now fissured with lines, covered with small holes. The blood-patterned vines killed by Xu Xian and the thorn vines that died in mutual conflict lay in pieces on the fractured ground. The scene before him strongly resembled land ravaged by war. Xu Xian attempted to step forward. Sure enough, without the cover of the red mist, there were no longer those strange underground creatures emerging. Kicking at the vine underfoot, Xu Xian discovered that these vines hadn't become brittle, not shattering with just a kick. Fresh vines. Xu Xian's eyes lit up. He squatted down and gripped the broken vine, pulling it upwards. The blood-patterned vine's tendrils were very smooth. Though they appeared to be only 2 fingers thick, their overall weight was not light. Even Xu Xian, whose strength had been enhanced many times, found it somewhat strenuous to pull the vine from the ground. There was no improvement noted, seemingly not a resource. Xu Xian frowned, thought for a moment, then took out a boning knife and sliced the vine. Instantly, a milky white viscous liquid flowed from the wound of the dead vine. Xu Xian hurriedly took out a glass bottle that previously held mutant beast serum, attempting to collect this liquid. Mutant vine sap, green, flammable, and fire-resistant. It burns continuously once ignited. It can be used to create incendiary arrows and crossbow bolts. also one of the raw materials for making explosives. Xu Xin. Incendiary arrows. Explosives. This vine sap is so powerful. It turns out to be a material for crafting incendiary arrows and explosives. Xu Xin quickly opened his watch and checked the crafting list, but did not find the formula for explosives. Not there. Xu Xin was a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Explosives definitely belong to weapons. Even if there's a crafting formula, it should be in the weapons and armor crafting station. This is absolutely a strategic resource. Compared to regular arrows, incendiary arrows add flame damage, able to deal tons of damage to plant-type mutant creatures and hairy mutant beasts. As for explosives, needless to say, explosion damage is far superior to the piercing damage of cold weapons. Xu Xin couldn't wait to return to the treehouse to check if he had unlocked the formula for explosives. However, he didn't expect that the sap of the mutant vine would be flammable. Plants are naturally afraid of fire, and their sap is flammable. Doesn't this mean that these mutant vines can be easily dealt with using fire? After thinking about it, Xu Xin temporarily dismissed the idea. Unless they appeared outside the jungle, such as in the previous underground maze, Xu Xin could try using fire against them. Otherwise, it would be mutually destructive. Using fire attacks in the jungle is sheer madness. He didn't want to experience another forest fire. Finally, the vine stopped oozing viscous sap, and the glass bottle in his hand was filled nearly halfway. This sap is significantly heavier than water, with just half a bottle weighing about the same as 3 bottles of water, feeling heavy in his hand. He threw the fluid-drained vine to the ground, and Kiki immediately jumped off his shoulder, curiously poking at the now slightly shriveled blood-patterned vine with her tiny paws. With the boning knife in hand, Xu Xin began to collect mutant vine sap, and also retrieved all the crossbow bolts he had shot. There were at least 100 severed vines on the ground. Except for the less than 50 Xu Xin killed, the rest were basically the result of their infighting. Cutting a long groove along the vine, the sap would flow out in large quantities. Initially, he used a glass reagent bottle to store it, but found there was just too much, so he simply crafted a wooden barrel and poured all the sap into it. Ultimately, he reaped a full small barrel of milky white sap, weighing over 100 kilograms. As for the sap-drained vine skin, it was of no use, not even a white-grade resource. Satisfied, he placed the entire barrel of mutant vine sap into his backpack and noticed he was now very close to the entrance of the salt mine cave. Kiki, is there still danger in the cave now? Xu Xin asked Kiki, who had been watching him collect sap beside him. Kiki nodded. It seems that the mine is still not protected by the treehouse. He looked up at the hill, at the 2 holes like eye sockets. Their faint white light had disappeared. Mustered up his courage, Xu Xin climbed the hill in a few steps and arrived before the eye sockets. Upon closer inspection, it was just a slightly larger hole on either side of the hill's rocky ridge, looking quite ordinary. Unable to find anything glowing, Xu Xin dared not linger, quickly descending the hill. After taking one last look at the hillside resembling a giant's mouth wide open, and the mine that shrouded all hills in red mist, Xu Xin didn't stay any longer. He mounted Silver King and hurriedly returned to the treehouse. By the time he returned to the treehouse, it was already past 1 in the second half of the night. But Xu Xin didn't feel sleepy at all. He rushed to the weapons and armor crafting station and opened the crafting list. The first new crafting options to appear were the incendiary arrows and crossbow bolts. Incendiary crossbow bolt. Green, a simple yet practical incendiary crossbow bolt. Weak in penetration, combusts upon hitting a target. Cannot be recovered. Magic attacks can sometimes be more effective than physical ones. Incendiary crossbow bolt. Green. *20 requires wood. Green. *4 feathers. Green. *2 mutant vine sap. Green. *1 kg. Although they can't be recovered, the incendiary crossbow bolts only require wood and vine sap, which is quite economical in terms of materials. Xu Xin immediately crafted 40 additional rounds. Continuing to scroll down, Xu Xin finally saw the item he had been searching for. Small explosives. Green small explosives that detonate upon impact with considerable power. Can be used to craft explosive arrows and explosive crossbow bolts. Small explosives. Green. *20 require vine juice. Green. *1 kg. Niter. Green. *2 kg. Charcoal. Green. *20. Small explosives? It seems a bit different from what he imagined, but Small explosives can actually be used as materials for crafting explosive crossbow bolts. He did have niter. Liwensi had previously given him some green-grade niter, but he didn't have any charcoal. The furnace was right next to him, so Xu Xin immediately threw dozens of pieces of wood, green, into the furnace. Charcoal burned quickly. After all, it's a basic material for making torches. In just 2 minutes, 20 pieces of charcoal, green, were completed. With all the materials prepared, Xu Xin immediately crafted the small explosives, green. 20 small firecracker-sized explosives appeared on the weapon crafting table. Once the small explosives, green, were crafted, the crafting list also unlocked explosive arrows and explosive crossbow bolts accordingly. Explosive crossbow bolt, green, a simple yet practical explosive crossbow bolt with weak penetration. It explodes upon hitting a target and cannot be recovered. Explosions are art. Explosive crossbow bolt, green, *20 requires wood, green, *4, feathers, green, *2, small explosives, green, *20. Craft immediately. Xu Xin now had 20 explosive crossbow bolts in his hand. He took out his crossbow, carefully loaded an explosive crossbow bolt, and Xu Xin looked out the window, finding a poplar tree that was quite isolated from others. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Whoosh dash! The crossbow bolt shot out. With the assistance of the advanced crossbow, the explosive crossbow bolt traveled at lightning speed, like a bullet, towards the tree. Boom! In the instant the bolt hit the trunk of the tree, a blaze ignited, illuminating the surroundings, followed by a deafening explosion. The entire tree was blown in half, with chips flying everywhere, and the severed edge of the poplar started to burn with an intensifying blaze. Eek! Howl! Meow! Kiki, who was about to fall asleep on the couch, along with Silver King and Mimi, who were resting in the corner, were startled to their feet. The bats hanging under the treehouse let out a piercing scream, flapped their wings, and flew to the window, warning Xu Xin inside the treehouse of an unexpected situation below. It's okay, I did it, no need to panic. Xu Xin quickly explained. After hearing Xu Xin's words, Silver King relaxedly laid back in the corner, and Mimi seemed to roll her eyes at Xu Xin, but also lay back down. The bat tilted its head as it perched on the window, ensuring there was no danger before flying back under the treehouse to hang again. Kiki, however, became spirited. Seeing that Xu Xin seemed about to go out, she immediately climbed onto his shoulder. Xu Xin, with Kiki on his shoulder, descended from the treehouse to the poplar that had been blasted in half. He doused a bucket of water to extinguish the flames that had ignited. The poplar was not only blown apart, but also shattered into pieces, with wood chips scattered everywhere, some even sparking. Fortunately, Xu Xin had specifically picked a tree somewhat distant from other vegetation. However, he didn't dare to be careless and doused several buckets of water in places showing sparks before he finally felt relieved. The power was indeed immense, and the damage range was far more extensive than the ordinary penetrative bolts or the now nearly useless poison bolts. However, just like explosive arrows and incendiary arrows, it's better not to use them unless necessary. The explosions can trigger fires as well. Xu Xin was a bit troubled, having acquired 2 powerful weapons but finding them inconvenient to use in the jungle. Looking at his watch, it was already 2 a.m. The jungle at night was eerily quiet even after he shot an explosive arrow. Returning to the treehouse, Xu Xin habitually used blue niter to cool down before lying on the bed. This day, he really went through a lot. Once again, Xu Xin was awakened by the mysterious voice. From today, all survivors officially enter the second stage of survival. Next, we will introduce the event content. The rainy season has ended, rejuvenating the jungle, and the treehouse has been nourished by rain and lightning. For all the survivors who survived the rainy season, your treehouse will undergo a new round of growth and evolution for a day and a night. Presumably, you all have noticed that the protective capabilities of the treehouse are now diminishing. The event this time is Treehouse Defense. Growing treehouses not only have weakening protection, but are also much more fragile than before. This time, it's up to you survivors to protect your treehouse. Your task is to protect your treehouse for the entire upcoming day and night. Friendly reminder, even though the treehouse protection capacity is weakening, do not venture outside the treehouse defense perimeter, or extremely terrifying things will happen. The time for this reward activity is from 6 o'clock today to 6 o'clock tomorrow. After this task, The treehouse will undergo a brand new upgrade and functionality. Treehouse defense now begins. Listening to the event content, Xu Xin instantly became alert. Treehouse defense. This event starts at 6 o'clock, without even a prior warning. Xu Xin immediately got out of bed and looked out the window. The jungle seemed to show no abnormalities at this moment, with the sun just rising and a gentle breeze blowing, which even gave him a slight sense of comfort. Checking the map, there were still no red dots on either the explored or unexplored areas. But Xu Xin knew that beneath this calm, a huge crisis was hidden. The weakening of the treehouse's protection meant that those underground monsters were likely to break through the defenses and appear directly within the protected area. No, they have already appeared. The situation last night was probably a consequence of the treehouse's weakened protection after the rainy season. Xu Xin's movements woke Kiki, who rolled over and sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes with her small paws. Go back to sleep, it's still early. Xu Xin patted Kiki's head. Today's activities probably had little to do with Kiki. After hearing this, Kiki laid her head back down and went to sleep while hugging her tail. The regional channel had already become lively. Treehouse protection weakened? What does this mean? It said that some monsters will appear if you walk out of the protected area. Has anyone gone out? Those who went out have grass 3 feet high over their graves. The event started this early in the morning? Isn't it usually at 9? Friends, whatever you do, don't leave your treehouse. I just went down to check the situation, and just after taking a couple of steps, a vine thicker than my arm suddenly emerged from the ground. If I hadn't quickly returned to the treehouse, I might have been done for. Seeing someone say this in the regional channel, Xu Xin showed an expression of as expected. Indeed, the ground is now completely unsafe. Those underground monsters that couldn't appear in the protected area are now on the surface. Oh my god, that vine is attacking my treehouse. What should I do? It's even attacking the trunk of the treehouse. Attacking the treehouse. Is this the treehouse defense battle? It's no longer safe even inside the treehouse now. Are the vines attacking the trunk? Xu Xin suddenly remembered that he had installed something called the Treehouse Wooden Armor Defense Facility on his treehouse's trunk a long time ago. Xu Xin checked his crafting list and found the armor that could protect the treehouse's trunk. Treehouse Wooden Armor, green armor mounted on the treehouse trunk, effectively reducing damage from beast attacks on the treehouse. Requires log, green, *2. Xu Xin recalled that the shape of this armor was similar to a cylinder cut vertically in half, requiring 2 armors for each meter of trunk. Although the description mentioned beast attacks, it should also be effective against mutated creatures, right? He directly sent a private message to the person being attacked. What's the situation like? Is the damage to the treehouse trunk significant? The other party replied instantly. It's Boss Xu. Help me. Xu Xin. Don't panic. Describe the situation. The vine outside. It keeps attacking the trunk, whipping it. I can hear the sound of the trunk being shaved each time it whips, and the whole treehouse is shaking. Is the vine launching penetration attacks on the treehouse? Yes, but they seem unable to penetrate the trunk, so they've stopped that kind of attack and are whipping wildly, each lash taking off a layer of bark. Boss, save me. Do you have logs? Give them to me, and I'll make armor for your treehouse. I do. The other party grabbed on a hope and became excited, immediately trading over 100 logs. This many logs must be all of his stocks. You have a low treehouse. Yes, boss. The trunk under the canopy of a low treehouse is only about 3 meters, so 6 pieces of wooden armor can fully cover the exposed trunk. Xu Xin made 12 pieces for him. Install these on your treehouse's trunk. Understood, boss. Installing the armor only requires selecting a position within the treehouse, similar to setting up a crossbow, so he was still quite safe. A few tens of seconds later, the other party responded. Thank you, boss. You saved my life. Xu Xin giving him the wooden armor was meant to test its effectiveness. How's the protection? Is it holding up? Yes, it's holding up. After installing the armor, the treehouse trunk is completely covered. Those vines continue to whip at the armor, but the effect has weakened considerably. By how much? Well, when the vine lashes the trunk, it leaves a fairly deep mark and focuses on a single spot, which could probably break the treehouse after several hundred hits. But after installing the armor, although the armor gets damaged with each lash, it only leaves shallow marks. A set of armor can definitely last for a while. The vine doesn't attack the treehouse itself. I mean, The treehouse crown. No, no, they're currently only attacking the trunk. After understanding the situation, Xu Xin relaxed a bit. For the time being, the armor seemed capable of warding off the vine's attacks. He just didn't know, in this treehouse defense battle, what other kinds of monsters might appear besides the vines. Alright, I've given you 6 extra pieces of armor. Replace it immediately if any armor gets destroyed. Contact me as soon as the vines outside stop attacking or if your armor is destroyed. Xu Xin wanted to see how long this piece of armor could last. Got it, boss. I'll complete the task for sure. Xu Xin looked outside the treehouse again. It seemed as long as he didn't go out, for now, those mutant vines wouldn't appear actively. In the regional channel, some people brought the mutant vines out from underground by leaving their treehouses for various reasons, and now they're all complaining. Some didn't even step outside, just stuck their heads out of the window, and the vines emerged from the ground to attack. This reminded him of the red mist yesterday, where a small bird flew into the mist and was immediately pierced and pulled underground. For now, the emerging threats were just vines, not the large cannibal flowers or Venus flytraps Xu Xin had encountered in the dungeon before, nor were there any mutant beasts. He immediately posted a message in the regional channel. Everyone, stop running outside, and don't stick your heads out of the treehouse. Even if you're not stepping onto the ground, appearing outside the treehouse will get you targeted by the mutants underground. The best strategy now is to stay inside the treehouse and not go anywhere. This way, you won't face any problems for the time being. His words were promptly reposted several times by other survivors. Listening to the boss will keep you alive longer. Haha, even if the boss doesn't say it, I'm not going down. Thanks, boss. I almost went out, was just about to go down and pick fruits from the tree I ripened yesterday. Forget it. I'd rather starve. Starving for a few days won't kill me, better than getting the treehouse attacked. The past couple of days, with no food in the jungle, some people figured out a way to use points to exchange for green-level fertilizers from the points mall to ripen green-level fruit trees, which could bear fruit the next day. But unexpectedly, the next day, they couldn't even get out of the treehouse. Boss, help. Tons of vines are coming up from the ground, continuously attacking the treehouse trunk. Why didn't boss say earlier? If you had said so, I wouldn't have gone down. From the regional channel situation, merely within these few dozen minutes, hundreds of people were complaining incessantly, and he also saw a sudden drop of over 40 people in the regional channel count, probably pierced directly by the vines without realizing it. Better help them out. Within Explorers, Xu Xin also spoke. Xu Xin is right on the regional channel. Don't go out now. Better observe the situation first. Wasteland. No worries. Even if they come out, I can kill them. Zhao Xiaochuan. So confident? These are monsters outside the protected zone, surely strong. Xu Xin. The battle strength of these vines isn't very strong individually, only slightly stronger than the mutant beasts in the dungeon, but they are numerous, all over the place, could appear in dozens or even hundreds at once. Wasteland. Numerous? Humph, I like lots of small creatures. Wang Lei. Has Boss Su dealt with these kinds of vines? Xu Xin narrated the 2 types of vines he had encountered and their attack methods. Xu Xin. So, I encountered them too during exploration activities. The copper treasure chest was obtained at the root of a few blood-patterned vines. Li Wenxi. Oh, me too. My guardian beast near the copper treasure chest was also a vine. Qi Shuefei. I thought everyone was different. I also encountered vines back then. Qin Yunlong. Not me. Mine was a giant groundhog. The others also spoke one after another, claiming it wasn't vines, but some animals. Though unclear why, Xu Xin didn't want to talk about it now. He went straight to his thoughts. We've all obtained silver treasure chests, can create treehouse wooden armor, and can now sell it to others. He explained the armor he just made for that person and its effectiveness to them. Previously, they had sold a batch of treehouse crossbows, but few bought them due to scarce materials and past activities not related to treehouses, often requiring distance from them, making it less useful to invest heavily in arming treehouses. But now it's different. This event revolves entirely around treehouses, not just the crossbows, but even the wooden armor, being absolute necessities. Wang Lei made it before but never used it, almost forgot about the wooden armor. Turns out, it's quite useful. Ji Chuyang. Indeed, the vines here attacking the treehouse have hardly damaged my wooden armor. Xu Xin, somewhat surprised, asked, You went down? Ji Chuyang. Yeah, After seeing the regional channel's message, I ventured down bravely. Based on my experience, the alert range of the vines is about 5 meters in height. Staying suspended by the treehouse roots above 5 meters won't draw the vine's attention. This guy's actions are swift. Aren't they afraid the vines would genuinely damage the treehouse? Can these vines attack above 5 meters? Xu Xin pointedly asked. No. Ji Qiang's response made him raise his eyebrows. Can't reach? The vines Xu Xin had previously encountered, whether guarding copper treasure chests, those outside the protected zone, or those in the red mist, could reach attack heights over 10 meters, even going straight up to 10 meters with their first strike from underground. This height could threaten the base of Xu Xin's first-level treehouse. If it's really like Ji Qiang said, current vines having only 5-meter attack height, it makes things much more convenient. No wonder he didn't draw Vine's attention when he stuck his head out. It seems, although the treehouse protection has weakened, it's not completely absent, at least capable of somewhat limiting the Vine's activities. I kept slowly descending, trying different heights, until I went below 5 meters, then suddenly a dozen vines emerged from the ground. Frankly, it startled me. I immediately rose up a few meters, and the vines couldn't reach me, instead started attacking the treehouse trunk. Ji Qiang explained, then warned them, "Don't copy me. My actions were reckless this time. Better stay in the treehouse." Ji Qiang's information is very useful. If the vines can attack beyond 5 meters, then essentially anything above 5 meters is still within the normal treehouse protection zone. This way, he can jump back and forth at the 5-meter line, luring the vines out, and then kill them from above 5 meters to keep earning points and obtain more mutant vine sap. Moreover, there was no vegetation beneath his treehouse. Before the rainy season, he had chopped down all the trees and bushes around the treehouse during thunderstorms, and even cleared away the weeds on the ground, including those under the treehouse. After the rainy season ended, no plants grew under the treehouse canopy, likely because the area had already been taken over by the treehouse. So now there's not even any grass beneath his treehouse, just a plain dirt ground. Plus, the area is large enough that he can use explosive arrows beneath the treehouse. Forget about fire arrows. If the vines caught fire and thrashed around wildly, igniting the surrounding trees, that would be bad. Best to use explosive arrows to take them out in one shot. But now's not the time to discuss this. Since everyone agrees, I'll announce on the regional channel that we're selling wooden armor for tree houses. You can make some and hang them on the trading platform. Price them at twice the cost of the raw materials, not too expensive, since they don't really have anything worth taking advantage of anymore. Okay, Boss Sue. Got it. Xu Xin immediately announced on the regional channel that explorers would soon be selling wooden armor for tree houses, along with details about the armor, causing quite a stir on the regional channel. Hooray for the big boss. Only explorers can handle this. We're so lucky to have such a big boss in our area. Hurry up, boss. The vines under my treehouse are going crazy. At this time, Li Wenxi sent him a private message. Can you make iron armor for tree houses? While making armor, Xu Xin replied, No, there's no iron armor for tree houses, but I can make an automatic iron crossbow for a tree house if you need one. An iron crossbow? Yes, please. I can't use this wooden one. Its automatic feature isn't accurate enough. Hold on, you should make some armor to sell first. There's a high demand for armor right now. Oh, okay, I'll sell armor first. He used all his logs to make wooden armor and listed them on the trading platform at twice the cost of the raw materials. Because he was at the top of the leaderboard, his trade order went straight to the top of the trading platform, and within seconds, all the wooden armor was snapped up. What the heck? Who bought them so fast? Hey, don't hog them all. The trunk is only 3 meters high, and 6 pieces per person should be enough. Who's going to only buy 6? Of course, you need to stock up, so you have replacements when they break. Shoot, I didn't get any. The vines under my treehouse are still attacking. Stop hogging them. Let those of us under attack buy them first. After other members of Explorers also put up armor for sale, the commotion gradually settled down. Xu Xin then used the newly acquired materials to make another batch, this time noting that both logs and thin wood could be used as payment. Again, they were instantly sold out. Treehouse armor was basically a necessity in this activity, something everyone needed to buy. Now, with a total of 3,058 people left in the regional channel, even if everyone bought 10 treehouse wooden armors, 30,000 pieces would be needed to meet everyone's needs. This means each person in Explorers needed to make over 3,000 pieces of armor to barely satisfy the demand. Because the price was double the materials, Xu Xin now had a lot of logs and thin wood. After making several batches this way, the selling speed finally slowed down, and Xu Xin flexed his fingers and decided to take a break. Now, almost everyone in the entire area had outfitted their tree houses with armor. If nothing else happened today, everyone should be safe for now. Thanks, big bosses. I feel so much safer now. Haha, those silly vines still attacking below? They're just giving the armor a little scratch, scraping off some wood chips. Really lame. At this attack rate, if they focus on one spot, could they break through a piece in a few hours? Just replace a broken piece with another one. I've bought more than 20 treehouse armors. Yet another day with the big bosses leading us to victory. It's boring and uneventful. After sorting everything out, Xu Xin messaged Li Wenxi. Want the iron crossbow? Yes. Li Wenxi sent a video immediately, and Xu Xin habitually accepted the call. The little beauty was wearing a newbie's two-piece suit that looked a bit faded from washing, with her hair a little messy, appearing like she had just woken up, yet her energy was still so vibrant. Do the crossbow arrows come in iron too? I'd like that. Yes, that's not an issue. I can even make a blue-grade iron crossbow, but you'll need to provide the materials. Blue-grade iron crossbow. Li Wenxi's eyes widened. Then she seemed a bit deflated. But I don't have blue-grade thin wood. A blue-level heavy crossbow doesn't require blue-level fine wood, Xu Xin explained. The iron-heavy crossbow only needs blue-level iron blocks and blue-level beast tendons. I have them all. I want a blue-level heavy crossbow. Li Wenxi directly sent him the materials, with a few extra blue-level iron blocks as a reward. He crafted 2 heavy crossbows and 10 crossbow arrows and sent them to Li Wenxi. Xu Xin asked, if we open iron trading to outsiders, will your iron mine resources be sufficient? Forget about blue level. Blue level needs to be kept for our own use, but I can supply green level iron blocks. Li Wenxi pointed to the rows of backpacks behind him. There are plenty of green level iron blocks, too many to count. With your word, I'm relieved. After hanging up the video call, he was ready to go out and try to lure those vines out. Kiki was still on the bed hugging her tail, snoring lightly, but Mimi and Silver King were already awake. Seeing Xu Xin looking ready to go out, both of them came forward. Xu Xin keenly noticed that the blood-red patterns on the 2 beasts' bodies had deepened compared to the previous day. Hopefully, they'll evolve into mid-level mutant beasts soon. You don't need to follow today, just rest at home. Upon hearing this, the 2 beasts didn't insist on following and went back to sleep. These 2 guys have been sleeping whenever they're idle lately, which should be a sign of advancing to mid-level mutant beasts, accumulating strength through sleep. Just as Xu Xin was preparing to go out, his watch vibrated with a private message from Ji Chaoyang. The rewards for the Rainstorm Season leaderboard can be claimed today. Xu Xin immediately withdrew his hand reaching for the exit and returned to the screen, clicking on the leaderboard, Rainstorm Season event option. Sure enough, a claim button appeared next to his name. Clicking the button, a prompt sound suddenly rang out. This reward is a special, non-public reward related to the decoration level of the treehouse. Since the survivor's treehouse hasn't been upgraded to the 2nd stage, part of the decoration level functionality will be unlocked in advance. This reward is a special ability, Random Enhancement. Detected treehouse decoration level greater than 100. Today's random enhancement acquired. Enhanced vision. Effect lasts for 1 day. As the sound ended, Xu Xin felt a refreshing cool sensation flowing around his eyes, finally rushing into them. In an instant, the world in his eyes became incredibly clear, able to see even a speck of dust on the treehouse wall. Xu Xin blinked his eyes, like a newborn baby, curiously observing his surroundings. It was as if he saw a world he had never seen before. Not only did things nearby become clear, but when he looked out from the window, the previously blurry distant view suddenly became very clear. He felt that his eyes were now like a magical tool that could switch between a telescope and a microscope at any moment. This ability is too powerful. Xu Xin was amazed. He could even see a uniquely eye-catching tree in the jungle from over 10 kilometers away, which seemed to be another survivor's treehouse. Experiencing the powerful new ability, Xu Xin began to focus on the reward itself. Special ability, Random Enhancement. He opened the decoration level option, and sure enough, a sub-option named Random Enhancement appeared. Upon opening it, the screen interface split into 2 parts, one named Today's Enhancement, the other Historical Enhancement. Today's enhancement included a description of the enhanced vision he had just acquired. Enhanced vision strengthens the survivor's eyes, allowing for clearer visibility of tiny details and distant objects. The historical enhancement section was empty, lacking any text. At the bottom of the interface, there was a line of small text introducing random enhancement. Depending on the treehouse's decoration level, survivors who sleep continuously for more than 3 hours in the treehouse will receive different functions and variable duration random enhancements, once per day per person. The higher the decoration level, the more enhancements and longer durations are possible. Abilities related to the decoration level. The higher the decoration level, the stronger the random enhancement ability. Despite not knowing the normal function of decoration level, this single reward already made him realize the importance of this attribute. His current decoration level is over 100. Based on this ability, a decoration level of 100 can yield 1 full day ability every day. In other words, as long as he sleeps in the treehouse for a full 3 hours every day, he can randomly gain an ability. The ability gained today was Enhanced Vision, so powerful it's practically a superpower for him. This reward, this special ability, is truly strong. Despite the randomness and lack of control, any enhancement is undoubtedly beneficial. Xu Xin looked at the ground outside the window. With his current vision, he could even detect subtle tremors in certain places outside, which were likely the positions where underground vines lurked. Truly heaven's assistance.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.